to live comfortably, he believed he would be happy to be left alone to farm some land in quiet obscurity. He had not asked to be trained as a killer, had not sought the acclaim that came with being skilled at it. The threat of losing your fatherland meant next to nothing to a man who had lost it many years before. More than half a lifetime, and Ballista, for all his imperial-sponsored education, knew he had not become a Greek or Roman. Here, he remembered, he differed from Favorinus, who had boasted that culture had transformed him from a Gaul to a true Hellene. Ballista's time in the Imperium had made him neither one thing nor the other. He suspected he would no longer feel totally at home if the Emperor, for some reason of state, decreed he should return to Germania. As for liberty, it all depended what was meant. If it was freedom to go where you wanted, do what you wished, Ballista could not see that he had had it, either as the son of a war leader of the Angles, or as a hostage and officer of Rome, although, if liberty was free speech, he had had more of it as a youth in the north. Loss of family and friends was the killer. Ballista recalled that Favorinus had concentrated on friends. An accident of nature had made that easy for him. In his speech, Favorinus had admitted that his mother and sister were dead. Born a eunuch, Favorinus was given no opportunity to make another family. Ballista had his two closest friends with him, but being away from his family, being away from his boys, that was the hardest thing. Maximus touched his arm and pointed ahead. A squall was blowing in from the northwest, from Chios, a line of dark clouds trailing tendrils of rain, flicking up white caps in front. The oarsmen would earn their money pulling through that to a safe haven. But it would be as nothing to the storms in the Black Sea, the Kindly Sea, as strangely it was often called, before Ballista reached Phasis. To Phasis, where, for ships, is the furthermost run. Ballista could still not remember from which tragedy the line came. Chapter 15. Byzantium was the last place in the world that Hippothous wanted to find himself. Even his hometown of Perinthus would not have been as bad. It had been many years before, but some Byzantines would remember the murder of their fellow citizen, Aristomachus, the rhetorician, and they would not have forgotten his killer. When the imperial mandata had reached Ephesus, Hippothous had seriously considered leaving the familiar of Ballista, but somehow he felt he still had work to do as excensus to the northerner, and the role suited his predilections. Even the journey to the Bosphorus had been painful. It had not been the two squalls. The first had hit them almost as soon as they left Ephesus. They had to run north to a bay under Mount Karakion. The second had come on them in the Propontis, when they were rounding the peninsula of Arctonissos. They had to ride that one out in the open water, a thing for which no galley cared. Hippothous had been no more scared of shipwreck than was to be expected in a man who had experienced that horror. What had troubled him much more was cruising past Lesbos on a calm spring morning. Virtually all the time the island had been in sight, he had remained in the prow. He had ceaselessly scanned the water, searching for the place where his original ship, all those years before, had foundered, for where Hyperanthes' life had slipped away in the churning black waters, for the spot where he himself eventually had crawled ashore, as close to death as life, and for the headland where he had buried his beloved boy under a simple stone, with a makeshift epigram. A tomb unworthy of the death of a sacred citizen, the famous flower some evil demon once plucked from the land to the deep. On the sea it plucked him as a great storm wind blew. Standing there, Hippothous recognized none of it. Admittedly, it had been dark then, and in the teeth of a gale, but it was as if it had happened to someone else. This had profoundly shaken Hippothous, in a way he could not explain. Immediately Ballista had announced that they were bound for Byzantium, Hippothous had begun to alter his appearance. There had not been time to grow a full beard, but he had achieved a commendable short one of sandy stubble. He had had his head shaved. Old Caucasus had done it. By the time they reached Byzantium, the nicks had mostly healed. Hippothous had wondered if he should affect a limp or a stoop. He had decided against it, as it was liable actually to draw attention to him. It was a long time since he had left. For 24 years he had lived among the Latrones. That length of time, roaming from Cappadocia to Ethiopia with groups of bandits, must have altered his walk and manners. At least there was no need to change his name. He had done that, it seemed a lifetime ago, when he had first come to Cilicia and taken up banditry as a profession. One thing beyond his control was that Ballista, Maximus, and Caucasus knew his true story. He had told it to them the year before, for really nothing more than to pass the time, as they had waited offshore on a trireme, waiting for events to unfold at the town of Caucasus. They had promised not to reveal his true identity while in Byzantium, but it was a worry. The Liburnian, like most shipping going north, had pursued a course against the sun as it negotiated the Propontis. This left a tricky pull from east to west across the mouth of the Bosphorus, across the current, to finally make port in Byzantium. As the rowers toiled, Hippothus had studied the city. The Acropolis on its bluff sticking like a dagger into swirling waters, the low sea walls and the high land ones, the roofs of the temples. It all might have brought back strong emotions, if Hippothus had let it. Even though time and his own ingenuity had inscribed a new form on his body and movements, Hippothus had kept to the centre of Ballista's small familia, eyes down, as they walked from the northern military docks through the bustling commercial harbour, livestock, slaves, grain, saltfish from the north, olive oil and wine from the south, up into the city. They were staying in one of the houses of a leading member of the Boule called Cleodamus. The house was a new acquisition. Until recently, it had been the home of one of the councillors executed by Gallienus. Cleodamus did not reside there himself. That was good. Hippothus knew Cleodamus had been a young junior magistrate when Aristomachus the rhetorician had been killed. Despite Cleodamus's absence, Hippothus had feigned illness and remained shut up in his room until today. This morning's meeting could not be avoided. All the 4 men who constituted the mission to the Caucasus were arrived in Byzantium. The imperial eunuchs sent by Gallienus to act as interpreters and advisers were to brief them. The room was quite bare. Presumably the condemned councillor's household possessions had been sold separately from the building, and Cleodamus had yet to instruct his servants to complete the furnishing of his new property. At one end was a portable altar, its fire lit. Arranged in a row along one side were 4 chairs. On the one nearest to the altar sat the elderly senator Felix. Next to him was Ballista. Then, in descending order of rank, came the other equestrians, Rutilius and Castricius. During Ballista's few days wearing the purple, Rutilius had served as his praetorian prefect, Castricius as his prefect of cavalry. Before that, together with Ballista, they had served the pretender Quietus. Hippothus knew the equestrians from that time. Behind each seated man stood his secretary. As his exensus, Hippothus was behind Ballista. Opposite stood the 4 eunuchs. The 2 sides of the room presented a strong contrast. Each of the 4 seated men, including the ex-consul Felix, was dressed as a soldier: white tunic, dark trousers and cloak, practical boots, elaborate sword belts with long spatha on left hip, short pugio on right. Their exensi had followed their sartorial lead. Felix, Hippothus, and one of the other secretaries sported a beard. All except Ballista had cropped hair. The court eunuchs were more exotic figures. Their snow-white tunics were unbelted, they had slippers on their feet, and from their shoulders red cloaks fringed with gold fell to the floor. Their unnaturally smooth faces were framed by the ringlets of their artfully curled long hair. Felix got up and went to the altar. He pulled a fold of his cloak over his head. Throwing a pinch of incense into the flames, he delivered a prayer for the gods and the genius of the Augustus to guide their deliberations. Moving lightly for his age and stature, he walked back to the chair and sat down again. Hippothus detected no obvious insincerity in the old nobleman's words. Indeed, a couple of times Felix had tapped his boot on the floor to emphasize his seriousness. Hippothus decided to practice physiognomy. Felix had a full head of silver hair and a beard, both groomed but not too elaborate. His nose was large, and deep lines ran down from it to below his mouth. His gaze was dry, with the eyes quite close set. Although he moved easily, his breathing was heavy. Hippothus observed Felix closely out of the corner of his eye. The consular rubbed one of his palms on the other. That was the sign which, to a skilled physiognomist, brought the others into focus, gave significance to the whole. Felix had the soul of a hypocrite. For a time, the conclusion, arrived at so scientifically as to be inescapable, puzzled Hippothus. Nothing he knew of the life of the elderly nobleman particularly suggested hypocrisy. Felix had had a successful career. He had been consul many years before. An intimate of the Emperor Valerian, he had set himself up as the embodiment of senatorial dignitas and tradition. Under Gallienus, he had commanded with distinction the infantry in the centre of the line at the Battle of Mediolanum. Before this meeting, he had talked at some length of this, and of his pleasure at being back in Byzantium, the city he had successfully saved from the Goths some 5 years before. Hippothus turned it all over in his mind. The moment of revelation was exquisite. At Mediolanum, the infantry had really taken orders not from Felix, but from the praetorian prefect, Volusianus. Felix's actions in the defence of Byzantium might not have been everything he claimed. Felix was a liar, and what was a hypocrite, if not a liar? The highest knowledge physiognomy brought was not just revelations of what would happen in the future, but what falsehoods were told of the past. Eusebius, the chief eunuch, the one who would accompany Felix, took the floor. In a high but melodious voice, he began to speak.
The Caspian Gates is the name given to the passes which run north-south through the Caucasus mountains. To the north live the Alani and the other savage nomads they rule. There are many of them, all very warlike. The passes must be held to keep them at bay.
Eusebius's eyes were wide, hard, and bright, like marble.
There are two great passes. To the east is a plain between the Caucasus and the Caspian Sea. This pass sometimes is called the Caspian Gates, sometimes the Gates of the Alani. Herodotus tells us it was the route taken by the Scythians when they defeated the Medes and brought destruction and misery to the whole of Asia. It is in the country of Caucasus, king of the Albanians.
The head eunuch bowed in the direction of Castricius.
It is to Albania that the Vir Perfectissimus, Gaius Aurelius Castricius, will travel with my colleague Amantius.
Eusebius now turned his unsettling eyes on Ballista.
The other famous pass, to the west, high in the heart of the mountains, also is often called the Caspian Gates, but is more properly the Caucasian Gates. Through it erupted the Alani in the time of the divine Hadrian, when they set upon the province of Cappadocia, and were only driven back by the valour of the historian Arrian. Now the pass is held by Polemo, king of Suania. It is here that the Vir Ementissimus Marcus Clodius Ballista, with my colleague Masturbates, will advise the king and rebuild the fortifications.
Interesting, thought Hippothus, that this eunuch from the palace calls Ballista Vir Ementissimus, as if he were still one of the great equestrian prefects of the empire. With the flaccid sweep of his hand, Eusebius continued.
Although it is less well known, between the two great passes are several others. They are harder going, but usable. They debouch into the territory of Hamazasp, king of Iberia. The Vir Perfectissimus, Marcus Aurelius Rutilius, has mandata to go to him. He will be accompanied by my friend Gallicanus.
Finally, Eusebius gave his attention to Felix.
To the west of the main Caspian or Caucasian gates are several more tracks across the mountains. They lead down to the Black Sea at the cities of Pituus, Sebastopolis, and Cygnus. The most powerful rulers here are Resmagus and Spadagas, the kings of the western and eastern Abazgi. They have established a certain loose hegemony over such tribes as the Macropogones and the Phthirophagi in the mountains, as well as the minor chiefs of the lowland Chalkis behind the coastal city of Phasis.
Eusebius bowed deeply.
A situation of such complexity calls for the political acumen and possibly the military skills of such a man as Spurius Aemilius Felix, the hero of Byzantium and Mediolanum.
Hippothus only smiled inwardly, for a physiognomist is not to be caught out himself. No matter how Eusebius dressed it up, the self-regarding consular Felix was unlikely to welcome a commission which would see him struggling up goat tracks at the end of the world to mountain tribes such as the Macropogones and the Phthirophagi. There was something pleasurable in contemplating the Vir Clarissimus Spurius Aemilius Felix in the huts of the chiefs of the Longbeards and the Lyceters. The eunuch seemed to be moving to the close of his oration with the sort of courtly platitudes and gestures he thought suitable to the occasion. Hippothus found it hard to watch. The two smooth cheeks, the broad mouth, the long, thin neck, the fleshy arms and wrists, the womanly breasts and even hips, the complete repulsiveness of a man who is not like other men.
Of course, men of understanding such as yourselves will long ago have unveiled the other reason for this mission, the one not to be spoken of with any outside this room.
A neat rhetorical turn, thought Hippothus, whose mind had been elsewhere.
Of course, it is important to keep the hordes of the Alani north of the Caucasus, but there is no especial reason to think they are intending to try to force the Caspian Gates now.
The eunuch had all Hippothus's attention.
Many reports, some casually received from merchants, others sent by frumentarii, indicate that, since the capture of the Emperor Valerian, The minions of the Persian king have been assiduous in their courting of the rulers to whom you are being sent. There is hardly a petty chieftain south of the Caucasus that is not eating off a silver dinner service, embossed with images of Shapur hunting lions or carrying out some other kingly pursuit. There is a Sassanid army, commanded by Shapur's son, Prince Naseh, southwest of the Caspian Sea. It is there on the pretence of crushing a revolt among their subject tribes of the Mahdi and the Cadusii, but it is poised to move up through Albania and Iberia. Unless we can restore our client kings in the region to their rightful loyalty to Rome, the Imperium will find it has lost the whole Caucasian region as far as Colchis. Unless we succeed next year, Sassanid horsemen will be riding west along the shores of the Black Sea.
Chapter 16. The trireme waiting for them at Byzantium that had orders to convey them the length of the kindly sea to the Caucasus was named the Armata. Its triarch was called Brutetius Niger. Ballista liked the look of both immediately. The big galley was taut, well run. Its captain was square-set, the epitome of a grizzled seaman. Yet not all was ideal. The Armata was not from the Classis Pontica, which operated out of Trapezus in the Black Sea. Instead, she had been one of the squadron of Venerianus that had followed the Gothic pirates as far as Byzantium. When the rest of the flotilla sailed south, it had been seconded to remain. The Armata was an Italian ship based out of Ravenna. Neither it nor Brutetius had ever been into the daunting Black Sea. Somehow that was typical of imperial bureaucracy. Brutetius had hired a local pilot to negotiate the Bosphorus. It had been a wise step. The current in the middle of the channel ran down from the Black Sea like a mill race. To proceed north with any ease, a galley, even one with nearly 200 oarsmen, had to catch the counter-currents close to either shore, several times pulling across the rush of water from one side to the other. Nevertheless, in a few hours they passed the clashing rocks. These marked the entrance to the Black Sea. Once they had floated, dashing together and crushing any vessel that attempted the passage. After Jason and the Argonauts had got through, the gods had fixed the dreadful obstacles in place. The pilot pointed them out with parochial pride. Ballista and the others were less than impressed. The dirty stubs of charcoal-green stone did not look the stuff of myth. They had all heard terrible things about the Black Sea. Storms blew up out of nowhere. The southern coast was notorious for a wave pattern like no other, triple waves which could put even the most seaworthy craft on its beam ends. But the first day, the kindly sea was calm. The only thing that surprised the seamen used to the clear waters of the Mediterranean was its opaque quality. However, while they could not see into its depths, a helpful and strong current ran to the east. The Armata raced along, leaving a long, straight wake like a path through a green meadow. Brutetius wanted to push for a long day's row all the way to Heraclea, but Felix, true to the interests of his class, managed to turn the trip into a voyage of antiquarian sightseeing. First, at lunchtime, he insisted they delay at Calpe. Through the eyes of the cultured, the promontory was just as Xenophon had described it in the Anabasis. The harbour under the steep cliff, its beach facing west. Close by, the spring of plentiful fresh water. The broad headland with the narrow, defensible neck connecting it to the mainland. The abundance of good shipbuilding timber. To the south, before the mountains, the villages set on the rich soil. No wonder, Felix opined, Xenophon had wanted to settle the 10,000 there. Only the short-sightedness of the mercenaries had prevented the foundation of a magnificent Greek polis. After Calpe, Felix desired to see the small island of Apollonia, where Apollo appeared to the Argonauts, and which was called Phineas by Apollonius of Rhodes in his epic of the Voyage. Fortunately, there was a harbour of sorts at the bottom of the island. Brutetius close-berthed the Armata for the night, lashing her tight with double cables. As the rowers relaxed on the beach, Felix took Ballista and the other emissaries off with him. They wandered the shore, searching for the altar of the god and the sanctuary of Harmonia, which Jason had founded, and the place where the heroes had danced. Felix was not to be disappointed. A few indigenous inhabitants blended out of the trees and provided with utter certainty locales for every detail of the Argonauts' story, including several unmentioned by Apollonius. Furthermore, these sagacious guides encouraged the elderly senator to call for weapons and nets and set off after them, climbing the thickly wooded slopes to hunt the descendants of the very deer and wild goats pursued by the crew of the Argo. At times like that evening, as bow in hand he strolled under the canopy of leaves, Ballista wondered if the education of the Roman elite really was the best training for governing their imperium. Some might consider expertise other than skilled rhetoric and an encyclopedic knowledge of literature from or about the distant past might have more utility in holding together a far-flung empire threatened on all sides and from within in an age of iron and rust. The second morning dawned bright and clear. At no particularly early hour, Felix led on to the trireme the envoys and their supernumeraries, friends, secretaries, servants, and, in the case of the esteemed senator, who knew what else besides? The sailors and oarsmen had been waiting for some time. The members of the mission distributed themselves across the deck. Their numbers were such, no fewer than 40, that the galley's marines perforce had been left in Byzantium. As Brutedius had been heard to say, the Armata now scarcely fitted her name. There would be Charon to pay if they ran into trouble. There was more of a swell than before, the sea oilier, but still no airs worth speaking about. The rowers bent to their task. With the current still flowing strong to the east, the Armata forged ahead. They cruised past the mouths of the rivers Sangarios, Hippios, and Lycos, past the trading posts of Lileion and Cales. Brutedius had intended to try for another long day of rowing, all the way to the harbour of Amastris, but shortly after they passed the Emporion of Cales, the day dulled. A line of dark clouds appeared to the northeast. Sharp buffets of wind started to catch the ship crosswise, outriders of the coming storm. As the trireme skewed, Brutedius consulted the pilot, then spoke to Felix. The consular needed no persuading. Brutedius ordered the rowing master make all speed, and the helmsman shape a course for Cape Acherusias and the port of Heraclea that sheltered beneath its high rocks. They had cut it fine. No sooner had they run into the Sunotes than the river lived up to its name, the saviour of sailors. Walls of wind-driven rain screamed up the estuary, and in relentless succession flailed across the ship. In the driving downpour they made the trireme fast, wrestled the storm canvas into position, and huddled ashore. The northern gale had no intention of relenting. Once, on the second day, Boreas teased them. The wind dropped, the sun even shone. They got as far as getting the rowers to their benches. The storm blew back in from the sea. Chastened, they all scrambled ashore again. Heraclea was an ancient colony of the Megarians from mainland Hellas. It had all the amusements expected to be on offer in an ancient port city. Maximus and Hippothus separately, and most of the crew of the Armata in groups, vanished into the back streets near the wharves. After the abortive attempt to put to sea, Ballista had embarked on an epic drinking bout. He spent the subsequent day recovering. From then, Ballista decided to be more abstemious. On the fourth day, bored, Ballista employed a local guide and ventured out of the town. On hired nags, the rain hard on their backs, they plodded inland up the road by the river bank. The Sunotes River had once been called the Acheron. The entrance to Hades was a cave. As soon as he saw it, Ballista realized he had made a mistake. It was the narrowest of clefts in the rock. Inside, it was worse, a dark, twisting passage, slippery and descending precipitously. Sweating, heart racing, he forced himself to inch his way down. After an agony of time, they emerged into a great underground cavern. In the intervals when he managed to stop thinking about the pulverizing weight of rock above him and the narrowness of the passage back into the light, it was not too bad. There was a pool of water, statues, offerings of all sorts. The torchlight flickered atmospherically on the dripping walls. It was cold. After the mouth of Hades, they rode up to the tomb of Tiphys, the helmsman of the Argo. This was set high on Cape Acherusias, backed by a sacred grove of plane trees. The monument itself held little interest, but it commanded a magnificent view. Pummeled by the wind, leaning into it, Ballista revelled in the fury of the storm spread out before him, howling all around him. White-topped great waves rolled down out of the murk. They crashed and roared on the rocks below. The spume, flung high, was snatched away. At the foot of the cliff, the sea had turned yellow. With some terrible, insentient anger, the wind scoured the headland and thrashed the plane trees, wrenching and torturing their branches, threatening to cast them down, God-loved or not. "We should go, Kyrios!" The guide had to cup his hands and yell to be heard. Ballista laughed. The man was frightened. He was a coward. Ballista knew himself neither. He had descended to the Hades of the Greeks and Romans, had mastered his fear. Now the reek of it was purged from him in the fierce embrace of this clean northern storm. At such rare times, his very own vitality, made immortality in Valhalla or elsewhere, seemed certain.
"Kyrios! The trees! The horses! It is dangerous!"
Blinking the rain out of his eyes, Ballista smiled at the man and turned to leave. Like most towns and many villages in the empire, Heraclea had an official rest house of the cursus publicus. In his room in the Mansio, Ballista was drinking warm, spiced wine with Masturbates. The conditum tasted good. They had a brazier. It was snug, comfortably fuggy. Outside, it was still atrocious. A tap on the door and young Wulfstan's head popped round.
"That ferret-faced little fucker Castricius is here. The big ginger Rudolus with him."
The boy spoke in the language of the Angles. He was much recovered.
"They might understand," said Ballista.
"These Romans and Greeks only learn each other's language."
"Show them in." The boy had a point.
"At once, Atheling."
Ballista was finding it good to be addressed again by his title among his own people. Masturbates bowed, blew a kiss to Castricius and Rutulus. Ballista jumped up and embraced the newcomers. The northerner was glad to see them. Castricius was the older friend, all the way since the siege of Arete, and the more demonstrative. Yet Ballista owed much to both. At Zeugma, Castricius had saved Caucasus, Maximus, and Demetrius. At Emesa, without the actions of the two, Ballista considered it unlikely that either himself or Julia and the boys would have survived. Such profundities aside, they were good company. Ballista was easy with them. There were only 2 couches. Castricius got on one with Ballista. With just the faintest unease, Rutulus climbed on the other with Masturbates. Wulfstan brought more cups, more conditum. "Masturbates here was about to tell me something of where we are going," said Ballista.
"In the Caucasus they live off roots and berries and all fuck outdoors like herd animals," Castricius stated.
"You have read your Herodotus."
Masturbates' words were smooth, complimentary. Castricius's small, lined face broke into a grin.
"No, just what I hear."
"Even Maximus would be pushed in this weather," said Ballista. "Possibly Masturbates might give us a more informed view. Please start with the Albanians. It might help if Castricius loses some of his presuppositions before he tries to bend the king's daughter over in a field. It might hamper our diplomacy." Masturbates bowed, unsmiling.
"Albania is well watered. There is grass in the pastures all year round. The soil is fertile, but the Albanians lack foresight. They use wooden ploughshares and only prune their vines every 5th year. Even so, they would be rich if they did not bury all their wealth with their dead. Yet oddly, once buried, the dead are never spoken of again."
Typical of a Greek, thought Ballista, to start with the land. It is always the land that shapes the people.
"The Albanians favor a cyclopean lifestyle, living apart, each making his house where he will. They are a handsome race, large-bodied. Most are shepherds, but despite that, they are not particularly ferocious."
"How many men can they put in the field?"
Castricius was nothing if not a long-service soldier.
"How do they fight?"
"It is said they resisted Pompey the Great with over 80,000 warriors, more than a quarter of them mounted. They use javelins and bows, but some have armor and fight at close quarters. Often they are aided by the nomads from beyond the Caspian gates."
"And they are ruled by a king?" Ballista asked.
"Yes, the king is Caucasus. Second in honor to him is his uncle, the high priest Zober."
Rutulus broke in. "Tell me about the Iberians I will meet." Masturbates paused, as if choosing his words from a well-stocked store.
"They are different, to some extent more civilized. They have tiled roofs and public buildings. There are 4 castes in Iberia: the royal family, the priests, the warriors and farmers, and the royal slaves. The next in line to the throne, the Pitiax, commands the army and dispenses justice. King Hamazasp has no son, so his younger brother Oroises is Pitiax."
Castricius laughed.
"Hamazasp has no son because our Ballista killed him at Arete."
Ballista remembered the twang, slide, thump of the artillery piece, the 20-pound round stone hurtling away, punching the young man from his horse, arms, legs, the long, empty sleeves of his coat, all flapping like a 6-limbed insect. And he remembered Hamazasp, himself a prisoner, Hammersasp coming into the cell under the palace at Edessa. He pushed down the thought of what had happened, what Hammersasp had nearly done to him, pushed it far down. But if he met the bastard again... Masturbates was answering a question from Rutilius.
"Armed like Persians, the ones from the mountains more like Scythians. There are fewer of them than the Albanians, but still tens of thousands."
"Finally, what of my Swani?" Ballista asked.
"Very dirty people, no less filthy than the Pterophagi. They have to import grain from the lowlands. But they are not poor. They pan the mountain streams for gold. There are gems as well. They are ruled by King Polemo. He is advised by a council of 300 they call the Synedrion. There may be a problem at court. King Polemo's daughter was married to the Prince of Iberia you killed. As a widow, she has returned to her father's domain. She is called Pythonissa." The eunuch gestured in a way that had regard for Ballista's martial prowess in killing members of foreign dynasties, while at the same time accepting the difficulties such behaviour brought. "The king and his nobles are said to command 200,000 warriors. The Soani control the heights of the Caucasus. They are the foremost people of the mountains for courage and for treachery. There is nothing they do not know of poison. One of them they dip their arrows in, and even the smell makes men suffer."
"You are very well informed." Masturbates dipped his head.
"I have read the Greek geographer Strabo with attention."
"I thought you were from those parts."
"Nearby. I am from Abasgia."
Ballista laughed. "Let me guess. The imperial court has sent you with me to Swania, and one of the Swani with Felix to Abasgia." A shadow passed across Masturbates' handsome face.
"No, Kyrios. All 4 of us eunuchs are from Abasgia."
No one else spoke. Masturbates continued.
"Some time ago, the rulers of the Abaski found a new source of income. They began to search among their subjects for the most beautiful young boys. They have them castrated and sell them to you Romans."
"And how—" Ballista's question petered out.
"We were young, very young. It was a long time ago."
Ballista noticed Rutilius cross his legs. Masturbates rallied, keeping his voice very neutral.
"We know we are viewed as ill-omened. If a man sees one of us first thing in the morning, he should return indoors, for that day will not go well for him. Composite, hybrid, monstrous, alien to human nature. Many hold that eunuchs should be excluded from temples and public places."
There was an embarrassed silence.
"The very contempt in which we are held by the many is our source of strength. We look to each other. Rulers give us their confidence. They look to us for unalloyed loyalty. Unable to have wives and children, who should a eunuch lavish his affection on, if not the ruler, the one who protects him from common brutality?"
"Yet is it not a life of regrets, without certain pleasures?" Ballista spoke gently.
Masturbates smiled. "It is my pleasure to serve as Aphrodite served Ares."
Rutilius moved slightly away.
"But it would be wrong to think of us all as weaklings. A gelded horse is still fit for war. A castrated bull does not lose its might. Even if it is true that some of us may be a little less endowed with bodily strength, on the field of battle, steel makes the weak equal with the strong."
Chapter 17. At dawn on the 5th day, Boreas finally gave over. High above, ragged dark clouds still scudded south, vanishing inland over the mountains, yet down in the port of Heraclea all was calm. Ballista watched a pale, washed-out sun glitter in the puddles on the dockside. The crew of the Armata were sullenly preparing her for sea. Great sluices of water fell unexpectedly from the storm canvas as it was removed. Fat drops fell from the rigging onto the oarsmen as they settled themselves on their benches. If only, some muttered, she were a fully decked trireme.
"Bugger that," others replied. "Easier to get trapped when she goes down." "Silence, fore and aft!" roared her officers.
Felix made the libation to Apollo, protector of travellers. Brutedius ran his eye over all. The bow officer, rowing master, and helmsman were at their stations. Prow, midships, and stern. They indicated they were ready. Brutetius gave the order. The cables slipped. The armata was heaved off from the wharf.
"Oars outboard! Ready? Light pressure! Row!"
Slowly the vessel gathered her way, turned and pointed her bronze ram out to the kindly sea. The storm had left the surface of the sea muddy, with a quantity of flotsam. There was a swell. It demanded a shorter than usual stroke from the rowers. They were slow to make the adjustment, poor at keeping time. A run of 4 days ashore had done them no good. Brutetius had considered attempting the passage to Sinope in one sailing. He had talked to local skippers. It would be a long day, very long and very hard, from well before dawn to after dark, if not to the next dawn. Yet he was told it was not impossible. He had settled on Amastris instead, just 60 or so miles. There was but one good harbour in the long stretch between Amastris and Sinope, and his men were not in good condition. What could you expect? Volunteers they might be, soldiers notionally, but in origin they were nothing but a bunch of soft freedmen and Easterners, Greeks and Egyptians. A few days drinking and whoring in a backwater town, and they were all out of sorts and as weak as women. The voyage to Amastris passed without incident. No wind got up, so the men had to row all the way. No bad thing to knock them together again. They laboured hard past the tomb of Stelenos. They took no more notice of the mouth of the river Kalikoros, where the god Dionysus danced, or that of the Parthenios, where the goddess Artemis bathed. They were unaware when they hauled the ship from the territory of the Bithynian Thracians to that of the Paphlagonians, and all the while the enormity of the sluggish sea stretched on their left. Not long after the time for the midday meal, the armata pulled into the neat, sheltered oval of the galley harbour at Amastris. Pulled in most gladly. No one appeared happier to disembark than Felix. Ballista followed him down the boarding ladder. The elderly senator's joy was palpable. True, Felix had not been doing physical work. Far from it. A comfortable chair had been provided for him to view the tomb of the hero as they went by. After that, he had retired to the tiny cabin in the stern, declining all invitations to see rivers associated with divinities. Unless there were an epiphany, that day, they were just rivers to him. Nevertheless, he was evidently glad to be back on terra firma. Ballista imagined that the consular was looking forward to some food and a drink, then a relaxing afternoon. These, followed by a massage at the baths and a good dinner, should suffice to restore his spirits. Ballista had some sympathy with the general idea. Felix stopped so abruptly that Ballista almost barreled into his back. A man had run out from between 2 warehouses. He was thin, in thin clothes, both hard worn. He ran straight at the senator. 2 men, better set up, ran out after him. Belatedly, it occurred to Ballista that social precedence had left Felix's 4 bodyguards at the top of the boarding ladder. Ballista moved to intercept the thin man. He was too late. The man slid to his knees and grabbed Felix around the thighs. The senator tried to step back. The man's arms pinioned him. If Rutulus had not caught Felix from behind, he would have fallen.
"Asylum, Kyrios! Grant me asylum!"
the man pleaded.
"Do not listen to him."
His pursuers, overawed by the majestas of Rome, embodied in the elderly ex-consul, had pulled up short.
"In the name of Caesar, grant me a hearing, Kyrios!"
The man clung to Felix like a shipwrecked sailor to driftwood.
"He's a slave, a runaway,"
one of the others said.
"No, I am a free man, a Roman citizen, wrongly enslaved. Grant me a hearing, Basileus."
Felix, his vanity flattered by being called a king, placed a hand almost in benediction on the cowering man.
"I shall hear the case at the start of the 2nd hour tomorrow. The plaintiff will remain in custody until then."
One of the bodyguards, a legionary detailed from Legio II Parthica, had fought his way off the ship, and now took the man away. The 2nd hour of the next day, the 7th before the Ides of May, found Ballista seated next to Felix as one of his 5 assessors in a pleasant portico overlooking the agora. The thin man was asked the prescribed questions: name, race, free or slave.
"Melissus, son of Charillus, Kyrios, from Erythrinoi, a village in the territory of Amastris. I am a free man, unjustly taken into slavery."
He was given a chance to tell his story.
"I am a fisherman. I was out in my boat, the Thalia, when the Borani came. They captured me. The barbarians burnt my Thalia just for their pleasure. They took me with them. When they went ashore for fresh water at the mouth of the Parthenios, I escaped."
The men who claimed to own him started to voice their disagreement. Felix silenced them with a look.
"I had nothing but a tunic on my back. As I walked towards Amastris, I fell in with these men. At first they spoke gently to me. When they had lulled me, They had 4 of their followers grab me. They bound me, beat me. With cruel humour they renamed me Felix. They were laughing, joking it was a lucky name for a lucky slave.
His captor's ill-omened naming decided the case there and then, but Felix went through the formalities. The man's supposed owners were allowed a chance to state their case. Fully aware of how the wind was set, they made a very poor job of it. Witnesses appeared on both sides. Those for Melissus made far the better impression. Felix made a show of consulting his assessors. Ballista, Rutilius, Castricius, and 2 young, well-born friends of Felix gave their unanimous opinion. Then the consular delivered his judgment.
Melissus, son of Charillus of the village of Erythrenoi, is to be restored to freedom. The men who have so inhumanely preyed on a fellow citizen in misfortune are to be stripped and beaten. Their property is confiscated, half to the fiscus of our Dominus Gallienus Augustus, half to Melissus, son of Charillus. Let the sentence be carried out now.
Straightway, 8 burly soldiers from the Stationarii based in Amastris seized the men, dragged them out into the agora. Even before the first whip fell, the condemned were screaming.
"Cowardly Graculi," said Felix.
The words, even the screams, were cut across by a new voice, loud in its desperation.
"Kyrios, hear my petition. I too have been wronged."
Wearily, Felix said,
"Who spoke? Bring him forth."
And so it started, an endless series of complaints, all different, but all having one thing in common. When the barbarians came, I hid in the hills. Returning, I found my neighbour had taken my goat, field, wife. When the barbarians came, in the chaos my fellow citizen attacked my boat, home, daughter. When the barbarians came, my fellow townsmen joined them, pointing out roads and houses, sharing in their depredations. When the barbarians departed, they left behind my silver bowl, my statue of Athena. My friend recovered it, but now will not return it to me. All through the long day, Ballista listened to the stories of woe. He thought of the famous description by Thucydides of the breakdown of society during the civil war in Corcyra. He thought the coming of the barbarians might be worse. To domestic bad faith and betrayal was added the horror of the unknown. A very small part of him felt an atavistic pride. This is what we northerners can do to you feeble men of the south. He suppressed the thought, as unworthy. He concentrated on his dominant emotion, a genuine pity for peaceful men and women whose innocence had been no shield. Yet he did not suspend his critical faculties, trying hard to discern the victims from the liars and opportunists. A false accusation, if successful, brought the same rewards as a genuine one. To give him his due, Felix worked hard, but by the evening the old senator was very tired. He had had more than enough. There were 8 complaints still unheard. Felix announced that he must sail the following day. His duty to the res publica demanded it. The remaining cases must be taken to the governor of the province of Bithynia at Pontus, Vellius Macrinus, currently thought to be holding assizes in the city of Prusa. That many of those involved were poor men, poorer still after their disaster, and Prusa was probably over 200 miles away, did not seem to occur to him. The following morning, bright and early, the Armata pulled out of Amastris. At first there was a northwesterly breeze, but it was fitful. Several times it disappeared, and the oars had to be run out. As many times again it returned, and the oars were drawn inboard. Leaning on the starboard rail, Ballista commented to Brutetius on the forbidding-looking coast. Big, wooded mountains. The trees ran down to the rocks, and the rocks jutted out into the sea. Stark precipices reared up from the water. There were coves, but most were rock-bound, open to the weather, each more of a trap than a haven.
"Not good," Brutetius agreed. "I wanted to get to Sinope today. The noble senator, however, seems to have rediscovered his pleasure in religion. He demands we spend the night at Ionopolis. I'm told by the locals the mooring there is not secure. If another storm gets up—"
"I will talk to him," Ballista said. Felix, seated in comfort, was listening to one of his staff, a winsome youth, reading the Argonautica of Apollonius. Ballista waited for him to finish the passage. Then, choosing his words with care, he spoke in Greek. "Kyrios, this early in the sailing season, the weather is unsettled. Ionopolis is just a grandiose name given to the obscure Paphlagonian town of Abonotekos. We would have to ride at anchor. There is nothing to see except the temple built by the charlatan Alexander of Abonotekos. Long ago, Lucian exposed the god Glykon as a fraud, a tame snake with a moulded human head, deceitful voices whispered through the windpipes of cranes, sham oracles created by greedy men. The consul Rutilianus became a laughingstock when he was taken in by it. Felix turned a cold, baleful face on Ballista.
Publius Mummius Sisenna Rutilianus was my kinsman. In matters of religion, allow me to believe a Roman of high rank and unblemished character over a malicious scribbler like Lucian of Samosata.
He pronounced the latter with extreme distaste.
Lucian, part Graeculus, part Syrian, all malevolent.
Ballista nodded. Of course, Kyrios. There was nothing else to say. Despite the desolate coast, Ionopolis was reached without mishap. The elderly consular and his entourage went ashore. Ballista and the others stayed with the ship. Brutedius allowed the crew no shore leave. 2/3 camped on the beach, the rest remained aboard. Thankfully, the night was placid. At first light, Felix climbed the boarding ladder, smiling, gracious, obviously buoyed up by an auspicious response from the oracle. Brutedius assured the consular that everything was ready. Felix made the libations, asked for the favour of the gods. Ballista was irritated but unsurprised to hear Glycon among the deities. What has the snake god promised you, old man? He thought. A century ago your kinsman believed, so now you do. To you that passes for piety. There was no wind. The sea was dead calm, leaden. Even the eastward current seemed to have deserted them. The sun was a pale disk behind the haze. Intermittent patches of vapour curled on the surface of the water. The oarsman would have a hard day of it. Ballista sensed the unease of Brutedius, something deeper than just scratching at his beard. The veteran triarch had ordered that one of the 3 levels of rowers should rest at all times. He had taken the armata well out into the deserted sea. A glance at the coastline showed why. Iron-bound promontory after iron-bound promontory, between each open, rock-strewn coves. Brutedius had taken on another local pilot. There was but one safe anchorage in the 60 or 70 miles between Abonotakos and Lepti Point. As it was pointed out, Brutedius relaxed a little. As the armata left it astern, he went back to worrying at his beard. Across a grey sea, under an increasingly grey sky, the trireme laboured on, the men singing doleful songs to keep time. At the foot of the cliffs, jagged black-green rocks, frosted white on top with bird droppings. Above the precipices, rugged foothills, jagging up to wild mountains just visible through the mist. Only the occasional column of smoke, rising straight in the still air, showed the country was not deserted. In the heavy fullness of time, the shoreline turned north. The armata turned to follow. The high cliffs dropped away. Through the gathering mist, gentle meadows could be seen rolling down to the sea. On them, tiny white dots, most likely sheep grazing, seemingly unattended. Ballista thought it might put some men in mind of pastoral poetry or Greek novels. He had never really cared for either. Demetrius would have enjoyed the view. Probably Hippothus did.
Lepti Point!
Brutedius pointed. The headland ended in a low jumble of grey rocks. The water pushed and sucked sluggishly at them. Brutedius kept the armata well out. When he thought it completely safe, he brought her head around.
"Ship in sight!"
the bow officer called out. Ballista, Maximus in tow, walked forward with Brutedius. The 3 peered through the shifting obscurity. The bow officer pointed.
"A warship! A Liburnian by the size of her! Must be from Trapezus, one of the classes Pontica."
It was hard to judge distance in the mist. Maybe a mile away to the southeast was a dark shape. The outline of a high prow and forward-sweeping sternpost indicated a Mediterranean-style war galley. Smaller than the armata, she appeared motionless, seemingly sitting on her oars in the shipping lane just around Lepti Point.
"She's not alone."
Maximus had always had keen eyes.
"Beyond her."
Ballista strained to penetrate the murk. Another dark shape. A second, then a third.
"How many do you see?" "6. There could be a 7th.
Ballista could make out 4 now. The 2 he could see best had a prow at either end.
"Brutedius, turn us around and get us away from here." "Gothic longboats?"
The triarch was tugging his beard.
"Gothic longboats."
Brutedius shrugged.
"That explains the empty sea and the beacons."
"We will fight them."
No one had noticed Felix arrive on the forecastle.
"We will go to the aid of the Liburnian. It is unfitting we should run."
"They have seen us," said the bow officer. "They are getting under way."
Ballista addressed Felix. It is too late for the Liburnian. She is with them.
"Unstep the masts! Main and bowsprit!"
Brutedius's voice carried throughout the ship. The crew moved promptly at their triarch's command.
"This is a trireme," said Felix. "We can fight them all."
"No," said Ballista bluntly. "Our marines and artillery were left in Byzantium. None of our rowers are armed. All of their men will be."
"We will maneuver. Use the ram."
There was no doubting the old senator's martial spirit. "They would grapple us." Ballista shook his head. 7 or 8 ships, they would be on us like a pack of hounds. Both masts were down. The gaggle of passengers was impeding them from being securely lashed to the deck, getting tangled in the coils of the back and forestays.
"All civilians sit down!"
bellowed Brutedius.
"Well spread out and not in the way!"
The triarch led the men of rank back to the stern. Maximus had vanished.
"All rowers to benches! Prepare for fast turn to left! On the command, starboard oars, full pressure! Larboard side, back her down hard! Steering oars, hard over!"
A chair was produced for Felix. He waved it away.
"Now!"
The rowing master and the bow officer repeated the call. The great galley surged forward and heeled. Her starboard lowest level oar ports almost under water, her ear dipping towards the sea, she circumscribed a tight circle. In a matter of moments, Brutedius had her levelled off and racing back to the west. Ballista looked over the stern. The Goths had gained appreciably. Now he could see 5 longboats behind the Liburnian. As he watched, the blast of a horn echoed across. It was answered by 7 or 8 more. Brutedius spat over the side.
"We have a start, and we have the legs on 'em. It has already been a longish row, but the boys have rested in turn. Anyway, fear gives a man stamina."
No sooner were the words out than another horn rang out. It came from somewhere ahead and to the left. Another blast followed.
"We were being followed," said Ballista.
"Helmsman, take us out to the northwest, out into the deep sea."
Clearly Brutedius was not given to panic.
"Clear for action! Spare oars to all levels! Spread sand on the deck! Complete silence! Only officers to speak!"
Ballista knew what orders had not been given. This called for some tact. He turned to Felix. "Dominus, I have commanded a trireme in action before. If the triarch agrees, should I organize what fighting men we have?" The elderly senator nodded gravely. "That would be best. I have never been called to fight at sea. My 4 bodyguards and myself are at your disposal." The chase soon took on its pattern. The Armata, throwing a big bow wave, forged through the dull sea. Directly astern, a little more than half a mile away, mainly visible through the gloom, were the Liburnian and 8 longboats. Somewhat further back, off southeast, were 2 more northern warships. These drifted in and out of sight. Normally, Brutedius would have been right. The trireme most likely would have outrun her pursuers. But despite his reassuring words, the oarsmen of the Armata had been rowing more on than off for hours since shortly after dawn. The Goths seemed fresher. At least they were keeping station, if not actually gaining a trifle. Brutedius spoke.
"The pilot says that on this course there is nothing between us and the island of Achilles off the mouths of the Danube, 300 miles or more. We could edge to the north. The Crimean Bosphorus is no more than 160-odd miles."
No one stated the obvious. The Goths would run them down long before they reached either. Maximus reappeared with his weapons and equipment, and that of Ballista. With him were Calgacus and Hippothus, already kitted out. As he armed, Ballista ascertained the number of warriors aboard. 4 in his familia, Felix's 4 bodyguards. The old man insisted on arming 2. Rutulus and Castricius added just themselves. Brutedius, of course, was a long-service centurion. 12 men, 1 rather long in the tooth. Ballista asked for volunteers from the entourages. 20 answered the call. Ballista rejected 6, among them the youths Wulfstan and Bauto. However, he gave each of the boys one of the many knives in his kit. They would not wish to be enslaved again. The eunuch Masturbates was one of those accepted. There were pikes and boarding axes aboard. These and the warriors' spare weapons were doled out. 26 men in all, less than half trained. Hopeless. The sun broke through the haze. Everything was suddenly illuminated. Through the tendrils of mist, 9 Gothic vessels astern, 2 more further behind on the larboard quarter, say a minimum of 30 warriors in each, over 300 armed men against fewer than 30. No sort of odds. Utterly hopeless. The sun went in again. Grey wisps of vapour rose again. The grim chase went on.
"I cannot understand why they would chase a warship," said Felix. "There must be easier, richer pickings. They do not know we have no marines or engines."
"They know everything about us," Rutedius spoke quietly.
"How?"
"Someone from Abonotakos told them."
"Never!"
Flat disbelief in Felix's voice.
"They are Goths, but to some they are just pirates. All Latrones on land or sea get information from locals."
Rutedius sounded resigned.
"No citizen would do such a thing."
Ballista gently intervened. "The cases you heard at Amastris, Dominus. You condemned 2 men to the arena for joining in the barbarians' depredations." The chase ground on. The water still sang down the sides of the armata, but slower now. The oarsmen were tiring fast. Their open-mouthed faces were masks from a tragedy. Their breathing came in sobs. Their sweat dripped on the men below, puddled in the hold. Individuals were starting to miss their stroke. The banks of oars were becoming ragged, like the damaged wings of a bird. The Goths were coming up hand over fist. No more than 300 yards of clear water separated the sternpost of the armata from the ram of the Liburnian. Ballista ran through his pre-battle ritual: the dagger, sword, the healing stone. Wordless, he embraced Caucasus and Maximus. He shook hands with Hippothus, Rutilius, and Castricius. The latter hugged him close. The sombre, gathering darkness of the day was fitting. Ballista's main regret was not seeing his sons grow. Maybe in Valhalla, if there was such a thing, or something like it. Rutedius had stopped tugging at his beard. The old seaman actually laughed. Dull-witted, everyone at the stern stopped gazing at the Goths and looked at Rutedius. The Triarch called out to his rowers.
"One last effort, boys! Less than half an hour, Puri, and we are safe!"
Rutedius turned and pointed ahead. There, curving across the kindly sea, was a solid bank of fog. Chapter 18. The armata slipped into the clammy embrace of the fog. Instantly, the temperature dropped. The sweat ran cold between the men's shoulder blades. Their breath plumed. Wraiths of mist slipped inboard past the bow-post, snaked down among the benches. A pall of steam rose from the rowers, adding to the gloom. It was getting hard to see from one end of the boat to the other. A murmur of tired voices from the oarsmen. The stroke became ragged, desultory.
"Silence!"
Rutedius's voice was pitched to carry, but not far.
"Not safe yet, Puri. Just a little more. Easy pressure."
The armata ghosted through an opaque world. The creak and splash of the oars, the soft gurgle of water. The fog purled on everything. Deck, oars, rails. It dripped from the crew's beards. Ballista watched Rutedius staring over the stern into the fog. All the officers, everyone, watched Rutedius. Nothing visible. No sound of pursuit. Neither meant anything. Rutedius softly called for the purser.
"Pentacontakos, break out the food and water."
The officer padded away, the mist swirling behind him.
"Where's the Naupegos?"
"Here, Dominus,"
said the shipwright.
"Bring up the thin papyrus rope and all the tallow."
Rutedius did not glance at the man, never looked inboard.
"Dominus."
Under the eye of the Pentacontakos, the rear watch of the deck crew was piling wrapped bundles and amphorae on the quarterdeck. Rutedius turned to survey his ship.
"Thelemians, cease rowing. Oars inboard."
Gratefully, the rowers on the lowest level obeyed.
"Pentacontakos, feed the Thelemians first."
Rutedius turned back to the wall of fog beyond the sternpost. Bread, both soggy and slightly stale, a lump of cheese, a raw onion, and a long drink of heavily watered wine. Not having eaten since dawn, the Thelemians wolfed it down. It was gone in seconds.
"Zygians, cease rowing. Oars inboard."
The procedure was repeated with the middle level, leaving the top level, the elite Thranites, rowing the boat on their own. The Naupegos announced the things were to hand.
"Good, shipwright,"
Rutedius said.
"Zygians and Thelmanians, strip."
Ballista and the other passengers watched, bemused, as the two lower levels of rowers stripped off their things with no question or complaint. The 100 or so men sat naked or in undergarments, most shivering with cold and exhaustion. Brutetius glanced over his shoulder and smiled.
"Good, Puri. Now, muffle your oars with your tunics. Tie them tight with bits of rope. Grease the oar ports."
The cloying smell of rancid mutton fat wafted as the men began to rub the tallow into the leather sleeves which kept the water out of the oar ports. It mingled with the stench from the bilges, stale water and sweat, human waste. No oarsman had left his bench for hours. They had had to relieve themselves where they sat. It had not been good for the men on the lower levels. They reeked of piss and shit. Ballista felt sick in the choking miasma.
"Thelemians, oars out. Gentle pressure. Row. Threnites, oars inboard. Eat, then do the other things."
"What do we do?" Ballista addressed the question to Brutetius's back. The Triarch tipped his head to one side, took his time answering. When he did not look round.
"We could continue on our present course, 300 miles of sea room to the island of Achilles, or the mouths of the Danube. It has the advantage that the Goths will not think we will do that. It has the disadvantage that unless an easterly wind gets up, we would never get there. We have no more food, only enough water to last until the morning."
Brutetius paused, tipped his head to the other side.
"We could head north, a long day's road to the Crimea, but what sort of reception would we get?"
"Come," Felix broke in, "it is not the heroic age. They do not sacrifice strangers there any more. The king of the Crimean Bosphorus is a loyal client of Rome."
"The Goths got the Liburnians somewhere,"
said Brutetius thoughtfully. Before Felix could reply, Ballista spoke. "When the Borani first raided into the Black Sea, the time Successianus defended Pityus, they forced the cities of the northwest and the king, some of the subjects of the king of the Crimean Bosphorus, to provide them with ships."
"Or we could run south," Brutetius continued. "We might run into the two Goths who are off to larboard. If we got there, would we be safe? The nearest detachment of auxiliaries is in Heraclea, and precious few of them. It depends how badly the Goths want us."
Again Brutetius paused. Ballista leant on the stern rail next to him. The Triarch's face was very still, but his eyes did not stop moving, probing the impenetrable fog.
"We could stay here, sit quiet," Brutetius continued. "Hope that either the Goths pass us in the fog or give up when they see it. The men are exhausted. They could rest. But if the Goths came on us with no way on the boat, we would be a sitting target."
This time Brutetius was silent for longer. "And our final option?" Ballista asked.
"Our final option is to turn back, try to run silently through them in the fog and the night, get to a safe harbour in Sinope, or even all the way to Trapezus. Best to try and take on water and food somewhere along the coast and then press on to Trapezus. There are troops there."
"And that is what we will do?" said Ballista.
"That is what we will do," said Brutetius.
Half an hour, and the Armata was facing east again. During this time the Threnites had rested, but now they had to return to their work. The top level consisted of the chosen men, the best oarsmen in the boat. Hard men, nut brown. It was said they could row from dawn to dawn with just a sip or two of water. Now that claim would be put to the test. Their hard, calloused hands played out the long, smooth shafts of fur. One rank of blades would make less noise. The Threnites would row with more control, more quietly than the Zygians or Thelemians. It had to be them. They took pride in it. A soft word from the rowing master, and they began. Slowly, the Armata got under way. It was near sunset. Somewhere behind, the sun was going down. Only a faint lightness in the billowing clouds of fog, a strange hint of refracted colour, indicated the west. The great galley slid forward. No pipes, no songs. The Threnites kept time instinctively, watching the backs of the men in front. Catch, pull, twist and lift. A slight swell had got up from aft, gently lifting the stern, running under the keel. Nothing to trouble the Threnites. The wings of oars rose and fell with the quietest of splashes. The ram nosed through the water with a restrained, sibilant hiss. Ballista stood in the stern with Brutetius. The Triarch, legs splayed, rocked as one with the movement of his boat. His eyes were never still. They flicked from the Threnites to the prow, where the bow officer was leaning far forward, watching, listening. The fog was thick, tangible, yet every so often a space cleared like a glade in a forest. The boat pushed through, back into the gloom. Bauto brought Ballista a small cup of unmixed wine. The Frisian was meant to be Caucasus's servant, but he and Wulfstan tended to Ballista and the old Caledonian indiscriminately. They were good boys. As he sipped the alcohol, Ballista looked down the length of the long, narrow craft. Below the Thranites, the other rowers were asleep on their benches. 100 or so men huddled in strange attitudes. Beyond exhaustion, they lay, limbs overlapping, like animals in a malodorous den. A seagull swooped from nowhere, its cry harsh and shocking. Bauto jumped. Ballista put a hand on his shoulder, smiled a reassurance he did not feel. The bird was gone. The Armata slipped wraith-like through the coils of clinging vapour. Ballista's eyes itched with tiredness. Time had lost all meaning. It was darker. The rhythm of the Thranites was hypnotic. They could have been rowing for hours. The brazen note of a horn rang out. Horrible in its immediacy, it came from somewhere not far off the larboard bow. Everyone froze. Even the Thranites faltered. A sharp, urgent whisper from the rowing-master amidships, and the rhythm was resumed. Another horn answered, then another, both off to starboard. Behind Ballista, a man sniffed loudly. He swung round to cuff him to silence. It was Felix. Ballista did nothing. More horns seemingly all around. All-Father, they were in the middle of the enemy. Ballista looked at the others on the quarterdeck. Everyone was unnaturally still. Maximus's eyes were shut. He was listening. Brutedius glanced back, a tight smile. The boat glided on. A disembodied voice floated through the fog. Ballista held his breath. The creak and splash of the oars was hideously strident. The voice came again, muffled, a little off to the left. "Cease rowing." Only the nearest oarsman could hear Brutedius. Those further away followed their lead. The boat's momentum carried her on. Another voice, much nearer, to the right. It was German. A question, the words indistinct. Ballista's breathing was shallow, panting. He was gripping the sternpost tight, sweating. Around him, the faces of the others were sheened with moisture. Their heads turned this way and that, peering at things they could not see. The voice came again from the right, nearer still. A hail, a man's name. Even the helmsman was trembling. No one was sleeping on the lower benches now. All the men kept glancing at Brutedius. The Triarch was rock still. If the hail was aimed at them, it was over. The boat was losing way. Off the starboard bow, something darker than the mist, more solid, 100 feet, no more, the upswept stern of a galley. The Liburnian. The Armata was nearly dead in the water. A Gothic voice returned the call, clean over the Armata, from further away to the left. The horns started up again, the notes eddying through the fog. Brutedius padded to the nearest oarsman. He spoke so low that Ballista and the others by the helmsman did not hear. Drops of water fell from the oars as the Thranites glanced over their shoulders at the men behind, readied themselves. Brutedius, nodding calmly, gestured to the 2 rowers on either side closest to him. They looked at each other, began the stroke. The others copied. The splash as the blades bit the surface, the creak of wood, the slosh of water. Surely the Goths must hear. 1 stroke. A second. No outcry yet. The many thousand wooden joints sighed as the ship gathered way. Still no alarm. Someone was muttering a prayer. Another hushed him. Yet more horns, their piercing volume a blessing from the gods. The dark, solid shape to the right faded aft. In moments, the fog blanketed the sounds of the horns. Ballista drew an almost sobbing breath. The Armata sailed on into the opaque, dark night.
Chapter 19.
"Ships astern, 3 of them."
Ballista surfaced from a dead sleep, trying to understand. Maximus was shaking his shoulder.
"Goths, less than half a mile away."
Ballista could barely move. He had slept in his mail coat on the hard wooden deck. Maximus offered him a hand. He saw Wulfstan and Bauta helping Calgacus to his feet. Hippothus, shaven head glinting, was already up. A breeze had got up in the west. It was tearing away the last shreds of the fog. The sun had just risen. In its raking light, the enemy was in clear sight. Long, low vessels, a prow at either end, unmistakably northern longboats. How had they got there? Last night, after the too close encounter with the Liburnian, the Armata had rowed on for another 3 hours. The first, just the Thrinites pulling. Then they had rested while the other 2 levels took over. They should have been well clear. It might be a trick of the current. Certainly, inshore yesterday it had run strongly to the east. There again, the Goths might have separated, scouring the sea for their prey. Ballista scanned the horizon through 360 degrees. No other ships anywhere. A whoom sound rolled across from the Gothic ships, their warriors giving voice. Silhouetted by the newborn sun, there was no chance the Armata could have escaped detection. The Goths were putting out their oars, gathering way. 2 of them hauled round to set towards the Armata. The other veered away towards the west, going to get the rest of the wolf pack. Brutedius and his officers were hazing the crew back to their stations. The oarsmen were moving stiffly, like old, tired men. No one ever wants to spend a night at sea in the cramped and damp discomfort of a war galley.
Out oars! Prepare to row! Medium pressure! Row!
The rowing master's pipe squealed. The blades broke the surface. Not too ragged, given the circumstances. Horns blared from the northern boats. No longer deadened by the fog, the notes skimmed far out across the sea, summoning their kinsmen to the chase. Yesterday evening, the horns had masked the sound of the Armata's escape. Today, they were likely to bring its doom. This had the makings of another long, bad day. The Armata was built for speed. Under oars, she could leave almost anything afloat far behind in her wake. But not when her rowers were tired, hungry, and thirsty. Not when they had not stepped off the boat for more than 24 hours. Not when they had not eaten since the previous evening. The oarsmen sat on sodden cushions. They wore soaking tunics. They had unmuffled their blades in the night. The salt had chafed their skin. Their calluses were raw, bleeding. Below them, their own waists slopped and stank. Despite it all, the banks of oars, if they did not rise and fall quite as one, did nothing too dissimilar. Under Brutedius's order, the rowing master kept them only at medium or even light pressure. It was designed to preserve what little energy they still possessed. However, it did not make the Goths fall away astern. A little over 300 yards of undulating green water separated the Armata from the longboats. Brutedius, as ever, stood near the helm. The swell had increased. Brutedius moved as one with the motion of his ship. His eyes shifted endlessly, measuring, calculating. Behind his beard, he was haggard. Ballista wondered if he had slept at all. The purser was summoned. Brutedius ordered the last reserves of water to be rationed out, each man aboard to get the same meagre measure. Next, Brutedius called the shipwright to his side.
When the men have drunk, clear the passengers out of the way as far as you can, and step the masts.
Like all the crew, the Naupegos was under military discipline, yet he appeared just a little uncertain. Brutedius looked hard at him.
A storm is getting up in the west, he smiled. Either it will save us, or kill us.
A salute. We will do what is ordered, and at every command we will be ready. The full deck crew, aided by a few of the able-bodied passengers pressed into service, unlashed the mainmast from its horizontal position on the deck and heaved the long, heavy trunk of pine into place to lift. They squared off the endless ropes and tackle, then hauled and hauled. Slowly, slowly, with more than one heart-stopping shift and sway, the mast was coaxed upright, and its heel slid home into its tabernacle.
"Rig double stays!" shouted Brutedius.
He turned to Ballista.
"The mast can take punishment. I selected her myself, a fine, straight tree from a good sunny aspect."
Then, louder to a wider audience,
"Sway up the yard!"
Against the squeal of pulleys and the hammering of mallets, Felix spoke. "I have stores for myself and my familiar in the cabin. They should be distributed to the men." The old senator's offer was accepted most gladly. And so it was that there in the wastes of the kindly sea, the crew, the sweepings of the back streets of Alexandria, Antioch and Smyrna, many of them brought up on slave bread, were fed by hand all the delicacies the Imperium and beyond had to offer. Biscuits, soft and melting, a world apart from ship's biscuit, or the buxalatum of the army, smoked eel from Spain, artichoke hearts in honey vinegar from Sicily, stems of silphium from who knew where, apricot halves in grape syrup. One and all vanished into hungry mouths, delighted, rough, untutored palates. Shared among 200, there was only a mouthful or two each, but it helped. Certainly it raised spirit. There were smiles, even song, a croaking version of an old favourite about an unusually accomplished girl from Corinth. Oh, the things she could do with your prick.
"I do not understand it at all," said Felix almost plaintively. "Barbarians, especially northern barbarians, are not noted for their persistence, but these Scythians seemingly would follow us across the Styx."
"They know what we carry,"
Brutetius said, then roared,
"Tighten that fucking brace!"
Ballista and Maximus exchanged a look, one of total understanding, complete with a small, knowing smile. As Ballista looked away, he caught the eye of Hippothus. There was a strange light there. Of course, thought Ballista, you too know all about the blood feuds. If the Goths are Borani or Tervingi, the gold and silver, all the diplomatic gifts on board are just bread, not the relish. What could you do? Wherever you go, old enemies will find you.
"Sponges! Have we got any sponges, Pentacontarchus?"
The purser hastened to assure his captain they had plenty.
"Get the deckhands to wash down the men on the benches as they row. Start at the top level. The poorly will feel better when they are not quite so covered in shit. And get the pump working. Try to get some of that filthy water out of the bilges."
The sun was getting higher, sparkling in the spray. Through it the unsmiling chase ran on. Like some punishment in Hades, ever labouring, never succeeding, the crew of the Armata drove her through the water, but never could escape their pursuers. Brutetius went into close conversation with the shipwright and the local pilot. There was much gesticulating, pointing, shaking, and nodding of heads. At the end of it, the Naupegos went off and returned with men carrying a second set of steering oars. These, with some considerable difficulty and much voluble swearing, were run out through the rear of the outriggers on both sides of the ship, at the level of the topmost rowers. The tillers from these came in at right angles to where a second helmsman now took station in front of the first. This done, the Naupegos and his men crawled around fitting hanging weather screens to the outside of the ship that were intended to give some measure of shelter to the Thranites, who, although they had a deck over their heads, were otherwise exposed on the sides. After inspecting the new arrangements, Brutetius climbed some way up the sternpost and gazed aft. Eventually he climbed stiffly down and addressed the senior passengers on the quarterdeck.
"Domine, you see the cloud behind us over our starboard quarter. Most likely it has formed over the high land behind Sinope. If that is right, we drifted further east in the night than we thought. With the Goths where they are, now there is no chance of us making Sinope."
Those assembled received this in silence.
"The wind has moved to the northwest. The Argestes, the cleanser as it is known, is strengthening. Maybe it will cleanse us of these Goths."
Brutetius smiled with no great humour.
"The Argestes will blow a storm. The second outer steering oars are there to help in a high sea. When it hits, we will run before it under sail, but we will try to keep it a touch on our larboard quarter. We do not want to be driven onto the coast to the east of Sinope. It is inhospitable, a 50-mile bight of shifting shoals and banks. The local pilot and the periplus I studied both say the first safe harbour is now Stathmos, but it is in the marshes of the estuary of the Halys. Better we try for Amesus. It is only some 15 miles further, and has an easy approach. Failing that, a little beyond, there is Ancon on the headland of the Dianthos plain."
"And failing that?" Ballista asked.
"Trapezus."
"How far?"
"Better none of us think of that."
Brutetius went back to studying his ship and the sea. The storm did not come in one rush. It built gradually, wave on wave, the wind keening higher in the rigging. The fore and aft lift were increasing. The waves were showing white. The rowers were having trouble catching their strokes. Brutetius, ignoring the pleading looks of his officers and men, bided his time. Ballista, one arm holding the sternpost, the other firm around Wulfstan and Bauto, watched the Goths astern. The longboats were only about 200 yards behind. They were rising and falling on the waves like seagulls. At times they were completely lost from view in the troughs between the rollers. These were big, all the way from the mouth of the Borysthenes, 300–400 miles of sea room to gather themselves, to build up into something terrifying.
Are we going to die? Wulfstan had to shout to be heard. We are not sailing on a mat. Old Brutedius knows what he is doing. Ballista squeezed the boys harder. The goddess Ran will not get us with her drowning net today. He did what he could to convey reassurance. Maximus, timing the roll, slid to his side. The Goths are gaining. Ballista flicked his head to get his long hair out of his eyes. There will be no fighting in this. Help me out of this mail shirt. He released Wulfstan and Bauto. You boys, hold on tight to the rail. Soon the waves were breaking and tumbling. The oarsmen were fighting for purchase on the broken sea. The deck was streaming. One of the Thalamians was carried up from the depths of the ship. He was twitching, his face a bloody mess. He had missed his stroke. Somehow the metal counterweight on his oar had smashed into his face. "Deck crew!" Brutedius bellowed above the elements. "On my command! Unfurl the mainsail! Only a little canvas, steady on the brails! Rowing master, when she draws on my second command, oars inboard! Zygians and Thalamians, all the way! Seal the oar ports! Threnites, leave just the blades outside the weather screen!" Brutedius, moving easily across the wildly pitching deck, went to the rear helm. He placed his hands on the tillers, next to those of the helmsman. Braced, feeling the run of his ship, he gazed back over his shoulder towards the prow. "Deck crew, now!" The sail dropped, snapped and bellied out, tight as a drum in an instant. The mast groaned. "Enough!" The deck crew, leaning back, feet slipping, struggling for balance, wrestled the brails secure. There was just a few feet of sail showing. The ship shied like a racehorse. "Rowing master! Oars inboard!" The poles rattled home, and the armata twisted, straightened, and forged ahead with a new urgency. "Helmsman! Bring the wind a touch to larboard!" The waves rushed under the high, curving stern of the trireme, tipped her nose down, lifted her. The long, delicate ship rode at a slant up the great face of water. At the top, she hung for a moment among the flying spume, ram high, then wriggled and slid down the far side. Again and again the threat was surmounted, the inhuman power negated. "Oarsmen, lie on your benches! Threnites, listen for orders! More hands to the pump! Bow officer, get some men bailing!" A bigger wave brought Brutedius to his knees. He was up in a moment. He bawled the traditional cry of seafarers. "Alexander lives and reigns!" Ballista had been in a galley caught in heavy weather before, the Clementia, out in the Adriatic, north of Coracra. He understood the risks. So many things could turn the boat side on to the waves. Too much water in the bilges, rushing uncontrolled, making the boat unstable, unresponsive to the helm. An exposed rank of oars caught by a wave, acting like a lever. The ram driven too deep, becoming a forward rudder. A broken steering oar. And caught side on, she would roll. And that would be an end to it. Brutedius was doing everything he could, the pump and bailing, the double steering oars, just enough sail to give the vessel steerage, the oars inboard, but the upper rank poised for a desperate attempt to claw her head around. You could not fault Brutedius's efforts, but they might well not be enough. A terrible wave could break over the ship, swamp her. If that happened, no despairing efforts would prevent her, sooner or later, turning broadside to the sea. The Armata might fail to ride a huge wave. Not reaching the crest, she would pitch pole, upended, stern over bow. If such a terrible wave came, it could simply drive the ship, ram first, down into the depths. That would be best. It would be the quickest. The storm buffeted at their ears, yet not so loud they could not hear the groans and unnatural thumps as thousands of wooden joints flexed and ground together. Not so deafening they were not aware of the high thrum of the rigging and the roar and crash of the waves. "Dominus, the water down below is rising. I think the Hypers Armata is working loose." "No," Brutedius reassured the shipwright. "It is just the seams moving. Nail a patch over anywhere it is coming in too fast, and get more men bailing. Keep changing the shifts on the pump." The Narpegos reeled away below deck, clutching at the woodwork as he negotiated the steps. "What is a hypersoma?" Maximus asked. "Nothing of importance," replied Brutedius. The air was full of water, the sea raging, but still the ship swam, sliding, twisting, bucking beneath their feet, but she still swam. Hercules, hairy arse!
The Armata ran into something. She was smashed sideways. Across the deck, men were knocked off their feet, sent sliding down towards the starboard rail.
"All hands larboard!" bellowed Brutedius. "Now!"
Ballista did not think. He skidded around the corner of the cabin and set off between it and the back of the rear helmsman. The deck lurched up in front of him. He was thrown flat. He was slipping backwards in a deluge of water. His foot hit something, broke the momentum. His fingers found purchase in a join in the deck. Wulfstan was slithering past. Ballista put out a hand, grabbed the boy by the scruff of his tunic.
"Larboard now!"
Brutedius's voice was cracked.
"The next one will turn us over!"
A few steps, and Ballista's chest collided with the rail. Locking his forearms under it, he gripped for dear life. A body banged in on either side, another from behind. Looking up, Ballista saw that a mountain of water was heading straight for him. The third of the rogue triple waves towered over the boat. Ballista forgot to breathe before the impact. Salt water forced its way into his mouth, up his nose. It tried to rip him from the rail. The Armata was tipping. Ballista tried to breathe out. He failed. The boat reared still higher. Ballista's body forced him to try and breathe. Nothing but water, choking, down into his lungs, drowning him. The boat literally hung in the balance. All-Father, this is it, thought Ballista. I am going to die. Then, wonderful, sweet air. Gulping, coughing, Ballista felt the rail start to fall. Slowly at first, then faster, the Armata began to right herself.
"Rowers, back to your benches!"
Brutedius was indestructible, a thing of nature.
"Balance the boat!"
From below, the sounds of the starboard oarsmen stumbling, bumping to their places, a herd of weird migrating animals. All around Ballista, cheering, faces with insane grins. Someone was thumping him on the back. Saved! Saved! Gods be praised! The stern of the boat lifted on a normal wave.
"Man overboard!"
The shout came from the stern. Ballista staggered towards it. Hippothus was pointing. The Armata was sliding up the wave. Nothing to be seen but water. The boat crested the wave, and there was a small head in the water, arms wide, thrashing in a wild crawl.
"Bow to!"
Wulfstan screamed. The Frisian boy was going up the front of the following wave. He went over the top. Ballista hugged Wulfstan to him, as tight as his own child. The Armata slid up the wave, hung on its peak, and Bauto was gone. Nothing but empty, pitiless water.
"The Goths! They are gone!"
It meant nothing to Ballista. There was no room in his thoughts for anything but a small boy lost in a wild sea. The storm went as it came, gradually. All the long day and most of the following night, the Armata ran, as far as could be told, a little east of southeast. Dawn found the ship crawling past the mole into the miraculous safe harbour of Amisus. She was leaking like a sieve. Several planks sprung. The two great ropes of the Hypers Armata that girdled the hull and held her together were loose. The water had risen past the bilges. The pump and bailing barely held it at bay from the lower benches. Only the natural buoyancy of a wooden boat was stopping her sinking. The human cost could have been worse. 5 broken limbs, 3 arms, 2 legs, several bad cuts and rope burns, 2 men knocked senseless. Just one dead, a young boy drowned in the immensity of the kindly sea. Part 3. The Mountains of Prometheus. The Caucasus, summer-autumn, AD 262. Slim indeed are our hopes, if we must entrust our safe return to women. Apollonius of Rhodes, Argonautica, 3, c. 480. Chapter 20. When the sea fret lifted, there, fine over the starboard bow, were the Caucasus Mountains. 40, 50 or more miles away, the immense green-grey slopes thrust up, and far behind them, cloud-topped, the jagged white peaks of the mountain wall. They were, thought Ballista, a fitting place for a high god to chain an immortal traitor. Ballista had crossed the Alps several times, and as a young man he had served in the Atlas, but those mountains were as nothing to this eastern range. He could see why some men held that the Caucasus might stretch as far as India. Somewhere high in that wilderness of rock and snow, he had to seduce a king from his Persian inclination, and cajole him back into friendship with Rome. Somewhere up there was a grim pass he had to defend from the savage northern nomads. It was the far edge of the world, a sort of armed exile.
Arian was right, Hippothus said. The Phasis River does have a strange colour.
Ballista looked. Mud carried down by the great river of Caucasus stained the sea in a wide yellowish fan. The waters of the Phasis were indeed light with a tawny shade, just as the bookish governor of Cappadocia had written more than a century before. For these Greeks and Romans everything was seen through a filter of literary texts. The armata turned and nudged in towards Phasis. The last leg of the furthermost run had been slow. They had taken 8 days at Amisus repairing the trireme after the storm. It had been a miserable time. Hard, dirty work tightening the hyposomata around the vessel, making sound the sprung planks, caulking the seams, splicing and replacing damaged rigging, cleaning the fouled bilges. The spirits of the passengers as well as the labouring crew had been oddly oppressed by the fate of one young barbarian slave boy. The death on shore of one of the unconscious crewmen had passed almost unnoticed. 2 days out from Amisus, they had docked in the neat man-made harbour below the towers of Trapezus and a smoke-blackened temple to Hadrian and Rome, where a battered statue of the deified emperor pointed out to sea. They had gone ashore. The fold of his toga over his head, Felix had sacrificed an ox, inspected its entrails, nothing untoward, and poured a libation. Trapezus was the headquarters of the Black Sea Fleet, and the most important garrison town for the army at the eastern end of the sea. The next morning, the consular, for all the world as if he were the governor of Cappadocia, had inspected the ships, the troops, their weapons, the walls, the trench, the sick, the muster rolls, and the food supplies. All were sadly depleted. Only a few years earlier, the Classis Pontica had boasted no fewer than 40 warships here. There had been some 10,000 local troops, as well as many regulars. But then the Northmen had come. The garrison had failed in its duty and courage, and the Borani had sacked the city. Now there were but 10 Liburnians, 4 of them laid up, and just 3 units of soldiers. The 2 units of local infantry, Numeri 1 and 2 Trapezuntiun, numbered no more than 150 men each, and the cavalry regulars, alla 2 gallorum, about 200, even including those absent without leave, and the ill. The subsequent 2 days, a similar story had played out. Just down the coast at the fort of Hysu Limen, the old, proud cohors Apulea Civium Romanorum Isiporto had only 250 men, with the standards all told. 80 miles to the east, things were yet worse at the city of Asparas. In the glory days of Arrian, Asparas had been home to 5 cohorts. Now, cohors 2 Claudiana and cohors 3 Ulpia Patriorum Miliaria Equitata Sagittariorum, despite a notional complement of around 1,500 soldiers, could put just 300 men on the parade ground. There was no reason to suppose things would be better at Phasis. They entered the estuary slowly. The Phasis ceaselessly created new, shifting mudflats. A man in the bow swung the lead, calling back the soundings. When they were over the main bar, Felix poured out unmixed wine into the river, a libation to Earth, the divine genius of the Emperor Gallienus, the gods who inhabited this land, and the spirits of the dead heroes. The trireme backed water to the military jetty. Longshoremen caught the ropes, made her fast. The boarding ladder was run out. Headed by the venerable Senator Felix, the mission to the Caucasus clattered off the ship. Brutetius called farewell. 5 days before the calends of June, 26 since they had weighed anchor at Byzantium, and the outward voyage of the latter-day Argonauts was over. The prefect in command of the imperial troops greeted them. A Spaniard of a certain age, he had a careworn, placatory demeanour. The Vir Clarissimus and his esteemed comites had been expected much earlier. It had been necessary to return the soldiers of the welcoming party to other duties. They were terribly overstretched. He very much hoped the Vir Clarissimus would understand, that no one would take offence. Felix, urbanely but firmly, cut through the apologia. All would be splendid, quite splendid, if their baggage could be conveyed to their quarters, and if lunch was in hand. Nothing like a return to terra firma to give one an appetite. Just so, Dominus, just so. The prefect conducted them through the vicus. Ballista noted with approval the well-built brick wall and deep ditch which protected the landward approach to the settlement of veterans and traders. Better still, the fort itself had a double ditch before its walls, and artillery visible on its towers. The state of the garrison remained to be discovered, but it was worth remembering that Phasis was one of the few localities that had not fallen in either of the great raids by the Borani. The headquarters building was modest, and the lunch in keeping with its surroundings. When they were still on the hard-boiled eggs and pickled fish, one of Felix's bodyguards came and whispered in his ear. The consular's face flushed, and assumed an appearance of dignitas outraged. "Prefect," Felix snapped, "your men may have committed some dereliction, but the soldiers with me have done nothing to deserve punishment." Ballista's sympathy went out to the prefect, who appeared both baffled and anxious. "Millet," Felix said. "My men are being served millet." Understanding dawned on the prefect's face, but not ease. "Oh, no, not a punishment. Nothing of the sort." Felix continued to look like thunder. "No slight intended," the prefect floundered on. "A forced measure. Supplies of wheat have not been shipped to the garrison since the—" He seemed to be struggling to find the right words to describe the recent years of continuous usurpation, civil war, and repeated barbarian triumph. "Since the troubles," he concluded lamely. Now it was the elderly senator's turn for confusion. "Why not purchase wheat locally?" We do, but little is grown in Caucasus. It is prohibitively expensive, although, of course, we would never serve anything else to a Vir Clarissimus and his comites." "Then requisition the stuff." The prefect looked as if he were going to raise some objection, but did not. "Of course, Dominus." Over the apples and nuts, Felix announced a desire to view the monuments and places associated with the heroic age, with Jason and the Argonauts, with Princess Medea and her bloody-minded father Aeetes. So strong was his desire, he would set out straight after lunch. "Of course, Dominus." And when he returned, he would both inspect the garrison and conduct a lustrum of the expedition. The Spanish prefect looked far from happy at this. Felix smiled. "Have no fears, prefect. I am fully aware of the difficulties faced by commanders of far-flung forces in these difficult times." The prefect did not appear mollified. "Dominus, it is the lustrum." "Oh, no," Felix said. "I will, of course, reimburse you the price of the sacrificial beasts. Only those our traditions require, a boar, a ram, and a bull. You will be put to no expense." "Dominus." Clearly the prefect was still unhappy. Ballista had no idea where the problem lay, but he suspected it was not about money. "Make sure the attendants with them have propitious names, and that there are plenty of musicians, all soldiers, or suitably martial instruments." As soon as the Vir Clarissimus had sipped the last of his conditum, they made a start. A local guide led them first to the temple of the Phasian goddess on the headland. Here they were shown 2 anchors, one iron, one stone, both said to be from the Argo. Next they were led across the heavily wooded plain of Circe. Walking the sun-dappled path, overhung by a profusion of elms and willows, they all felt a pleasurable frisson of horror. Just as they had been led to expect, from the uppermost branches hung any number of untreated ox hides, each containing its corpse. The guide laughed like a conjurer who had completed his trick. "It is an abomination to us to cremate or bury a man. But do not think us barbarians. Do not think we do not honor our mother, the earth. We give her the bodies of women." "Everywhere custom is king," Felix sonorously quoted the famous line of Herodotus. This was the sort of exoticism hoped for at the edge of the world. Ballista reflected that the Sassanid Persians, as Zoroastrians, exposed their dead too, men and women. A brisk walk, the path damp underfoot, and they came to the palace of Aeetes. They stepped through the broad gates in the columned walls. There, in the shady courtyard, the guide pointed out the bronze bulls crafted by the god Hephaestos, and the 4 miraculous springs. The former no longer moved. Indeed, they were now all bronze, and fire no longer belched from their mouths, and the channels of the latter no longer ran with milk, wine, unguent, and water. But Felix seemed most impressed. Apart from a prurient interest in the bedroom of Medea, Ballista caught Maximus sniffing the sheets. The rest was less arresting, less opulent than many a senator's villa on the Bay of Naples. A walkway of wooden boards led them down to the river. They passed the temple of Hecate.
"Think," the guide urged them. "The priestess Medea trod on that very threshold."
Felix nodded, struck by the worn stone. Ballista was less convinced they would have decorated temples or palaces with Corinthian columns in the age of heroes before the Trojan War. A suitably Stygian ferry conveyed them across the river. They crossed the plain of Ares, the water again squelching under their boots, until they came to the sacred grove of oaks and the vine-tangled temple of Phrixus.
"Nothing to fear now, ha-ha!" the guide prattled. "The terrible Draco, the serpent's teeth which bring forth the armed men from the soil, all vanquished by your predecessor Jason from the west. Of course, his life would have ended here, if not for the love of the Princess Medea."
They studied for a time a particularly venerable oak on which the guide assured them the golden fleece had hung. Felix declared it time to return. He resolutely declined invitations to view the polis, its emporion, or anything else modern. The primitive ferry rowed them back to the vicus and the fort. There were 2 units stationed at Phasis, the Vexillatio Fasciana and the Equites Singulares. Both were notionally composed of select soldiers drawn from other units from across the province of Cappadocia. In reality, they were little more than a local militia. Even on the small Campus Martius, their inadequate numbers were evident. Perhaps 300 in all. The prefect hurried to inform the Vir Clarissimus and his comites that another 100 men, 50 from each, were upriver in the fort of Sarapanis. Felix was at his most gracious. He was certain that the detachment was as well turned out as the soldiers in front of him, a most creditable sight in a difficult age. Sharp in their movements, resolute in their demeanour, it spoke most highly of their officers. As the prefect and his under-officers relaxed, Felix mentioned the lustrum.
"All is ready, Dominus."
The prefect looked as if he were about to be thrown into the arena.
"What is it? Are the animals not ready?"
"No, Dominus, they are all here."
"Then what? Trouble finding musicians or men with the right sort of name?"
"It is the ram, Dominus."
"Providing its entrails show the favour of Mars, it will not matter if it is not too good-looking a beast outwardly."
The Spanish officer took a deep breath.
"Dominus, I do not want you to think that we have in any way deserted the traditions of Rome or her religious rites, which have given her imperium without end. Although stationed in a far-off place, we are soldiers of Rome. We renew our sacramentum every year. We will do what is ordered, and at every command we will be ready."
"What is it?" Felix said, not unkindly.
"The majority of our men are drawn from the local population, have been as far back as our master rolls go. It is against the customs of Colchis to sacrifice rams. It is the same in Iberia and Albania, throughout the region of the Caucasus. Tacitus mentioned it."
Felix considered this seriously.
"Our expedition has been dogged by misfortune. Gothic pirates, storms. We have lost time and men. The gods have not been well disposed towards us. A new beginning is necessary. A lustrum is the time-honoured way for Romans to supplicate the gods in such a case. To alter the ritual might offend the natural gods of Rome. While I have no wish to offend our subjects, we have our mandata. Rome must come first. Let the lustrum be performed."
To brazen tunes, the bull, the boar, and the contentious ram were brought out and led around the members of the expedition, 3 circuits from their violent end. Ballista thought about the elderly Senator Felix. He was no more hidebound than most of his order. He had been faced with a difficult choice. He had made his decision. It was not the one Ballista would have made. But Ballista, unlike Felix, was far from convinced the natural gods of Rome existed, or any gods at all. Chapter 21. On the 5th day, the calends of June, the expedition had divided. Felix sailed for the northeastern shores of the Black Sea to pursue his diplomacy with the 2 kings of Abasgia and their clients, the Longbeards and the Lyceters. As the Armata had already returned straight away to Byzantium, bound then for the west, the consular had been obliged to charter a merchant vessel. The best the put-upon prefect at Phasis could provide was a small Liburnian as escort. Hippothus noticed that as soon as the self-appointed embodiment of old Roman values and virtue had left, the spirits of the others lifted. As a Hellene, Hippothus could understand. A little conspicuous Western antique mos maiorum and virtus could go a long way, but there was something inherently wearing in constantly, if silently, being made aware that you fell somewhat short of the ideal. The remainder of the expedition was to travel together up the river faces as far as a fort called Sarapanis, said to be set in a range of hills on the border between Colchis and Iberia, at the very limit of navigation. This involved embarking themselves and their baggage on several native boats. Hippothus was most unimpressed with these so-called Kamarai. Long and narrow, they were dirty and uncomfortable. There was no cover. Far from having a cabin, they were actually undecked. Each had benches for 30 rowers. The Kamarai were so cramped that although the expedition now totaled just 18 persons, they had to distribute themselves and their possessions across 5 of these squalid craft. And there was something more distinctly unsettling about these Kamarai. Clinker-built, they had a prow and steering oars at either end. To Hippothus's eye, they looked like nothing so much as small versions of the longboats of the Goths and Borani. Hardly an auspicious thing. At first, the river Phasis was very broad, wonderfully calm, like smoked glass, after the kindly sea. On either bank, beyond a thick screen of reeds, was low, marshy, primeval forest. Everything was very green, very flat. The air was humid, misty. At clearer moments, the Caucasus loomed on the left. The river meandered in great sweeps, little archipelagos of sodden, uninhabitable islands in the bends. Nothing but the splash of the oars, the water singing down the sides of the boats, and the endless croaking of innumerable frogs. However, not all was peace. A constant impediment, if not actual danger, was the great lashed-together rafts of logs the natives floated down to sell in the city for shipbuilding. Again and again the Kamarai hurriedly had to pull to the banks to avoid collisions with the unwieldy masses of timber. It was, Hippothus thought sourly, the only time their oarsmen displayed the merest hint of energy or alacrity. By the end of the second day, another problem materialized. The silt carried down by the river created an ever-changing pattern of shallows and mudbanks. A man in the prow of the lead boat probed the riverbed with a long pole. The helmsman was faced with continual choices as the channels of the river divided again and again. Not all his choices were good. Although the Kamarai drew little water, they ran aground with increasing frequency. Here the double-ended form of the boats came into its own. Quite often the rowers merely reversed their position, the helmsman scurried to the other end of the boat, and the oars pulled her off. If that did not suffice, things became considerably more fraught. The crew had to go overboard, and, standing waist or even neck-deep in the turbid water, manhandle the boat free. This they were most reluctant to do. Like most of the great watercourses, the Phasis bred man-murdering monsters. The travellers were told these looked like catfish, but were larger, blacker, and stronger, as man-eating as any in existence, as deadly as the horrors that were hauled from the Danube with teams of horses or oxen. Each time the men came back over the side, muddy but unmolested, the Colchians would laugh, clap, break into song. One solemnly assured Hippothus that their continued good fortune was owed to all on board heeding local wisdom. Before setting out, Hippothus and the others had been enjoined to empty all their waterskins and the like. To carry alien water on the Phasis was to bring the very worst luck. Whether it should have been credited to the absence of foreign water or to the kindly hand of a deity, none of the dark monsters made an appearance. But with the searching for a channel, the logs and the groundings, the perceived idleness of the natives, progress was very slow. Dawn on the 4th day, and the river narrowed and the forest thinned. Signs of habitation increased. Fields, orchards, isolated log huts, small, near-naked children tended flocks. They waved as they brought their charges to water at the riverbank. To the north, the Caucasus seemed only a little closer. But to the south, the hills advanced near, rising in steep, timber-covered slopes. The things that did not change were the dampness, the lushness, and the interminable noise of the frogs. Brekakekex, coax, coax. They preyed on everyone's nerves. Brekakekex. None more so than Maximus. What he would not do for some fucking peace. Sat in the stern of one of the stinking Kamarai, Hippothus told Maximus every fable of Aesop featuring frogs that he could recall. It was like soothing a child. The barbarian enjoyed the ones where the frogs suffered and died an unpleasant death. His favourite was the one where the frogs, tired of their democratic existence, asked Zeus for a king. The god sent them a log. Unimpressed with its inactivity, they petitioned for a new monarch. So Zeus sent them a water snake, which ate them.
"And the moral is?" Hippothous asked.
"Be very afraid of snakes."
No. Sometimes Hippothous wondered if the barbarian was mocking him. It is better to be ruled by an indolent emperor than an active one who is malevolent.
Or, Calgacus suddenly spoke, the obvious truth that all change is likely to make things infinitely fucking worse.
Hippothous was not sure he had ever met anyone more gloomy than Ballista's old Caledonian freedman. They slept that night in a town with the happy name of Rhodopolis. There were indeed roses. The polis was set in a fertile plain. Once, maybe in the days of Hellenic freedom before Rome crossed the Adriatic and her greed impelled her to the ends of the earth, Rhodopolis had been a fine place. Temples, agora, voluterion, everything a Hellenic polis should have. But it was much decayed, and bore the signs of both violence and neglect. Possibly, Hippothous thought, in this case, Rome was not to blame. Rhodopolis had been sited with a view only to wealth, and not defence. On the 5th day, the hills crowded close on both sides. The stream was narrow and fast, the going slow. At the time when 2/3 of the day had gone, the time when exhausted labourers pray for the dark to hurry, the Camari fought their way around the last corner, and gratefully moored at Sarapanis. Sarapanis was a neat, small village of tiled houses, a touch run down. It clustered at the foot of a steep, conical hill. At the top was the fort. Its garrison proved to consist of only 60 men, but the walls were sound, and they had 2 pieces of artillery. The whole, fort and village, was almost entirely encircled by the confluence of the Phasis and another river. To make good the fort's lack of a natural spring, an underground tunnel had been dug down to one of the rivers. It was an eminently defensible site, dominating the crossing from Caucasus to Iberia. It was easy to see why the garrison of locals had been replaced with Roman regulars. It was a pity there were not more of them. Freed from the noble shadow of Felix, Ballista slipped easily into the role of senior Roman army commander, touring, inspecting, questioning, speaking words of encouragement. At such times, Hippothous thought, the northerner had an air of competent authority. At Sarapanis the expedition was to divide again. Rutulus and Castricius were to travel together as far as Harmozica, the capital of Iberia, to the court of King Hamazasp, the king whose son Ballista had killed. Whenever Hamazasp was mentioned, Hippothous noted Ballista's face became hard, closed in. Most likely guilt, possibly with an edge of fear. From Hamazasp's palace at Harmozica, Castricius would journey on to Albania to deal with King Caucasus. The latest report placed Caucasus at Tsur, on the Caspian coast. Undoubtedly the Albanian king was there keeping an eye on, and ingratiating himself with, the Sassanid prince Narse, who was finishing off rebels among the Mahdi and the Cadusi, just to the south. As their contubernium was to end, Ballista, subtly, if not indeed unconsciously asserting his primacy, decided that a feast was in order. Hippothous was instructed to produce money from their travelling funds, and soldiers were dispatched to procure the good things necessary. Ballista demanded these include his favourite suckling pig and black pudding, and amphorae of local wine. Dozens of amphorae of local wine. Hippothous came back to life reluctantly. His one servant, Narcissus, was talking to him. Hippothous wished he would stop. The slave continued talking. Hippothous opened his eyes. His head hurt. Narcissus passed him a cup of water. Hippothous sat up and drank it, held it out for more. The local wine had not come in amphorae, but goatskins. It had tasted of goatskins. Hippothous' mouth still tasted of goatskins. However, he did not feel quite as bad as he had expected. Probably he was still drunk. It meant the full horror of the hangover would overwhelm him later.
"Kyrios, the eunuch Masturbates is to talk to you all in an hour."
In the small headquarters, Ballista, Rutulus, and most of the others were waiting. They all looked crapulous. Castricius had not appeared yet.
"You do not look well, Excensus," said Maximus.
Hippothous did not reply.
"I feel fine."
Maximus pulled down the neck of his tunic.
"You should get some of these amethysts. Sure, they are the finest preventative of the effects of overindulgence. Drink all you want, stay sober, feel good."
Hippothous noticed that, as well as the gemstone on a thong, the freedman wore a fine golden necklace, Sassanid work. "And where did you steal that?" he wondered.
"Cabbage," said Rutulus. "Fried is best, but boiled will do, or eat almonds before you start drinking."
Nonsense, said Ballista. Old wives' tales. None of them works. Amulets and gemstones least of all. Drink milk first. Lines the stomach.
Olive oil, if you're not a barbarian,
said Rutulus. Castricius entered to laughter from the rest. The little man looked half dead.
Now we are all here, said Mastabates. Before we go our separate ways, I was ordered to remind you all of what information our noble Augustus Gallienus, long may he reign, has received of the 3 Caucasian kings whose fortifications you will repair, and whose allegiance you must secure. The young eunuch paused, seemed to swell slightly with pride. I do not think it indiscreet to mention that this order was given to me personally by the Praetorian prefect, Lucius Calpurnius Piso Censorinus. He assured me the information was as accurate as could be found, having been gathered from previous diplomacy, from merchants, and from specially instructed frumentarii. First, Polemo, the king of Suania. He is a man who cares little for either Rome or Persia. He is dominated by 2 passions: survival, a tricky proposition for a monarch of his race, and the acquisition of as much wealth as Croesus. Polemo's spirit is dominated by avarice. He taxes heavily those crossing the passes in his territories, and his mountains are said to produce much gold and many gems. Yet none of it is enough to satisfy him, so he takes gifts from both the Imperium and Persia, while keeping faith with neither. Frequently his men raid the lowlands, as far as the client cities of Rome on the Black Sea coast. Pituas, Sebastopolis, Cygnus, all have suffered. Of course, he always denies responsibility. His warriors act without his permission, which, given his subjects, often may be true.
Hippothus reached for some water on the table. He was annoyed that his hand was unsteady. He saw Maximus smile. You had better watch yourself, barbarian bastard, Hippothus thought savagely. I might yet mark you down for death.
Polemo, continued Mastabates, is important to Rome in 2 ways. First, as a check on the kings of Iberia and Albania, in case they should be misguided enough to throw in their lot with Shapur. Second, Polemo holds the Caspian or Caucasian gates, the best pass through the central Caucasus. It keeps the nomadic hordes of the Alani away from civilization. There is a fort in the pass, but it is said to be in grave disrepair. Hence our opportunity for the Virementissimus Marcus Clodius Ballista to bring his experience as a siege engineer to win the favour of the king. Now, as to the forces available to Polemo.
The eunuch began to explore Polemo's military capabilities, large, in conjunction with the byways of his soul, devious, if not warped. Hippothus's attention wandered. He was running a cold sweat, felt sick. Fragments of the night before floated through the wine fumes clouding his thoughts. Castricius teasing Ballista about a girl from Arete called Bathsheba or some such Syrian name. How had he not fucked her? Maximus joining in. Tits and arse that would have made even Hippothus here change his position. It was shocking the informality Ballista allowed. But then they were all really barbarians. Rutulus was nothing but a Thracian, and Castricius a Celt from Nemausus. Generations of Roman rule had hardly civilized them at all. Deep into the commissatio, long after the food, drink flowing, the conversation had turned maudlin. That poor bastard Mamurra. He had been a Roman officer. For some reason, which the drink temporarily had removed from Hippothus's memory, Ballista had left him to die in a siege tunnel in Arete. The others who had been there, Castricius, Maximus, Caucasus, had vehemently and repetitively denied that Ballista should blame himself.
There was nothing else he could have done.
That was it. If Ballista had not collapsed the mine, the Persians would have poured into the town, killed everyone. That poor square-headed bastard Mamurra. Sure, what a very square head he had. The squarest head you ever saw, like a block of fucking marble it was. They had moved from misery to childish hilarity in a moment, wine sloshing from their cups.
Mamurra was destined to die, not like Castricius. Nothing could kill him. Sent to the mines, the little bastard survived. Volunteered for a night raid. Only 3 survivors. Sure enough, one of them was Castricius. The Sassanids massacre every living thing in Arete, but not the little man.
Castricius had risen to his feet, struck a mock-heroic pose.
It was all true. Even the spirits of death dare not touch me.
Hippothus felt his gorge rising. He looked around the headquarters, a sea of faces, the eunuch still talking. By the graces, do not let me throw up. It would be too humiliating. Practice physiognomy. Take your mind off your physical condition. Which one? Not Ballista. Hippothus was reserving judgment on him. Not Caucasus or Maximus. One too ugly, the other too disfigured. Leave them for a later date. Hippothus thought physiognomy was easier with children, before a face became weathered by time and accident. Experience writes its story on the face, but chance, a broken nose, a scar, confuses things. Certainly not one of the eunuchs. He was feeling sick enough without dwelling on those monstrous, disgusting creatures. Castricius. He would do. Little Castricius, the survivor. Slim lips in a small mouth, indicative of cowardice, weakness, and complicity. The lower lip protruded, a sign of tenderness and a love of well-being. But a sharp, pointed, small chin, meaning badness entering into evil, also boldness and killing. A thin nose, showing the presence of great anger. And, now Hippothus studied him, he saw that Castricius had beautiful eyes. There was nothing redeeming about that. A man with beautiful eyes was treacherous, concealing what was in his heart. Also, he was bold, had potency of spirit, and strength in action. Castricius was a complex case, but a bad, dangerous man. That was what physiognomy was for, to guard against the vices of the bad before having to experience them. A real master of the science could go much further than generalities of that man is bad, that one good. A real master could read the specific actions that both had been and would be committed by any man. If Hippothus studied hard, devoted his mind to the science, he felt he might achieve that godlike mastery. A question from Ballista brought Hippothus back from his physiognomic studies. Master Bates, at Heraclea you spoke of a problem at the Suenian court, the widow of the Iberian prince I killed.
Yes, Pythonissa. Despite her name, she is a priestess not of Apollo, but Hecate. With her husband dead, there was no place for her in Iberia. She had produced no children, and was not needed for the succession. Hamazasp has a brother, Oroyzes. He, in turn, has grown sons, and they are married with sons. Pythonissa was sent back to her father. He proposed marrying her off to the ruler of the lice-eaters. She is a wilful young woman, said to be skilled with poisons. She would not accept the marriage, thought it beneath her. Pythonissa wished to marry her own father-in-law, old Hamazasp, become queen of Iberia, and breed an heir to the throne. Even Suenian sensibilities, such as they are, were revolted by the idea. So she remains a discontented woman at the court of Polemo.
Ballista grunted. What of the rest of the royal house of Suania?
We know of no other evident difficulties. Polemo has 2 surviving sons, Aso and Saurmag. They had a good Hellenic education. There is nothing to suggest a problem.
Master Bates smiled.
Polemo had 2 other sons. Both died violent deaths. One recently. Nothing surprising there. It is hard to find a subject of Polemo that does not have at least 1 or 2 murders to his name.
Chapter 22. From the fort at Sarapanis to the Caspian gates as a bird would fly, Ballista guessed was not more than 100 miles. It had taken them 15 days, and the village outside which they were now halted was still one short stage, maybe 5-6 miles, from the fortified pass. Of course, no one in their right mind ever tried to travel in a straight line in hill country, let alone in mountains. Paths sometimes switched from low, clinging to the valleys and watercourses, to high, the shoulders or even the ridgeways. They often made wide detours around ravines or particularly severe slopes, as they tried to thread their way from one pass to another. Yet it was not so much the terrain that had detained them, as the natives. The travelling party was small, 10 in all. Ballista himself, Hippothus, Maximus, Calgacus, and Master Bates, with just 5 servants, the boy Wulfstan, Agathon, and Polybius, the slaves Ballista had bought at Priene, Hippothus's Narcissus, and the eunuch's man who was called Pallas. Such a number needed only a small baggage train. The diplomatic gifts they carried were expensive, but readily portable. Little was called for in the way of food, fodder, or lodgings. Yet the difficulties in procuring these things had been legion. The Roman cursus publicus did not run out here. In this debatable zone of influence, rather than direct rule, It was uncertain if they were still in the Imperium or not. Certainly, flourishing purple-sealed diplomata in Latin did not produce animals, men, or materials. To achieve anything, coins had to appear, a surprising number of coins. The locals wanted old coins. Given the radical debasement of precious metal in recent imperial coins, that was to be expected. But they seemed to take caution to excessive lengths, preferring coins minted more than 2.5 centuries before, in the reign of the first Augustus. Significantly, they were quite happy to take Eastern coins, recent Sassanid ones as well as those from the previous dynasty, the Parthians. Finding the right coins, and enough of them, had been merely the beginning. Local horizons were narrow. The owners would only let their animals go so far, 2, maybe 3 valleys. Then new ones had to be hired. The beasts never turned up on time, sometimes never arrived at all. When they did, either the animals themselves or the price had changed. It was the same with porters for the sections where the locals insisted that the going was too bad for animals, and little different with supplies. The majority of the negotiating fell on Hippothus, with Mastrobates translating. The Greek often looked as if he wanted to kill someone, but then, to some extent, the irritation infected everyone. For sure, the delay was shared by all. Yet, when they were moving, out in the country, the early days of the march had been glorious, even uplifting. It was a land of rolling wooded hills and valleys, birch, beech, and laurel, with white rhododendrons underneath. There were mists and showers, usually in the afternoons. Sometimes the latter were heavy, but both alternated with soft, warm sunshine. Broad, defined tracks, dappled in sunlight, ran alongside clear, babbling streams. The villages had been another matter. Walled compounds clustered together, seemingly as much in suspicion of each other as for defence. Each was surmounted by 1 or more stone towers, tapering and forbidding. There was mud everywhere. Hairy pigs, geese, and mangy dogs wallowed in it, or wandered snapping and posturing in mutual hostility. There were children everywhere. They were half or totally naked, indescribably dirty, faces often bestial. Sometimes they would ignore the arrivals, carry on playing noisy games involving stealing what little the others might possess. At other times they joined the adults in silence, their dark stag eyes watchful, all unwelcoming. The lodgings obtained, an upper room of a tower, the floor of a barn, matched the young in filth. The thick, dark smoke from the fires of moss and pine chips did nothing to discourage the biting insects. At least the food, although monotonous, was wholesome enough. Roast mutton or pork, boiled fowl, the meat on flat bread, washed down with goatskin-tasting wine. Further into the mountains there were fewer trees. Here a sheltered slope of firs, there an upland pool ringed by maple and beech, the occasional isolated birch. But up there the flowers had come into their own. Thick tangles of cream rhododendrons shot through with purple, and banks of yellow azaleas perfuming the air. Underfoot the turf was enamelled with lupins, bluebells, and cowslips. There were still habitations in the higher reaches, but the party had mainly passed by those lonely, closed-in towers, stark up on their ridges. The locals had likewise ignored them. 10 heavily armed travellers, now the slaves were armed too, might have been a bit too tough a target. The party had camped where seemed good in the open, flattish spaces as far as possible, with a view all around. It had been cold in the tents, and every night some lost sleep, as a watch had to be set. It was healthy, so Ballista had claimed. Clean, fresh air, aromatic fires of rhododendron stalks and roots, trout caught by hand in the backwaters, flatbread toasted on the blades of their daggers. Ballista's slave Agathon was developing into a fine camp cook. Hippothus had not been convinced. The most elementary knowledge of medicine indicated that water from snow and ice was very bad for one. The light, sweet, sparkling part vanished when frozen and did not return. Drinking from these icy upland streams could only lead to gravel in the kidneys, stones, pain in the loins, and eventually rupture. Only Caucasus seemed to give his gloomy prognosis much credence. One morning the thick, thick mist had lifted suddenly, and there was the big mountain, still far away, seen beyond a jumble of boulders and between the green shoulders of its lesser brethren, but incredibly massive, snow-covered, and solitary. "Strobilos," the guide had said, "where Zeus chained Prometheus." The mountain shone in the sun. In a moment the mists had returned, and it was gone. In the clinging grey vapour they had been walking up from a deep green basin. A vague, tall shape shambled down out of the fog. Ballista and the others stopped. Bears were said to be common. They had drawn their weapons. Maximus had actually grunted with anticipation. The fog swirled. In it, the bear had started singing. Realizing it was a man, their guide had said something incomprehensible and made the sign of the evil eye. The man came forward. Even by the standards of the mountain men, he was ragged and soiled. His body was emaciated. He was bleeding freely from several cuts and abrasions. His clothing appeared to consist of a stained, torn sack. The man had looked closely into Ballista's face. There was no comprehension in his eyes. He stank. The guide had given the creature food, spoken gentle things to him. "One taken by the moon goddess Selene," the guide had explained. "When the servants of the goddess find him, he will live like a lord for a year." 1 year? Ballista had asked. 1 year. And then? The guide had not answered. They had left him where he was and continued to climb, their breath plumed. There was much snow still lying at the top of the pass. They descended via a steep slope of shale. Near the bottom, the mist had lifted again. There were yellow flowers in the grass. Ballista looked back. The locals had been avaricious. A Caucasian pony, even a nimble-footed horse, could have made the crossing. No need for 2 guides and a dozen porters. In front of them was the upper course of the Alontus River. It braided itself in many tiny channels across a broad, flat valley bottom. The rivulets twisted and turned. Banks of mud and stones were left exposed, each neatly curved, as if by the hand of a skilled potter. They were grey amid the prevailing lush green. The valley walls were precipitous and high. They were green but bald, not a tree in sight. Here and there they were riven by deep gullies. On the side of one, not far ahead, clung a grey village. There were horses and cattle grazing the flat pastures below it. It offered a chance to get in the saddle again, and the pleasure of dismissing all the grasping guides and porters. A mile or so beyond the village, and the valley had turned. Another long valley, and then another turning. In the distance, more valley walls, higher and higher, fading from green to blue to misty grey. The 10 small figures on horseback were dwarfed by the immensity. It did not matter. From that point, they had known all they had to do was follow the river, and it would lead them to the Caspian gates. The Suani warriors were waiting for them here outside the last village before the gates. There were 30 of them, mounted, spread out. They completely blocked the width of the valley floor. Some of the horses were in the various streams, hock-deep. These drank or stamped and shook their manes as the mood took them. The men were well armed. Mail showed under the empty-sleeved Caucasian fur coats they wore loose over their shoulders. Some had metal helmets. Each had a lance or javelin in his right hand, and a targe strapped to his left arm. From each saddle-bow hung a combined bow-case and quiver. They sat their horses well. They looked tough, if wild and ill-disciplined. Ballista wondered just how much danger he and the others were in. The Suani rider with the most elaborate embroidery on his coat and on the goritas suspended from his saddle-bow paced his mount forward. "Which of you is Marcus Claudius Ballista, the envoy of the Basileus Gallienus?" The young man spoke in Greek. His words were moderately polite, but his tone arrogant, bordering on hostile. Ballista nudged his horse out of the group. "Dismount!" The order from the Suani was peremptory. "Who are you?" Ballista kept his voice very level. "I am Azo, son of King Polemo of the Suani. My father is in the village. He is with the Synedrion. They are expecting you. It will be best for you if you have brought the tribute." Ballista did not reply. He swung down from the saddle, indicated for the others to do likewise. He told them to break out the first 2 parcels of gifts. Caucasus was to stay behind with the horses and the remainder of the baggage. Agathon and Polybius with him. The rest were to accompany Ballista. Azo and some of the Suani dismounted. Those now on foot set off up into the village. The others stayed where they were. Dikaiosine, the village was called. Justice in Greek. When Ballista had asked why, Masturbates admitted he had no idea. The place had another native name. The eunuch had not known what that meant either. Ballista did not think at the moment to question the Suanian Prince Azo on etymology. They walked up in silence. The first buildings began a good way up from the floodplain. They were built on a 30-degree slope. The Chiasine was backed by a sheer rock face, which reared up several thousand feet. Above the settlement there was snow in every declivity. They trudged up the usual muddy alleys formed by the blank outer walls of compounds. Hairy pigs grunted out of their way. Dogs barked. They emerged into the village square. It was full of people. Some 200 or 300 stood in an inverted U, the open side towards the newcomers. Ballista tried very hard not to appear surprised, tried to take in his surroundings. The square was wider than most, small alleyways opening off from the otherwise featureless walls all around. It had at its centre not an old oak tree, but an oversized circular well. Next to the well was an Eastern type of altar, with a lit fire. It was easy to pick out King Polemo from his advisers and subjects. He was seated in the middle, on a high throne. A dark-bearded, sharp-faced man in middle age, he wore a cloak and turban, both white with gold thread, both a little grubby. His sword-belt, scabbard, and red boots were set with what looked like pearls. By one of his hands stood a younger, lighter-coloured, less impressive version of himself. That must be Saumag, the other prince. On the other was a tall, blonde, statuesque young woman, the troublesome daughter Pythonissa, the priestess of Hecate. The members of the Synedrion of Suania stood in the front rank. The councillors tended to be tall, well-formed men with aquiline, attractive if hard faces. In their dress they followed their king, a mixture of Western styles, tunics, trousers and boots not unlike an unarmoured Roman officer, with barbarian, Eastern turbans or nomad caps with lappets. From what could be seen, the warriors in the rear ranks appeared to favour cheaper, rougher versions of the same. None of them seemed to have an obsession with the baths. A group off to one side caught Ballista's eye. There were 6 of them. They were different. Darker hair and beards, taller hats and baggier trousers, cleaner. They were not Suani. They were Persians, Zoroastrian priests. Of course, that explained the fire altar by the well. Ballista had been told by Mastabates that the chief of the Sassanid king's fire-worshipping priests, none other than Shapur's close confidant, Kurda the Herbed, had led a mission of conversion to the Caucasus. Numerous fire altars had been founded throughout Albania, Iberia, across the whole region. Ballista looked hard. None of these men was Kurda. He had seen him once in Edessa. None of them was Hormizd, the Persian boy chance had briefly made Ballista's slave. Ballista would not recognize any other Zoroastrian priests. The Mobads in this village square looked annoyed. It made Ballista again wonder how strong diplomatic immunity would prove among the mountaineers of the Caucasus.
Marcus Claudius Ballista, vir eminentissimus, welcome.
The king spoke Latin well.
Your arrival is auspicious. The ceremonies are about to begin.
A grey stallion was led out. Polemo got down from his throne. He fussed over the animal, breathing into its nose, playing with its ears. Once he had got its trust, he drove the knife deep into the base of its neck. He withdrew the blade. A thick, solid jet of blood, the diameter of a man's bicep, gushed out. The blood splashed the sleeve of Polemo's white tunic. The horse plunged, tried to rear. Polemo had to step back quickly. The stallion's legs gave way. Thrashing, it did not want to die. But it had no choice. It died, slowly, in its own blood. Polemo, brushing at his stained sleeve, reascended his throne. Behind their big beards, the Zoroastrian Mobads looked even less happy. Ballista thought he knew why. He had seen this Persian ceremony carried out in Edessa by none other than the King of Kings himself. It had taken place at dawn. Now it was mid-afternoon. The King of Suania had been waiting for the envoy from Rome. And there was the manner of it. In Edessa, the stallion had been pure white, and it had gone consenting to the god.
"Bring out the impious!"
called Polemo, this time in Greek. A man and a woman were manhandled into the middle by a dozen or more guards. Their hands were tied. They were young, good-looking, naked. They looked terrified. The girl tried to cover her breasts and delta. With her arms bound, it was impossible to cover all of herself. The crowd regarded both with prurient interest.
"Behold the impious adulterers," said Polemo. "If the white reeds are cut at dawn, at the time sacrifices are offered to Hecate, at the time the divine paean is chanted, at the beginning of the spring, the dark goddess will let there be no mistake."
Ballista heard Mastabates mutter,
Fascinating. I always thought it an old wives' tale.
The naked girl crumpled to her knees, holding her bound wrists out to Polemo in supplication. She was crying. It did no good. She was hauled back to her feet. The king ignored her, carried on speaking.
Such is the nature of the reeds that if they are placed somewhere in the woman's chamber and the adulterer enters, he will be robbed of his rational thoughts, and he will, drunk or sober, confess what he has wickedly done or intends to do. Such is the case here. They are condemned out of the man's own mouth. By the sacred judgment of our ancestors, we commit them to the mouth of the impious.
The girl screamed. The man shouted, things that were obviously defiant insults in the local language. He was knocked to the ground. 2 large sacks were produced. At the sight of them, both gave way. The girl collapsed again, sobbing hysterically. The man's bladder failed. The crowd laughed as the urine ran down his legs. The sacks appeared to be empty. Ballista was at a loss. In Rome, a parricide was sewn into a sack with a snake, dog, cock, and monkey, then thrown in the Tiber. There were no animals to be seen here, and the Alontus River was both some way from the village square and, at the moment, too shallow to dispose of corpses with any guarantee of success. The couple struggled madly, but the sacks were forced over their heads. They were held down while the sacks were sewn shut. The 2 bundles of coarse sacking were left to writhe on the ground for a time. Muffled yells came from inside. Both were kicked indiscriminately. It took 4 strong men to lift and restrain each sack. They carried them towards the mouth of the well. It must be what Polemo had called the mouth of the impious. With no ceremony or delay, both were thrown in. The screams were cut off quickly, replaced by the sounds of heavy objects hitting water, then by silence.
The punishment of the impious. Those who have defiled the sacred nature of the hearth, have betrayed the hospitality of God and man, is not over.
Polemo's tone suggested he was rather pleased with the idea.
From the mouth of the impious, the river will bear them underground to Lake Maeotis. In 30 days they will emerge there, crawling with maggots, and as ever, the vultures will come from nowhere, tear the corpses to pieces, and devour them.
All the Synedrion and the rest shook back their cloaks and coats, gave evidence that they thought this a fine thing.
Marcus Clodius Ballista, approach the throne.
Ballista did as he was bidden, stepping across the blood-slick turf around the carcass of the stallion and between the fire altar and the mouth of the impious. In front of the king of the Suani, he bowed and blew a kiss from his fingertips. If Polemo had been expecting full proskinesis, he would be disappointed. Ballista had no intention of grovelling in the dirt at the feet of this grubby up-country potentate.
Kyrios, I bring you greetings from Autocrator Publius Licinius Ignatius Gallienus Sebastos.
It was no effort for Ballista to translate the emperor's titles into Greek, for centuries the language of diplomacy employed by all powers in the East.
And a letter from his own hand, for your eyes only.
Ballista handed the gold-encased roll of purple papyrus to the Prince Sarmag, who gave it to his father. A half-memory flashed through Ballista's mind. Was it from Herodotus? A man sent with a message that read, "Kill the bearer of this letter," something like that. Had he been sent into a sort of unofficial exile, or to a remote place to be killed? The king did not read the letter, but tucked the roll into his belt. Suddenly, Ballista was very aware of the eyes of the daughter on him. It was only to be expected. He had killed Pythonissa's husband, unpicked the promising threads of her young life.
Kyrios, the Sebastos sends you gifts.
Ballista told Hippothus to unwrap the Ornamenta Consularia. Mastrobates gave him a sharp glance. Ballista was reversing the order in which he had been told to present the first lot of gifts. Hippothus held forth the gleaming white toga with the broad purple stripe, the special many-laced boots only a Roman senator might wear, then the 12 fasces, the rods symbolizing the power to beat, the axes they wrapped, the power to kill.
The ornaments of a Roman consul, tokens of the emperor's affection.
Polemo grunted a less than fulsome appreciation. Ballista indicated the other gifts be presented. This time, as the covers came off, the king of the Suani leant forward. He had caught the gleam of precious metal.
The extensive dinner service, wine jugs, coolers, plates, serving bowls, all in gold and silver, was spread out on cloths on the ground. Polemo's hawk-like face broke into the uncomplicated smile of an acquisitive child. He had some of the choicer pieces passed up to him. He turned them in his hands, admiring their cunningly worked designs. Sometimes, Ballista thought, the Romans are blinkered like a chariot horse that only sees its own lane. Just because consular rank, the right to be addressed as Vir Clarissimus, was close to the greatest felicity imaginable among them, it never crossed their minds it might mean something less to anyone else, that it might have fallen as something of an anticlimax after the gold and silver. Ballista had been right. Precious metals were the way to the affections, if such was the right term, of this avaricious kinglet, dressed in his grubby tunic, high in the Caucasian mountains. Polemo continued to peer closely at the metalwork, running the tips of his fingers over the embossed figures. Allfather only knew what message, if any, he was reading in those images of Eastern barbarians, looking a bit like the Persian Mobads, on their knees in front of suitably naked, heroic Westerners. "We are pleased with the tribute sent by the Basileus of the Romans," said Polemo. Ballista bowed, not taking issue with the expression tribute. "You will stay the night here in the royal residence. At the feast, you will tell us of your plans to rebuild our fortifications at the Caspian gates." As Ballista thanked the king in Attic Greek, he was sure the girl Pythonissa was smiling.
Chapter 23. Riding the last few miles to the Caspian gates, Ballista felt the world close in around them. The valley twisted and turned, its grey walls reared up impossibly high, jagged, naked rock, no birds, no animals, not even an ibex or mountain goat. Above, the sky seemed no more than a pale ribbon. Wraiths of mist often pursued one another up there. When they caught each other, they coalesced into a fog which cut off the heavens, oozed down the fissures, and threatened to engulf the travellers. At the bottom, the track was little wider than an ox cart. The river filled the rest of the space. The Alontas tumbled and roared over the boulders in its shallow bed. Its surface was just a handspan below the level of the road. When the rains were heavy, when the snow melted fast on the peaks, obviously the Alontas would rise, fill the pass, and sweep away almost everything in its way. Given this, the ever-present likelihood of rockfalls, and the character of the neighbouring peoples, the pass struck Ballista as a particularly dangerous place. "Kumania," the Suani Prince Azo said. The gorge turned to the right here. The path was on the inside of the curve, hard up against the eastern wall. The river thundered along, trying to undermine the opposite rocks. Up above the waters, away to Ballista's left, there were stone walls, slate roofs, a small fort perched on an outcrop 40 or 50 feet over the Alontas. "The gates," Azo said. Ballista looked north around the bend. The river, the track, fallen boulders, the walls of the ravine. He looked harder, and there, in the torrent, the stumps of 3 stone piers, all that remained of the famous Caspian gates. "Much work for you to do." The words of the Suani were borne out as the day wore on. While the prince sat on a sheepskin rug, drinking and talking with his warriors, Ballista and his familia scrambled and splashed about. The water was shockingly cold, the rocks slippery. Inspecting the fort, Ballista discovered that some of its roof timbers were rotten. Parts of its walls needed replacing. Apart from raw stone and water, there were no building materials to hand. "My sister," Azo said. A mounted group was approaching. "She likes to hunt. Our brother has a hunting lodge beyond the gates in the hills to the north." A slight look of distaste passed across the speaker's face. "Sourmag often goes among the Alani barbarians." Ballista got the impression that neither barbarians nor brother pleased Azo. Pythonissa headed the cavalcade that clattered up from the direction of Dicaiosine. She was dressed for the chase, armed like a man. She rode astride. Perhaps for a woman's respectability, there were 2 eunuchs in her train. The other 20 or so riders were warriors. Azo and Ballista bowed where they stood in the road, blew a kiss. Pythonissa pulled up her mount, a few paces short. She tossed the reins to one of the eunuchs and jumped down. She bowed and blew a kiss back. She spoke to her brother in Greek about coverts and game, wild boar and deer, about nothing of any importance. Ballista watched her. She reminded him of Bathsheba in Arete. Pythonissa was taller, her skin paler, her hair blonde. She looked nothing like Bathsheba, but the wild Amazonian quality was the same. The girl turned to Ballista. She stood unexpectedly close. He was terribly aware of what he had done to her life, no matter how indirectly. He framed a polite, neutral question. "What quarry are you after?" She continued to regard him wordlessly. Her eyes were grey-blue. "You and your men are well armed," he continued, "equipped to deal with big game." The girl spoke. "It is a mistake to decide in advance. Hunting is a lesson in the philosophic life. You sight the thing you have sought for a long time, then you lose it. The hunter learns to deal with extreme emotions, elation, despair, boredom." She delivered this in a mock-earnest tone. Then she became very serious. "I wanted to speak to the man who killed my husband. I am sorry it had to happen. Tell me how you killed him." "I had set a trap for the King of Kings. Your husband rode at Shapur's side. The wrong man died." "An artillery bolt?" "Yes." "Did he die well?" "He rode out that morning as a man. Thousands mourned him, tried to revenge him." "His father, old Hamazasp, would have you dead." Ballista smiled. "I know it." She nodded, stepped back. When she spoke again, it was to her brother as well. "I will be gone some time. I will see you on the way back." "Not me," said Azo. "As soon as the Roman tells me what things he needs, I am leaving this desolate place." "So be it." She got into the saddle unassisted, easily. She led her man off down the track, around the turning in the gorge. She did not look back. They watched her go off to the north, beyond the gates. Ballista decided that his first impression of Azo may not have done the young prince full justice. Certainly the Suani had a fine self-regard and a wariness close to hostility, yet these Ballista thought might be the products of being brought up in a royal court, even one, possibly especially one, as obscure as that of Suania. At least Azo was capable, did what he said he would. After Pythonissa had left, Ballista had presented Azo with a lengthy list of the materials and men he needed: timber, cut stone, bricks, slates, sand, lime, rope, chains, nails, a forge, stonemasons, carpenters, and a blacksmith, all with their tools, and as many labourers as could be gathered. Azo had summoned his secretary, told him to note it all down, and ridden south. Ballista had been impressed when the first deliveries began the very next day. The fort of Cumania was the initial priority. A garrison in the pass had to have somewhere to live, and the gorge was narrow enough for arrows from the fort to dominate the track on the other side of the river. On its own, it could not totally prevent people from using the track, but it could make it unpleasant and dangerous. Cumania was a small, dark hold, roughly circular, no more than 15 paces in diameter, 4 stories high. There was a walkway around the roof. Luckily, the repairs needed were not too extensive. Only part of the roof needed replacing, and a few patches of the walls. Ballista had regular Roman crenellations added. In these he set 3 refinements, projections from the battlements, each with a protected hole opening onto the void below. The central of these was directly over the only entrance to the fort. The southern was fitted with pulleys, chains, and buckets to raise fresh water coming from upstream. The northern had the opposite intention, being designed as a latrine from which the waste would be washed away downstream. The fort was set on a crag in the western wall of the ravine. It was inaccessible from the heights far above. The sole door, a solid affair of iron-bound oak, Ballista tested it, replaced both frame and hinges, faced the river. It opened onto the second floor, and could only be reached by a flight of stone steps, which exposed the right unshielded side of anyone ascending, and rose straight from the water. The defenders now could drop missiles on the steps, while remaining in perfect safety, directly overhead. The arrow slits were on the second floor and above, had stout wooded shutters, and were not nearly wide enough to admit a man. With mines, ramps, siege towers, and rams all equally out of the question, and with no artillery among the peoples of the mountains or the northern steppes, Ballista thought a handful of men could hold Cumania forever. The only ways the fort could fall were starvation or treachery. He set about provisioning the place. The actual gates which would seal the pass demanded more thought. First, the easiest part, was to design a gate to block the road. This was to be of dressed stone and bound into the natural rock. It would have a fighting platform above. It would look like almost any Roman gate anywhere, but detached buttresses would be built to the south, in front of the main load-bearing sides of the gate. When the Olontos was in flood, hopefully these would catch some of the boulders and tree trunks carried downstream. If that worked, and the waters poured through the open gates, the structure might not be battered down and swept away. Extending the gates across the river was the crucial problem. Ballista decided to employ the 3 existing stubs of piers as breakwaters. Like the buttresses on either side of the track, they might take the force of debris when the river was in full spate. He ordered 3 concrete pillars erected behind them. On these, he planned to put a simple wooden walkway, with a palisade facing just north. Either end of the defences would be supported by the natural rock and his new stone gate. There was to be a wide clearance between the surface of the water and the walkway, to allow the river to rise several feet. To block this when the river was lower, to stop nomads creeping under the walkway, he designed a series of metal portcullises, which could be raised and lowered. Work on the gates got underway slowly. Partly it was due to materials. There was no suitable sand or lime for the concrete in the whole of Suania. After a few days, a little was found in a royal store, just about enough for the new pillars in the river. Everything else would have to rely on local mortar. Again, the cut stone arrived slowly, in small quantities. But the sluggishness of the early stages of building was much more down to the workers. Azo had sent plenty of them, skilled and unskilled. The problem was not one of numbers, but attitude. They were proud mountaineers, warriors. There was not one among these Suani, even if he had no shoes and wore a rag on his back, who did not regard such building work as far beneath him. They were worse than the Greeks and Romans. At least they reserved their contempt for labouring for money at the whim of another, rather than at the whole concept of hard physical work. Ballista suspected that his attempts to encourage by example, attempts he was sure would have worked with Roman soldiers, had failed completely. When Ballista, Maximus, and the others stripped off their tunics and heaved buckets up the perilous timber scaffolding, or stood waist-deep in the fast, chill water to manhandle beams into position, the Suani just despised them all the more. Ballista and old Caucasus wandered down the track, past the hammering and sawing off to the north. It was hard getting any sustained work out of the Suani. The carpenters, stonemasons, and blacksmith were not too bad. They had a craft. But the labourers... Ballista would have to ask Azo about it during the prince's next fleeting visit. Still, it was not raining. For once there was not even any mist. The sun was actually out. The sky was a translucent blue, with a few very high white clouds. "Another few weeks, even at this rate, and we are done," said Ballista. Caucasus shook his head.
"We might as well let the lazy bastards take their time. We cannot leave without imperial orders. Until we get new mandata, we are stuck here at the arse end of the world."
Out of the noise and dust, Ballista was not going to let the Caledonians spoil his mood. Where the sun fell on the tops of the gorge, the rocks glowed pink. There was an incredible clarity to the air. "Do you see that eagle up there?" They both craned their necks. A terrible, loud crack, like a siege engine breaking. Ballista and Caucasus whirled around, hands on hilts. The noise echoed off the canyon walls, confusing its origin. A deep groaning of wood, followed by a volley of further cracks. Shouts and screams from back down the track. Men running towards them, others running away, hurling themselves into the river. The scaffold, high above the track over the beginnings of the gate, shifted outward. It held for a second or two, slightly swaying. There were men clinging to the top of it. Another series of cracks, vicious splinters flying. A definitive lurch, and the edifice collapsed out and down into the river. The limbs of those falling pumped futilely. With hideous abruptness, they vanished into the spray that masked the stony bed of the river. A great pall of dust mushroomed up from where the timber structure had been. The noise of the river, the screams of the injured, all sounds seemed to come from a long way away. The water whirled abeam past where they stood. Then a man. He was floundering, but alive. He grabbed a half-submerged rock. Ballista shrugged out of his sword-belt.
"No, you fucking fool!"
Caucasus shouted. The water was not deep, not up to Ballista's waist. It was icy cold, the bed treacherous, stones shifting underfoot. He waded out. His boots were full of water. The man was only 3 or 4 more paces away. He was clinging desperately. There was blood, a lot of it, on his arms, his head.
Look out!
Another chunk of timber was swirling down towards them. Ballista scrambled back, the curious, slow, high steps of a man in water. Not enough time. He hurled himself backwards. He went under, the water rushing in his ears, eyes blurred. As he came up, the shattered end of the beam caught him on the left shoulder. The pain was intense. There was blood in the water. He held the wound tight with his right hand.
Come on!
Caucasus was with him. I am fine. Help me get him. They waited, timing it, while other debris scoured the space between them and the injured Suanian. Now! They spoke at once. 5, 6 stumbling steps. They had him, a hand under each armpit, dragging. They made no attempt to keep his head above water. Drowning was the least of his problems in those few moments to the riverbank. They were there, crawling out, spitting, spluttering. Chapter 24. Sabotage. There could be no doubt. It had been sabotage. They squatted on their heels in the dust and inspected the evidence, the neat cuts where several of the support beams had been sawn partway through, and the contrasting tortured ends where the wood had twisted or snapped. Not too skilled, Ballista said. They could have sawn through fewer beams and had a greater certainty of collapse. Sure, that is good, Maximus said. No need to confine our suspicions to the trained carpenters. 2 dead, 2 more likely to die, another dozen hurt. It will be bad for the spirits of the workers, Mastabati said. Caucasus snorted, a horrible sound mingling contempt and derision. Was it an attempt to kill you? Mastabati asked Ballista. It was Hippothus who answered. It is not likely. Ballista has been up on the scaffolding, we all have, but not continuously. The odds were exceedingly against him, any of us being anywhere near it when it fell. Then who benefits by sabotaging our mission? Mastabati went on to begin to scout answers to his own question. The Caspian gates are designed to keep out the Alani. I have not seen any nomads around, said Maximus. Would we recognize them? Ballista shrugged, then the pain made him wish he had not. A lot of the Suani dress like men from the steppes, the caps with lappets, the furs, those animal-style buckles and clasps. I am still enough of a northerner to find it hard to tell one of these Easterners from another. A Hellene such as Hippothus would be no better. Worse, probably. Apart from Mastabati, do any of us know enough of the language of the Suani to notice an unusual accent? It is against Sassanid interests for us to do well. Mastabati tried another tack. Those bushy-bearded mobads hanging around Polemo would be in a good position to organize something like this. Everyone nodded at the truth of the words. But it could be something more local, more personal, the eunuch continued. Iberia is only a few valleys away. We all heard Pythonissa remind you that old King Hamazasp still hates you. This time Ballista remembered not to shrug. A reciprocal thing, he murmured. Of course, it could be something yet closer to home, Mastabati's thoughts pressed on. The eldest 2 sons of Polemo of Suania have met violent deaths. Members of that family do not die in their beds, nor does any dynasty in the Caucasus. Everyone in the mountains is enmeshed in feuds. If you have eyes to see, it is evident that the princes Azo and Saurmag hate each other, and who could tell what the girl Pythonissa wants? A priestess of Hecate, said to be skilled with poisons, angry, frustrated, a latter-day Medea. It was an informal concilium that advised Ballista on the banks of the Orontes. Maximus, Caucasus, Hippothus, and Mastabati. The 4 slaves, Agathon and Polybius, along with Mastabati's Pallas and Hippothus's Narcissus, had been left across the river in Cumania to keep an eye on their possessions. It left just young Wulfstan in attendance. He had been joined by the Suanian that had been fished out of the water. His name was Tarchon. Despite all the blood, he had not been badly hurt. Now he would not let them out of his sight. Through the translation of Mastabati, Tarchon had repeatedly thanked them for saving his life. As far as could be understood, the incident had apparently made them his blood brothers in some obscure but fierce Suanian way. Now his honour seemed to demand that he die for them. Tarchon looked forward to it with pleasure. The concilium was over. Nothing for it but to carry on, rebuild the scaffolding, keep more on their guard. They dispersed. Watching the labourers get back to work, Ballista let Caucasus and Wulfstan change the bandages on his shoulder. The ragged wood had torn the flesh nastily. Having the splinters out had been excruciating. It still hurt a great deal. He had a black eye and a range of other bruises from his tumble in the river.
Pythonissa,
Tarchon said, then some things which probably meant a lot in his own language, but merely sounded vaguely positive to the others. The riders were rounding the next bend in the gorge, coming up from the north, moving at a gentle canter. The girl was in front. She was riding a chestnut with a nice action. Her blonde hair was uncovered. Otherwise it would not have been easy to distinguish her at a distance. She wore a baggy tunic, rode like a man. One of the baggage animals had a deadweight lashed across its back. 2 others had something heavy slung between them. Ballista quickly counted heads. 23, what he thought they had started out with. Pythonissa reined in.
Kyria,
Ballista greeted her in Greek. He bowed, blew a kiss from his fingertips. The things on the pack horses were game. He felt relieved.
Kyrios,
she performed proskinesis from the saddle. In another it might have been offhand. In her it had an elegance. She looked around at the debris.
Accident or design?
She appeared to have the laconic style of her brother Azo.
Sabotage.
She nodded, as if it were to be expected.
Artemis smiled on us. We have a boar, a deer, and several brace of partridge and snipe. If you have bread and wine, we can have a feast.
The cooking was a drawn-out and rather fraught business. The language barrier separating Ballista's Agathon and the various self-styled experts in field cooking in the train of Pythonissa simmered all afternoon, often threatening culinary disaster, if not physical violence. The linguistic and diplomatic skills of Masturbates were pushed to their owner's exasperation. Yet when the sun went down, all was ready. The majority were to eat where the food had been cooked, in front of their tents and shelters along the track, not far from the animal lines. Only the select were to dine in the little fort of Cumania. Ballista and the 4 citizens in his familia, Pythonissa and 4 of her leading warriors. It was dim and foggy in the circular second-floor room. The shutters were pulled back from the arrow slits, but little of the smoke from the torches escaped. Ballista remembered someone once remarking to him that civilization ended where candles and torches replaced lamps. Couches and low tables had been found or improvised. Ballista shared a couch with Pythonissa. Wulfstan and one of her eunuchs stood at the foot to serve them. The first course was a soup made from dried peas, heavily flavoured with cumin. It was a local favourite. The embassy had eaten it several times since reaching Caucasus. Usually Ballista enjoyed it. This evening he was distracted, trying to think of things to talk about with this strange girl. What came into his mind was crashingly inappropriate. "Are you involved in many blood feuds? Have you poisoned many people?" He pulled the bread into little pieces. Pythonissa herself was quiet, seemingly preoccupied. Left to the 2 of them, conversation soon would have ground to a halt. Fortunately, the others made a better show. The 4 Suani spoke Greek. Maximus was his customary ebullient self. His hands waved and chopped as he elaborated ever more implausible stories. He had to gulp his drink whenever his flow of words allowed him a chance. Masturbates also did well. Paradoxically, he was so urbane he did not seem out of place in this rough fort in the wilderness of mountains. Little in these circumstances was to be expected from Caucasus, but he was polite enough when called upon to make an answer. Hippothus, however, was a disappointment. He spoke seldom. Instead, he sat intently staring at one of the Suani. "All-Father," Ballista thought. "It better be physiognomy. If the Greek tries to fuck him, there will be bloodshed." The main course arrived. There was plate after plate of roast meat, venison and boar, partridge and snipe. Not boiling the game birds had been the essence of Suanian objections to Agathon's cooking. There were few vegetables, just some cabbage and garlic, but more flat bread, and more, much more, goatskin-flavoured wine. Ballista rallied a little. Pythonissa had asked him about the battle at Soli, where he had defeated the Sassanid king. Ballista explained the overall strategy and the specific tactics in some detail. She gave every sign of being interested. Although warmed by the wine, he knew he was being humoured and led, but far from minding. He felt grateful. A burst of laughter from the Suani followed Maximus telling the inevitable joke about the young tribune at a remote fort and the camel. Things were going well. They were enjoying themselves. Even Ballista was beginning to relax. Then she asked him, with what might have been an arch look, about his capture of the Sassanid royal harem.
Was it very opulent? Very
decadent. She put a certain emphasis on the last. His words dried up. Ballista preferred not to think about the things he had done in the purple shadows of that silken pavilion, tipping wine on the altar to extinguish the sacred flame, the 2 servants, eunuchs, killed on a whim, his treatment of Shapur's favourite concubine, Roxanne. Afterwards, slumped half-naked on the throne of the House of Sassan, drinking, the girl crying. Even Maximus, when he came in, looking aghast. Of course, Ballista had thought his wife and boys dead. He had not been in his right mind, but the memory was painful. His complete loss of self-control, his descent to what any Greek or Roman would see as his true bestial barbarian nature. Seeing something was wrong, Pythonissa took up the conversational running. She talked to him confidingly about the ghastliness of her ex-father-in-law Hamazasp, his ignorance, alarming table manners, and extraordinary taste in women, and not just boys, but men. The latter was a subject Ballista did not want to dwell on, but he appreciated her flow of talk. After some pears poached in wine, with an unusual aftertaste of goat, the serious food was over. Just some walnuts, cheese, honey, dried apples, roasted broad beans, and yet more bread were put out to soak up the serious drinking. The talk flowed around and over Ballista. He knew what was troubling him. It was her proximity, the way she spoke and smiled and moved. Everything made him intensely aware of her physical proximity. Eventually, Ballista was relieved to call an end to things. He stood, slightly unsteadily, wished them good night. The guests left. Ballista went to the top floor, which he had taken as his quarters. Wolfston helped him out of his best tunic, put out a bowl of water, and left. Ballista was washing when Caucasus stuck his head around the door.
"The woman has sent you a gift?"
The 2 eunuchs entered. Between them they carried a strangely heavy-looking roll of silk carpet. Carefully they placed it on the floor. One stood forward, bowed.
"Our Kyrios said we were to open the gift only when you were on your own, Kyrios."
Ballista gave Caucasus a look which said that, even naked with an injured shoulder, he had nothing to fear from a couple of court eunuchs. The Caledonian made a strange face, possibly a smile, and withdrew. The eunuchs gently unrolled the soft embroidered material, a tangle of white limbs, a mass of blonde hair. They helped her to her feet. She was naked. She was biting her thumb to stop herself laughing out loud. The eunuchs bowed to her, to him, and backed from the room. She took her arms away so he could see her. She was smiling. A necklace, a bangle or 2, nothing else. "Just like Cleopatra to Caesar," she said. He walked across. She put her arms around his neck, careful to avoid his injured shoulder. He put his around her waist. She tipped up her face. He leant down. They kissed, her tongue in his mouth. He slid his hands down to the small of her back, pulled her to him, her breasts pressed against his chest. She was tall. He smelt her perfume, her body. She leant back, looking up at him. Her blue-grey eyes were shining. He felt the familiar surge of powerful lust. It was going to be all right. More than all right. Ballista woke in the early hours of the morning. A feeling of dread was on him. He was sweating, heart racing. The girl was asleep beside him. Moonlight slanted in from the narrow arrow slits. Ballista forced himself to sit up, look across the room at what he knew he would see. There, by the door, as he knew it would be, was the tall, hooded figure, the huge, pale face, the grey eyes full of hatred. "Speak," Ballista said. "I will see you again at Aquileia." Maximinus Thrax spoke, although he had been dead these more than 20 years. Holding his courage tight, as he had every time before, Ballista replied, "I will see you then." Pythonissa stirred, put her arm across him. Ballista looked down at her. She opened her eyes. He looked back towards the door. The demon was gone, just the odour of the waxed canvas of its cloak lingering. "What is wrong?" She suddenly was very awake. She quickly scanned the room for threats. Seeing nothing, she relaxed. You look as if you had seen Hecate herself. Ballista tried to smile, to speak. He could do neither. He lay back. "Tell me," she said. He told her. The centurion who had taken him from the hall of his father to be an imperial hostage, the siege of Aquileia, the conspiracy, the wild fight, stabbing the iron stylus deep into the throat of the emperor, the decapitation of Maximinus, the desecration of his body, the demon that walked by night, the threat of Aquileia. Told her all of it. Pythonissa listened until he was finished. She kissed his chest. "You think it is more than a dream?" he asked. "It could be a dream, but of course the dead walk." She kissed his chest again. "Avoid the Italian city of Aquileia, and nothing more will happen." Now he could half smile. "Unless it is another place of that name, or Aquileia is something else, a state of mind." Her blue-grey eyes regarded him. "Does the demon ever return the same night?" "No." She kissed his lips, then his chest. He felt her hair slide down his body, her tongue licking. She started doing what will take almost any man's mind off his troubles, at least while it lasts. Her eunuchs returned an hour before dawn. She told them to wait, turned to him. "I am not a young man any more." She took no notice. After she had gone, he had to endure the sly smiles of Wulfstan, Caucasus, and the others as he washed, dressed, had breakfast. Maximus kept tiresomely remarking how tired he looked. Ballista wondered what it would be like to live in a culture where you had privacy. In Germania, in the Imperium, everywhere he had been it was the same. The poor lived many to a room. The houses of the rich were packed with servants. As some satirist had written, when Andromache mounted Hector, their slaves stood with their ears glued to the door, masturbating. It would be good to live somewhere where you could have sex with reasonable certainty that no one was listening. Despite such thoughts, Ballista found himself smiling a smile he would have found smug and annoying on someone else. It was interesting that Hector had liked his wife to get on top. Someone came to say the Kyria was leaving. They crossed the river by the stepping stones, arriving only moderately damp at the other side. Pythonissa walked her horse forward from her entourage. Ballista bowed, blew her a kiss, wished her a safe journey. Very formal, she returned the proskynesis, asked the gods to hold their hands over him. He had a sudden vision of her naked, on her hands and knees, of him taking her from behind. He had to have her again. She smiled, full of mischief, as if she could tell what he was thinking. She leant down from the saddle, passed him something. It was an ice-white gem hung on a golden chain. "From the peak where Prometheus was chained," she said, "a cure for nightmares." He thanked her, slipped it around his neck. She turned her horse and rode away to the south. They got back to work. There was a change in the Suani. While they would never labour like helots, promised their freedom, they were better than they had been. It might have been connected to the visit of Pythonissa, or possibly to Ballista saving Tarchon. Whatever the reason, they were a little more assiduous. Within a few days, progress was apparent. Once the scaffolding was rebuilt, the gate on the track began to take shape. The new piers in the Olontus were put in place, and the first tentative spans of timber began to connect them. The final finishes were made to the Tower of Cumania. There was a new purpose and a better routine to the day. At first light, sacrifices were made to Prometheus and Heracles. Respect for local sentiment meant that nothing was ever offered to Zeus or Athena. The workers were fed hot bread with cheese. This was prepared by native cooks at fires on the side of the road. To spare the inhabitants of the fort from being choked by smoke, Agathon cooked their breakfast with the others, then carried it across the stepping stones. Their favoured deities and their stomachs placated, the workers went to their assigned places. Lunch was a simple affair. More flat bread, this time with soup or millet porridge, taken where they toiled. An afternoon's work, another set of sacrifices, and the Suani were free to pass the evening with more eating, drinking, and singing their sad songs by their fires. The sixth morning found Ballista on the battlements as the sun hit the peaks above the gorge. He had a panoramic view over the dark river, the road, the sawing campfires, and the as yet quiet, half-built fortifications. Pythonissa was much on his mind. For years he had amazed his friends, and, if he were honest himself, with his fidelity to his wife. Maximus had never been able to understand it at all. Not even on the many occasions, inevitably when they were drinking, when Ballista had tried to explain the true reasons. Apart from Roxanne, and he felt nothing but guilt about that, he had not had another woman, in part because he loved his wife, but also because he had developed a strange superstition. He had somehow convinced himself that if he had another woman, the next time he was in combat, he would be killed. Almost every fighting man he had ever known had a talisman he hoped would keep him safe. The belts of Roman soldiers were covered in the things. Ballista had clutched his uxorious faithfulness to himself like a sealskin amulet, a rabbit's foot, or some such trinket. But at Soli he had taken Roxanne, and he had not died at Sebaste, or in any of the other places where the spirits of death had hovered close, not in Galilee, Emesa, Ephesus, or Didyma. Things had not been right between him and Julia, not since he had returned from Galilee. He had no idea why. Yes, he supposed he felt guilt, but man was not built for monogamy. Celibacy was bad for the health of man or woman. Julia was far away, and Pythonissa was wilder than any girl he had known, wilder than any of the whores of his youth. He drifted into a reverie about her body, the things she did. Across the river, something was wrong. Shouting, a crowd gathering by one of the campfires. A man was staggering, flailing about. It was Agathon. Ballista went to the trapdoor, climbed down the ladder. He grabbed his sword belt from his quarters, carried on down. Calgacus met him on the floor below. "Agathon!" "I know. Stay here. Post a guard. Shut the door after us." The others were on the second floor. "Maximus, come with me. The rest of you stay here." As Ballista and Maximus went down the outer steps, Tarchon joined them. There was no shaking the Suanian. The heavy oak door slammed behind them. Ballista wondered if they should have taken the time to put on their mail coats. When they reached the other side, they had to shoulder through a dense throng of onlookers. Agathon was on the ground. He was clawing at his eyes, his body jerking. He had fouled himself. The Suani watched him with expressionless black eyes. Ballista and Maximus knelt either side, gripped him hard, restrained him. A final convulsion, and Agathon died. In the complete silence, Tarchon got to his knees and cradled the head of the dead slave. He put his face very close to, but not touching, that of the corpse. Tarchon sniffed. He said something in his native tongue. Then one word in Greek. Poison. Chapter 25. The killing of Agathon changed things. Ballista and the Familia now habitually went fully armed. By day, pickets were posted. At night, Cumania was shuttered and bolted. A watch was kept. All food and drink for the Familia was kept in the fort, where it was prepared by Polybius and Wulfstan. It had been brought home to them that they were far from help, hemmed in by wild mountains and any number of potential enemies. At least Cumania was virtually impregnable. A siege mentality was fast developing. Yet the construction proceeded well. The Suani outside the fort seemed unaffected by the poisoning. Seen so much of it, Maximus suggested. The dressed stones of the gate went up, tier by tier. The wooden walkway over the river was completed. There were practical difficulties tying it into the natural rock face to the west, but nothing Ballista could not resolve. It was 7 days before the calends of August, 15 since Agathon had been murdered. Nothing else bad had happened. The fortifications were nearly ready. Ballista thought they might be finished by the calends. It was all in hand. The messenger arrived mid-afternoon. He came from the south, had a letter for Ballista. It was in Greek, in a woman's hand. She hoped it found him well, asked if the gemstone had helped, thanked him for entertaining her so well. He had no doubt it came from Pythonissa. She wanted him to ride down to the house she had in Dicaiosine that night. For discretion, it was better he came alone. With the exception of Maximus, the Familia was unanimous that he should not go. It was madness. The letter might not be from her. Even if it were, it could be a trap. From her or not, the situation was too dangerous. Someone in these ghastly mountains wanted them dead. These Suani were not to be trusted. Ballista was determined. He would go. If so, they said, he could not ride alone. Even Maximus joined in the chorus. These mountaineers would cut a lone stranger's throat soon as look at him. Ballista relented. He would take one man. The Suani Tarchon, in the little Greek he had picked up, demanded that he accompany the Kyrios. Blood oath, He had sworn blood oath, very happy to die. Words failing him, he mimed covering his head, sneaking along. Maximus was having none of it. All these years, and he was not going to be elbowed aside by some filthy fucking goat boy who probably did not know one end of a fucking sword from another. Ballista exercised tact. He reminded Tarchon that Caucasus had also saved him. The blood oath was to the old man as well. Tarchon must stay and keep him safe. If that failed, he could die happy for him. With much doubt in his eyes, Tarchon agreed. Maximus would accompany Ballista. They would return the following night. On the day they were away, Caucasus would command. Everyone must take their orders unquestioningly from him. No Suani, with the exception of Tarchon, were to enter the fort. Did they all understand? Not long after dusk, when the sky in the west was still purple, 3 men in native costume crossed the stepping stones over the Alontis and went to the horse lines. They tacked up, mounted, and rode south. At first, they rode in silence. The night darkened, the heavens were painted with stars. It was good to be out of the fort, away from the pass. It was good to be riding at night. The Alontis rattled away past them, the horses stepping quietly. Sometimes they pricked up their ears, looked out into the darkness at things the men could not see. When the rock walls rolled back and the country opened, they felt like talking. Maximus untied the folds of the native turban that had been covering the lower part of his face. "Do you think I'll catch something from this?" "Almost certainly. Lice." They spoke in the language of Maximus's home. "Are you thinking it's altogether wise, us risking our lives just so you can fuck her?" "Myrta of the Long Road would never do anything like that." "Never in 6 lifetimes. Do you think she might have a maid or 2? "No, just the eunuchs, but I'm sure they will be grateful for your attentions." They crossed a stream joining the Alontis. Water splashed up in the starlight. Stones clinked under the horses' hooves. "You remember that night we dressed up to walk the walls at Arete? When that soldier said Ballista's bodyguard was one of the ugliest fuckers he had ever seen?" "That is the one. Then there was us as fishermen at Caucasus." "Sebaste." "What?" "It was Sebaste." "Wherever. Gods below, it took me days to get rid of the smell. And that time at Ephesus you had me blacked up as the king of the Saturnalia to start a riot." "Happy days. You remember what you were wearing in Massilia?" "Sure, you always have to bring that up just when I am happy." About the middle watch they came to a place where 2 small rivers came down on either side to join the Alontis. Beyond was Caspian. The villages of Suania had no walls. There was no need for them, with every home a miniature fortress. The messenger led them through the alleys to a closed gate in a blank wall. He whistled, and the gate opened. Ballista left Maximus with the porter and the horses. He followed the messenger up several flights of stairs. The house was large, a more Mediterranean style than most. On the top floor, one of the eunuchs sat, dozing on a tasseled cushion outside an ornate door. As he got to his feet, the messenger wordlessly went back down the stairs.
"Wait, please, Kyrios."
The eunuch tapped on the door, slipped inside. Ballista waited a long time. The eunuch re-emerged. With a courtly bow, he waved Ballista to enter. There were several little lamps burning, but the wide, tall room was still dim. It was perfumed and opulent with rugs and hangings. A large bed against the far wall was plump with mattresses and cushions. Pythonissa walked out of the shadows. This time she was not naked. Not quite. She wore a silk gown, diaphanous and clinging like a statue of a goddess. It emphasized her body more than nudity ever could. "Kyrios," she said. As she bowed, the gown slid open. He could see her breasts. There was a sheen to her skin. Pythonissa pulled her gown together. Her nipples stood out through the thin material. She firmly pushed away his hands. She took his native headdress and coat, helped him out of his sword belt and mail coat. She placed them away in a corner. Coming back with a bowl of water and towels, she told him to sit. She washed and dried his hands, helped him off with his boots, washed and dried his feet, all the time fending off his hands. She went to fetch him a drink. This time he grabbed her. The wine spilt as he dragged her onto his lap. He kissed her, his hands moving greedily over her. She broke her mouth away, laughing. "I wondered how long I could make you wait." They kissed, pulling at each other's clothes. They ended up on the floor. Afterwards, not bothering to dress, She padded to the door. She opened it and told the eunuch to bring food and drink. Ballista stood up, stretched. She came and stood in front of him. She was tall, little shorter than him. She looked at the healing scars on his shoulder, traced them with her fingertips. She dipped her head, her red lips parted, and her tongue traced along the wounds. The eunuch glided into the room. He set the things out on a table. Pythonissa took no notice at all of him. Her hand reached down, fondling. Ballista went to push her away, stopped himself. She was shameless, impudent. The eunuch bowed. As the servant backed out of the room, she sank to her knees. Ballista woke late the next day. He was in her big bed. His head ached slightly from the wine, but he felt good. He could smell her on him. Pythonissa was already up. Wearing another sheer gown, she was telling her servants where to place the breakfast trays. There was an aroma of warm bread, bacon, other good things. She smiled knowingly at Ballista. "They have brought a lot of food. It would be indiscreet for you to leave until tonight. You might need to keep your strength up." The day passed languorously. The eunuchs carried in a bath, hot water. Ballista and Pythonissa bathed, oiled each other. They ate, drank, talked. At midday, Maximus arrived, asked if he needed anything. He did not. Maximus went away again. Twice more in the afternoon, Pythonissa mounted Ballista as Andromache mounted Hector. He had almost forgotten the vigour that came with a new lover. When it began to get dark, he said he should go. She said, "Not yet," arranged herself on the bed. He took her from behind, hard, almost brutal. It was just as he had remembered it from the first time. When it was over, they lay together, flushed, out of breath. The door crashed open. Harsh light flooded the room. Men crowded in. Ballista rolled from the bed. 2 men were between him and his weapons. Drawn blades covered him. "My whore of a sister!" It was Saurmag. There were 6 armed men with him. Not Suani. Nomads from the north. There were more outside. "What are you doing?" Pythonissa was on her feet, her face white with anger. She made little attempt to cover her breasts, her delta. Inconsequentially, Ballista thought of the Aphrodite of Cnidus. Saurmag did not answer her. From his coat, he produced some white reeds, scattered them negligently on the floor. "Cut at dawn at the beginning of the spring, cut by you when you sacrificed to Hecate, sang the paean to your bitch goddess. Now they will condemn you." Ballista stood very still, measuring, calculating. Only a small table to hand, nothing to use as a weapon. The 2 men nearest did not take their eyes off him. "You fool, Saurmag," she hissed. "A word from me to our father, what you did to our brothers." Saurmag smiled. "You forget, I was not alone in killing Mithridates and Sadeas." "Our father will not believe you, nor will Azo." Saurmag actually laughed. "That really does not matter. They are being hunted down now." His face hardened. "Because you betrayed me, I have been forced to act sooner than I wished." The Suanian prince stepped forward. His men's eyes did not waver. Ballista wondered where Maximus was. Saurmag slapped his sister hard. She took a step back, recovered herself. Saurmag pointed at Ballista. "I sent you to kill this barbarian. Instead, like the whore you are, you took him to your bed. Because you let him live, the Caspian gates are nearly complete." He slapped her again. "Nearly complete, but not finished. The Alani rode through today." "You are a fool." Her voice was low, full of menace. "The Alani will not let you rule. They will take Suania for themselves." "You underestimate me. Like our father, our brothers, the Synedrion, all of you." Saurmag shrugged. "Anyway, you will never know. Your shameless lust has delivered you and your barbarian into my hands. By tomorrow, you will both be gone into the mouth of the impious. In 30 days' time, the vultures of Myotis will be tearing at your flesh." Chapter 26. The dark was not absolute. Tiny squints of light peeped through the trapdoor above his head. Ballista wished they did not. They showed just how small was the space. The cell was underground, apparently cut from the living rock. Ballista had to be careful how he shifted his weight. The surfaces behind his back, under his arse, his heels, were rough, jagged. There was not enough room for him to stand or, sitting, straighten his legs. He could feel the mass of the rock all around, pressing in, restricting him, crushing him. The fear of confined spaces was hard on him. He sat, arms around his knees, in the dark, in the filth. He had no idea how long he had been there. Up in Pythonissa's room, Saarmag had been in no hurry to end his pleasure. The Suanian prince had slapped his sister again. She had raised her arms to protect her face. He had laughed, caught her wrists, slapped her 2, 3 more times. Some of the Alani grinned, enjoying her nakedness, her pain. But the eyes of the two watching Ballista did not shift. The northerner slumped, trying to look defeated, hoping for an opportunity. Saarmag had said something to the nomads in their language. One, probably the leader, had replied. He was grinning, eyeing the girl. "I asked if his men would enjoy you," Saarmag had said. He yanked her wrists high, fully exposing her body. She spat. The spittle ran down his cheek. He hit her hard with his fist. There was blood on her lips. Her brother looked her up and down, slowly. Nothing fraternal about it. "No, if I—" He hit her again. "You can die no more defiled than this barbarian. All the others have left you." "Neither with steel nor poison." Her voice had been just in control. Saarmag had smiled. "No poison, no steel. I keep my word. Just the mouth of the impious. Take them away." Down in the cell, the dark pushed in on Ballista. He tried to control his breathing, drive down his fear. Where was Maximus? What had happened to him? "Do you need anything?" "No, I do not." Inadequate words if they were to prove their last. Saarmag had not mentioned the Hibernian. There had been no sight of him. Pythonissa had been dragged off. Ballista did not know where. After she had gone, 4 Alani had hustled him down to the bottom of her house. He had stumbled along, the picture of dejection, waiting for a chance. They had not bound his hands. The chance had not come. At the end of a rock-cut corridor, the trapdoor had been hauled up. He had been shoved down into this solitary cell. The trapdoor had slammed down. All-Father, he prayed Maximus had got away. The Alani had come up through the Caspian gate. What of Caucasus and the others? The small fortress of Cumania was as near impregnable as any Ballista had seen, but surprise, treachery, could take any place. If they had had time to secure the fort, they had provisions to last for months. But had they had enough warning? Had they let any others take shelter with them, others who might turn traitor? If they were attacked night and day, how long before exhaustion wore them down? Alone in the dark, he thought of his sons, his wife. Perhaps he had been right all those years. Take another woman, and he would die. The mills of the gods are slow in grinding, but grind fine. From the proverb, his thoughts drifted to lines of Euripides. Not to your face, no fear, not to any miscreants, will justice strike the fatal blow, but soft and slow of tread, she will, in her own season, stalking the wicked, seize them unawares. He refused to give way to self-pity. If nothing else, he might as well die fighting before he let them sew him in the sack. There were indistinct noises from above. They resolved themselves into footsteps. A heavy tread coming nearer. More than one man. No, thought Ballista, not like Edessa. The horror of that cell came back to him. A Persian called Vardan and Hamizasp of Iberia, beating him, rolling him over, tugging at his clothes. Only a near miracle, the arrival of the Persian boy, the Zoroastrian Mobad called Hormizd, had saved him. The footfalls were directly above. Might as well die today without suffering that. Better than dying tomorrow, afterwards. Ballista tried to get up into a crouch. His legs were dead, arms shaking. The light blinded him as the trapdoor was opened. "Get him out!" someone said. He tried to rise. Hands gripped him, hauled him up. He was set on his feet. They were still holding him. "Hecate, you stink!" A woman's voice. Ballista forced his eyes open. It was Pythonissa. And better, much better than that. Behind her was Maximus. "How?" Ballista was swaying, grinning like an idiot, trying to kiss them both. They were alive, free. They had freed him. All father, but this was good. "Get dressed now." She was not grinning. There was a third person, a Suanian warrior. He passed over a bundle of clothes. Ballista started to put on the trousers, tunic, boots, other things, all native costume. He was clumsy with cramp. Maximus helped him. "I was out looking for a place where a man might have some fun." Maximus shook his head sorrowfully. "Nothing at all. Dullest place I have ever set foot. No bars, no brothels, no baths, not a drink or a girl to be had in the whole fucking place. You've got your arm down the wrong sleeve. Anyway, I was on my way back, all my hopes dashed to the ground, when who should I see but your man Sourmag coming up the road, and not on his own either. So I ran back, whistled up our faithful messenger, old Cobrius here," he nodded to the Suanian, "and one of his friends. We went over the back wall as Sourmag and his boys came bursting in the front. Cobrius's brother lives an alley or two over. He hid us. Gods, will you concentrate? Hold your fucking foot still. That's like dressing a child. We got a boy to watch. The lad comes back, tells us Sourmag has just ridden out as if he were late for his own funeral, taken all but 10 of his men with him. So we thought we would come back. There you go. Very fetching you look, too. A proper barbarous mountaineer." "He has a gift for killing," Pythonissa said. "Thank you, Kyria." Maximus bowed to her, then smiled at Ballista. "Your armour and weapons are in the courtyard with the horses." "How many?" Ballista asked. "He killed 5 of the 10, Pythonissa said. "Now we must go. Put the hats on, cover your faces. No talking until we are clear of the village. There are others of my brother's men here." There were 2 bodies, much blood, at the end of the corridor. Several more outside. In the bone-white moonlight, a warrior and a eunuch held the horses. Ballista, more himself now, wriggled into his mail coat, buckled on the belts that held his weapons. His war gear clinked and glittered reassuringly. Maximus tossed him 2 more knives. He hid one in each boot. "Put the hats on," Pythonissa hissed. Ballista and Maximus did as they were told. "Your helmet is in the bedroll on the saddle," Maximus whispered. "There is food and drink." "Enough talk," she said. Ballista noted with approval the bow case hanging from his saddle. They mounted. A woman appeared from nowhere, unbarred the gate of the house. As the 6 riders went past, she performed proskynesis, full length in the dirt. The gate shut quietly as they rode away. There was always something strange about riding through a town or village in the dead of night. The flat quality of the light, a stray cat or two where there should be people, a dog barking loud in the stillness, and never more so than when riding through an enemy-held place, when any human encounter most likely would mean discovery and disaster. The priestess of Hecate led the muffled figures down one alley after another, past crossroads haunted by the servants of her infernal deity. The clop of hooves, the creak of leather, the jingle of tack echoing back from the blank walls, the shuttered windows, all inviting anyone awake to wonder who was abroad at such an hour, inviting scrutiny. At long, long last they left the last sleeping houses behind. Relief washed through them all. Even the horses seemed to move more freely. Pythonissa quickened the pace to a round canter. They rode on without speaking. The priestess, her lover, his bodyguard, 2 warriors and a eunuch. A strange company, bound by circumstance. The sounds of their passing floated off up the bare slopes. After an hour or so, Pythonissa reined in. They slid from the saddle, walked next to the horses to let them get their wind back. The night was quiet all around. "Why are we heading south?" Ballista asked. "Sourmag and the Alani have gone to besiege Cumania. Our brother Azo is there." She gave a snort of laughter. "It seems a rumor had reached my eldest brother that the northern barbarian Ballista had behaved with impropriety towards a member of his family. He is very keen on both family honor and propriety. I think I have been a great trial to him. Yesterday Azo was on his way to see you. Somehow he slipped past the Alani and ended up having to take refuge with your men." "How many were with him?" "Only 6. Ballista calculated. Caucasus, Hippothus, Masturbates, the 3 slaves and young Wulfstan, the Suani Tarchon, joined by 7 other Suani, 14 of fighting age, and a boy. The additional numbers meant less danger of the tiny garrison succumbing to fatigue. If the siege were very long, it might put a strain on supplies. More worrying, Ballista's men were outnumbered. If one of the Suani turned traitor, things would not be good. In the gloom, Pythonissa turned a serious face to Ballista. Saurmag has to kill Azo. If he does not, then, irrespective of his Alani allies, he will not be king of Suania. With Azo still alive, neither the Synedrian nor the rest of the Suani will accept him as king. What about your father? He is dead. They walked on in silence until it was time to mount up again. If not north to the Caspian gates, where are we going? Ballista asked. Pythonissa smiled, spoke with a playful edge. To the Low Country, so the renowned General Marcus Claudius Ballista can gather troops from the Roman garrison in Caucasus. With the hero of Sully at their head, they will win a great victory, drive the nomads back beyond the gates, kill the patricidal usurper Saurmag, place the rightful heir Azo on the throne of Suania, and in so doing, both make the new monarch grateful to his sister and ensure he is a friend of Rome. A happy outcome for everyone, except all those you kill, and all those connected to Saurmag. Ballista settled himself in the saddle. He snorted sadly. A good plan for a Greek novel. There are not enough Roman troops in the whole of the Kindly Sea, let alone Caucasus. Then we will go to Iberia, Pythonissa rallied. Hamazasp will give us troops. He will drive a hard bargain, but I was married to his beloved son. Hamazasp will kill me, unfortunately not quite as soon as look at me. Ballista took her lack of response for agreement. He clicked his tongue, and the horse walked on. Albania, then. Pythonissa was full of resource. You said your friend Castricius is at the court there. My mother was Albanian. King Caucasus will welcome the chance to acquire influence in Suania. Which is why Hamazasp of Iberia will never let Albanian troops cross his territories to get to Suania. This time Pythonissa had no more ideas. The horses walked on down the track. Ballista made up his mind. If we need warriors to defeat Saurmag and his Alani, there is only one place we can raise them. To the southwest of the Caspian Sea, in the lands of the Mahdi and the Cadusi. Pythonissa looked at him with incomprehension. Their revolt has been crushed by the Sassanid Prince Narse. There is still a Persian army there. Yes. She saw what he meant. They will kill you. They might not. Chapter 27. As the dawn chased away the night, they came to another pass, perhaps 15 miles south of Dicaeosyne, certainly less than 20. Its native name was unpronounceable by Ballista and Maximus. Rendered into Greek, it was Dareni. They could smell the campfires a way off, before the smoke was visible in the mist. They halted, 6 huddled centaurs in the dimness. Fuck, said Maximus. Is there a way round? Ballista asked. Pythonissa made a negative gesture with a hand. Not unless we go a long way back towards the village. Fuck, said Maximus. And they will be Saurmag's men? Ballista asked. Yes. Fuck, said Maximus again. Ballista looked all around. The bare slopes were grey in the half-light. Above, the snow of the peaks was pink with the morning sun, the rocks showing through a deeper red. Resting on them, the sky was blue, but with ugly scrawls of dark cloud which promised foul weather. Down below, on the pale track, were the 6 muffled riders, much alike in their cloaks and bulky coats. Ballista spoke to Pythonissa. Your 2 warriors go in front. They must try and talk us through. Maximus and I go next. We may have to cut our way out. If someone goes down, no one can stop. He looked over at Maximus, and knew the falsity of his words. Pythonissa spoke in their own language to the 2 Suani warriors. Their identical dark-eyed faces regarded her dispassionately. When she had finished, they moved their horses to the front. She backed her horse next to the eunuch. They all set off at a walk. The tide of sunshine was flowing down the western slope. The bottom of the pass was still in shade. Clouds of fresh smoke billowed out from the small campfire on the side of the track. There were 4 guards feeding the flames. The smell was aromatic, homely. The other, larger fire was some way off, on a shelf to the left. Above it, there was just a waver of smoke. It had not been made up for hours. The unreckoned number of men there were not yet stirring. The tethered horses looked down solemnly. A challenge was called from ahead. One of Pythonissa's men answered. The men by the fire were not Alani, but Suani. It might help. The travellers walked their horses up to the picket and stopped. The sentinels had spread out, 2 in the track, 1 to either side, bows in hand, arrows notched. They kept their distance. There was an exchange of words. By the larger fire, men were getting to their feet. Unslinging a goatskin of wine from one of the horns of his saddle, Ballista unstoppered it and took a swig. He used his knees to pace his mount towards the guard off the track on the right. Getting close, he leant down and offered the drink. As the warrior reached for it, Ballista stabbed him in the side of the neck. The dagger went in hard to the hilt. The man dropped the flask and his bow. He did not scream. His hands grabbed Ballista's forearm. Ballista used his boot to shove him away. The man fell back with a frothy, choking sound. Shouts. A prolonged scream. Ballista wheeled his horse. Automatically wiping the blade of his dagger on his thigh, he sheathed it and drew his sword. His hand was sticky with blood. Another of the guards was down, not moving. A third guard was dodging this way and that. Pythonissa's 2 Suani were circling him, cutting down with their longswords at his head. The man had his arms up. Blood was running down them. He was screaming. The final guard was running up the slope towards his companions at the larger campfire. They were snatching up their weapons, throwing saddles onto their horses, untethering them. "Move!" Maximus was already a little way down the track. His horse was stamping, throwing its head about at the scent of blood. Pythonissa's mount surged past. Ballista brought his around behind that of her eunuch, slapped the flat of his blade across its rump. The eunuch's horse leapt forward like a scalded cat. Ballista booted his after it. The 2 Suani were still chopping at the remaining guard. "Leave him!" Ballista shouted as he passed. The 2 men sawed at their reins. As they came around, an arrow took one in the face. He was knocked sideways in the saddle. His horse shied. The Suanian crashed to the ground. More arrows were slicing down. "Leave him!" Ballista shouted over his shoulder. The fallen Suanian was alive. The arrow protruding from his jaw, he was struggling to his feet. His face a mask of blood, he reached for his horse. It skittered back and bolted after the others. His companion sat in indecision. Arrows fell around him. One thumped into the baggage strapped across the rear of his mount. He kicked his heels and raced after Ballista. The 5 remaining riders were strung out along the track, the loose horse running with them, threatening mayhem. Maximus slowed, pulled to the side, let Pythonissa and the eunuch overtake him. The Hibernian fell in beside Ballista. Their surviving Suanian was only a dozen lengths behind. "How many?" Ballista said above the thunder of hooves. 20, maybe more." "Suani or nomads?" "Plenty of both." "Fuck," Ballista said. The first few miles were a straight chase. They were in the pass. There was nowhere else to go but down it. They rode as fast as they could. Stones rattled and flicked up from the horses' feet. Thankfully, the loose horse dropped back. Again and again they forded the stream in a chill spray of their own making. The day was not getting lighter. The clouds were coming down. The pass twisted. On the longer straights they could see the dark mass of their pursuers, a mile or so behind, an amorphous animal set on revenge. Pythonissa reined in at the entrance to the pass. They pulled up around her, horses and riders steaming. A steep slope down to a green valley, a river winding through it. "The Aragos," she said. "We follow it." Leaning far back in the saddle, carefully they negotiated the incline. At the foot, she led them to the left, downstream. They had covered no great distance when those hunting them appeared at the top. Despite the hunters whooping at the sight of their prey, Ballista called for Pythonissa to slacken the pace. They would draw ahead again as the hunters came down the slope. This was going to be a long chase. Some of the hills along the Aragos were timbered, but not enough to offer concealment. The fissures in its flanks were equally unpromising. Of course, they could not be like the 2 north of Dicaiosine, Ballista thought bitterly. You could hide any number in them, or in the one they had ridden between the village and the pass. Although generally the valley of the Aragos was wide, at times it hemmed in on them. At these places the cliffs were vertical, devoid of vegetation, grooved as if by the chisel of some inexpert giant stonemason. Ballista contemplated making a stand, only to dismiss it as a futile last resort. The ceiling of cloud was getting lower, the day darker. The horses were very tired. They rode on at a pushed canter, but sitting straight, well back in the saddle. When they had not seen or heard those chasing them for some time, Ballista called a halt. No sight of the sun, but he thought it about mid-morning. The mountain horses were tough, but needed spelling. They dismounted, let them drink just a little, led them onward. The sound of a horn, echoing through the granite hills, impossible to tell how far, drove them to horseback again. They rode on down-river. The threatened rain still did not fall. Out of the murk, high on a terrace, a work of man suddenly would emerge, each one startling in its incongruity. Here a ruined stone tower, there a shepherd's hut. Never anything that offered them safety. When the horses were staggering, they got down again, walked by their heads. "Have we crossed into the territory of Iberia?" Ballista asked. "Will they not turn back?"
"In the Caucasus, territory is a fluid concept," Pythonissa said. "Its only meaning is where a ruler can get away with what he wishes."
"It has always been a rule that the weak should be subject to the strong," Ballista said.
She gave him a strange look. "The Athenians in Thucydides. It is easy to forget you have become a Greek."
"I have been in the Imperium a long time."
"If my brother's men recognized us, they will not dare turn back."
They struggled on through the afternoon, riding, walking, the times in the saddle getting ever shorter. It was amazing what a horse or a person could do when forced. Eating, drinking, relieving themselves on the track, even Pythonissa taking but a few steps for privacy. Humanity and beasts rendered near one in extremity. Eventually, Ballista saw a large, tumble-down stone building, off up one of the slopes. They could not go on. They would camp there. He sent Maximus back to the last turn of the valley. He would replace him in a couple of hours. The rest plodded into the ruin. It looked as if it had been a barn. Now, roofless in this bleak place, it seemed a monument to misguided optimism. They lit no fire. After perfunctorily rubbing down and seeing to the horses, they slumped to the floor. Too tired to eat more than a mouthful or two, they tried to settle themselves to get what sleep they could. The Suanian warrior sat a little apart, sobbing quietly but unceasingly. "What is the matter with him?" Ballista asked, not so he could hear.
"Cobrias is mourning. His brother Oroizes was the one we left behind," Pythonissa said.
Ballista could think of nothing to say. He went to sleep. About 2 hours later, he woke, cold and stiff in every joint. His first thought was of his sons. He forced himself to saddle his horse and lead it out to go and take over the watch. Maximus walked his animal to the barn. The rain still had not come, but the clouds were there, blotting out the moon and stars. Even when Ballista had been out some time, visibility was negligible. It was cold. Ballista wriggled his toes in his boots, kept the hand that was not holding the reins under his coat. He did not want to move too much. It would make him easier to spot. Sometimes, however, the cold forced him to get up, stamp his feet, walk the horse about. He did not really think the hunters would come up in the night. There may be Alani among them, as Maximus had said, but if so, the nomads had no spare mounts with them. Their horses would be as done in as those of their quarry. Time passed incredibly slowly. The river lapped past in the dark. From far away came the sound of jackals, once the howl of a wolf. He calmed the horse. Ballista sat in the dark on the abysmal hillside. He thought of his sons, his wife. They would be asleep in warm, comfortable beds in the villa in Tauromenium. He wished he were in Sicily with them. Sicily, in these troubled times, the age of iron and rust, he could not think of a safer place. No Roman army had campaigned there since the civil wars as the old Republic died, nearly 3 centuries previously. No barbarian incursion had troubled the island for much longer. Nothing since the great slave uprisings, and they were, 3.5, 4 centuries ago. He wanted to be at home with his family. As he framed the thought, Pythonissa's words slid into his mind. "It is easy to forget you have become a Greek." But he knew it was not true. Not completely true. He would never be wholly a Greek. Yet now he would never again be wholly an Angle of Germania. Separated from the culture of his birth, he knew he would never fully be accepted as either Greek or Roman. Wherever he went, he would be in exile. Whatever. All he wanted now was not to be on this dismal fucking hillside in the middle of nowhere. The eunuch came along to take his place. Ballista took his horse back to the barn. Maximus was fast asleep. The Hibernian twitched and muttered, caught in a dream of who could tell what lubricious nature. Pythonissa and the other Suanian were awake, heads close together, talking. Ballista felt a pang of jealousy. He dismissed it. She was not his woman. At least the barbarian had stopped crying. Ballista hunkered down, fell asleep thinking again about his sons. They were up an hour before dawn. Cobrias was on watch. They ate, fed the horses. They were tacking up when the Suanian galloped back. The hunters were coming, still more than a mile before the turn in the valley, but riding fast. Ballista and the others climbed into the saddle, the threat banishing their fatigue. Pythonissa led the Suanian warrior aside. She spoke urgently to him in their own tongue. Ballista said they should set off. She gestured for him to wait. She spoke some more to the Suanian. The warrior obviously agreed. She passed him a phial. He drank. She embraced him. "Now we go," she said. As the others turned their horses down towards the track, the Suanian sat motionless. "What is he doing?" Ballista asked. "He will lead them to the barn. With luck, they will think they have trapped us all inside." "Why?" "Yesterday, he left his brother to die. Today, Cobrias will make amends. He will die. And save us. He will have made amends. The thing I gave him will keep his courage up." They splashed across the stream and around the next corner, out of sight.
Chapter 28. By nightfall the four riders came to the confluence of the Aragus and another river flowing from the north. Here Pythonissa said they should leave the valley and strike due east into hills covered in stands of trees. They did not go far before camping. Again they made no fire, but away from the valleys in the immensity of the wilderness, their pursuers were unlikely to discover them. They rode on the next day across gentle slopes of birch, ash, and hazel. In the glades were lupins and hollyhocks. The big rain clouds had gone, and the day was warmer, alternating between short showers and soft sunshine. They made camp early, mid-afternoon, by a stream fringed with raspberry bushes. Pythonissa showed them how the locals caught trout by digging under the stones to uncover creatures such as small black scorpions, fitting them to hooks. They bathed in an upland pool, first Ballista and Maximus, then, as they built a fire, Pythonissa and her eunuch.
"You know," said Maximus, "some eunuchs can get it up. It all depends on what age they were castrated, and how."
"You know," said Ballista, "I could not give a fuck." They cooked the trout, ate them with toasted flatbread. When they had finished, Pythonissa came to Ballista, led him away, back to the pool. They had sex almost fully clothed, without talking. There was a chill to the evening. Afterwards, they lay together. "Tell me about your brothers," Ballista said.
Saurmag and Azo.
"No, the two who were killed." She was silent. "What happened to them?" he prompted.
In Suania, the more sons a warrior has, the more he is thought a man. Often, if a girl is born, they put a pinch of hot ash in the baby's mouth.
Ballista considered this. "In the story, Medea was not treated well by her father, but no one thinks she was right to dismember her brother."
"So, you think I am a new Medea?" She smiled. "After you killed my husband, I was returned like an unwanted purchase to my father's court. My father wanted to marry me off to the king of the lice-eaters. Saurmag promised me more. If he took the throne, he would find me a better match. He talked much of the king of the Bosphorus."
"So you helped him kill your brothers?"
Pythonissa did not reply.
"Why did you turn against him?"
"Like all men, Saurmag is only interested in fucking women or using them in other ways. He realized he could only rid himself of our father and Azo if he had help from outside Suania. He decided to summon the barbarian Alani. As an inducement, I was to be given to the Alani chief, I would have shared a tent with the nomad as his fourth wife. And you discovered this when hunting north of the mountains? No. I went there to make certain my suspicions were right. And on your return, you came to my bed. She smiled. Do you regret it? And now you think I can rid you and Suania of Sawamag and the Alani, making your brother Azo grateful to you. As you say. She turned to look at him with her blue-grey eyes. If you think I am a new Medea, remember what she did when Jason deserted her. The next day they picked up the headwaters of the Alazonios River and followed them down out of the high country. They emerged onto a broad, grassy plain dotted with isolated Albanian farmsteads. It was the threshing season. Small boys stopped their work and regarded them from out of clouds of chaff. The river meandered beneath bald hills to the right. The greener foothills of the Caucasus were some miles away to the left. They rode by the trees that bordered the Alazonios. At night they went down to the banks and camped, and Ballista worried about Caucasus and young Wolfston and the others. After 4 days by their side, the Alazonios turned south through the hills. Down there the river was the border between Albania and Iberia. Wanting to keep well clear of Hamazasp, they kept on to the southeast, tracking a tributary upstream. For another 3 days they crossed more high country, fording fast streams where the waters surged dangerously around the animals' bellies. The evening before the nones of August, they reached an Albanian settlement called Chabala. The headman of Chabala was welcoming. He told them what they wanted to know. Caucasus, king of Albania, was on the Caspian coast, south of the big peninsula, in the territory of the Cadusii. His uncle, Zoba the high priest, was with him. They had gone to confer with Prince Nase, son of Shapur. Yes, Nase had his troops with him, many myriads, for there were still those unpunished among the Cadusii. Yes, the headman thought the Roman Castricius was with Caucasus. They rested for a day in the headman's house. When they left, he gave them gifts and food, provided 2 warriors who would act as guides. A day in the saddle brought them down to an immense lowland plain. It was hot down there, yet not so hot they would put off their armour. They rode hard for 3 days, but the news of their coming preceded them. No fewer than 100 mounted Albanian warriors were waiting for them. They were large, handsome men, dressed much like Persians or Armenians. They were armed to the teeth, bows, javelins, swords, many daggers, wearing breastplates and curious helmets made from the skins of wild animals. The leader at least spoke Greek. He welcomed the Kyria Pythonissa with all politeness. His basileus Caucasus greatly looked forward to entertaining her. With Ballista he was more reserved. It was his duty to take him with all speed to Nase, the glorious son of the house of Sasan. On the type of welcome Ballista might receive, he would not be drawn. To reach the sea, they crossed the strangest landscape Ballista had ever seen. The path ran through nothing but miles of crazed, cracked mud. In places it pushed up to resemble small hillocks or large ant-hills. From these eminences, hot liquid mud flowed, darker than its solidified antecedents. There was no animal or plant life. The smell was repulsive, like naphtha. It was like riding back into primordial chaos, back before Prometheus had moulded man from the foul stuff around them. Finally there were clumps of coarse grass, patches of sand. The mud gave way to the shore. The sea breeze blew away most of the stench, and there on the silted coastline was the camp. The horse lines stretched into the distance. To Ballista's experienced eye, there were some 10,000 horsemen and a horde of others, infantry and camp followers, Persians and Albanians, all indiscriminate. The camp was dominated by 2 pavilions, both purple, one larger than the other. The men were led in front of them, told to dismount. Pythonissa and her eunuch were ushered straight inside the smaller of the tents. Ballista and Maximus were told to wait. The Albanian guards were replaced by Persians. Beyond the camp, the line of the sea was decorated with men impaled on poles. It could have been the wind coming off the sea, but 1 or 2 of them seemed still to be moving. "Did you know the Caspian is a lake?" Maximus asked. "No, it is not." "Sure it is. Sweet water and snakes." "I know about snakes." "Did you know that among the many poisonous snakes in Albania there is one whose bite causes men to die laughing?" "Fuck off." "And another with venom that brings you to death weeping and mourning for your ancestors."
What if you did not know who your father was? You would probably cry about that.
Ballista inclined his head. We are drawing a crowd.
Well, you cannot blame them. It is not every day Nasu, the demon of death, comes calling, cap in hand.
Maximus looked somewhere else.
Do you think we will be joining the boys on the shore?
No, I would not have come if I thought that.
You do not sound so sure now.
No, I am not so sure now. A Sassanid noble walked out of the pavilion. He was tall, broad-shouldered, with slim hips. The silk surcoat over his steel was heavily embroidered, predominantly light blue. His beard was dyed bright red, and his eyes were lined with kohl. Some years before, Ballista would have laughed. That was before he had seen such men fight. The Persian greeted them suavely in Greek. He asked them to accompany him into the presence of Prince Narse. Ballista knew that such civility was only to be expected in a man of such rank from the Orient. It signified nothing about their fate. They passed through the outer chamber of the Marquis, where petitioners waited in silence. They were not told to remove their weapons. That might be a good sign. The inner sanctum was a slightly smaller version of that of the King of Kings Shapur himself. Purple and gold opulence in everything. Ballista pushed away the memories. He had to keep his concentration. Everything might depend on it. The son of Shapur sat on a throne at the far end. Ballista and Maximus advanced, not too close, and made full proskynesis. Face down on a Persian rug, Ballista accepted that this was not the time for an assertion of either Roman dignitas or Germanic freedom. Having blown the ritual kiss, they got to their knees, then their feet. Prince Narse was a good-looking young man, with an aquiline nose above a curly blue-black beard. He wore a tiara and an enormous pearl hanging from each ear. He was flanked on his right by officers, on his left by mobads. Ballista did not recognize any of them. A Zoroastrian fire altar burnt in front of the priests. Soldiers in armor lined the walls. "I know you well, Dernhelm, son of Isangrim." Narse spoke excellent old-fashioned Attic Greek. "The barbarian from the frozen north where lies the mouth of hell, Marcus Clodius Ballista, the man who would have been king of the Romans, if only for 5 days, in just one town in Syria." The courtiers laughed. "The man who tried to kill my father at Arete, who raped the favorite concubine of the King of Kings at Soli, the oath-breaker, who reneged on what he promised at Edessa." No one in the pavilion was laughing now. "The unrighteous one who defiled the purity of fire with the corpses of the slain at Circesium, the sacrilegious one who extinguished the fire altar in the tent of Shapur, the servant of Ahriman, who has the temerity to style himself Nasu, the demon of death, and he brings with him his heartless killer, the ex-gladiator, Maximus." It was very still in the pavilion. The sacred fire crackled. "Mazda is the supreme requiter. None of the wicked is so high or low as to escape him either by force or by stealth. We, of the house of the Mazda-loving King Sasan, follow the customs laid down by our ancestors. The torture of the boats is an ancient Persian punishment. The malefactor is laid on his back in a boat. Another boat, carefully adjusted, is nailed over the first. Only the criminal's head, hands, and feet protrude. He is given good food to eat, milk and honey to drink. If he refuses, his eyes are pricked until he takes it. The sweet drink is tipped over his face. He is left facing the sun. A swarm of flies descends to cover his face. Inside the boat, sooner or later, he does what must needs be done when men eat and drink. In time, worms and maggots seethe up from the corruption and rottenness of his excrement. Slowly they devour his body, eat their way into his vitals. It is not a quick death. Men have lived as long as 17 days in the torture of the boats. Ballista held himself on such a tight rein he could not speak. Even his thoughts were stifled. He had been a fool to come here. Now he would be killed, And he had brought Maximus to this horrible death.
"The Greeks and Romans traduce us when they talk of Persian cruelty," Narse continued in the same flat tone of voice. "With us, even a slave has his services weighed against the number and gravity of his crimes before he is sentenced. It is true that you, Ballista, were gracious when mischance and the evil of the tent-dwelling Arabs brought one of the Mobads into your house as a slave. Again, no one can deny that in Cilicia, at the place of blood, you saved the life of my brother Valash, the joy of our father Shapur."
The faint flicker of hope in Ballista was stamped out by the next words of Narse.
"There are many crimes born in the darkness, in the hearts of men. Mazda inspired our ancestors to create as many fitting punishments. Bring in the crosses."
6 men in the soiled costume of labourers dragged in 2 crosses. They rolled back the carpets, set the crosses upright. In the previously quiet space, the noise was fearsome as they hammered the wicked-looking things into the sandy soil. The workmen left. They were replaced by 4 executioners. 2 held knotted whips, and 2 long swords. This was all happening too fast. Ballista knew he had to do something.
"Prince Narse, son of—" "Silence!" Narse ordered. "Your words will change nothing. Strip them."
It was no sooner said than done. Strong arms seized Ballista and Maximus. They were disarmed. Their hats, cloaks, and armour were pulled off. They were left standing in their travel-stained tunics.
500 lashes! Cut off their ears, and then their heads. Carry out the punishment."
"All-Father," Ballista began to pray. He doubted they would survive the scourging to feel the severing of their ears. "All-Father." The executioners draped the cloaks of Ballista and Maximus over the crosses, tied them in place, fixed their native hats firmly on top. The ones with the whips steadied themselves, and then swung. With the utmost seriousness they went about their work. After a few strokes, the knots in the whips had torn great rents in the cloaks. The condemned men began to laugh. A court official told them it was customary for men in their position to beg for mercy. Sheepishly, they both bleated, "Mercy," once or twice, quietly. The men with the whips were running with sweat, panting hard by the time they had finished. It had taken a long time. They had not stinted themselves. The cloaks were in shreds. The 2 with the swords approached the crosses. With a deftness approaching artistry, they sliced the lappets from the native caps, first one ear, then the other. A flourish of the blades, and the headgear was cut in 2.
"Humanity and piety are the kindly sisters of the virtues," Narse said. "Valash and I have always been close. I could not stand my brother's anger if I had killed his savior. Besides, I believe we have much to discuss."
Chapter 29. This paradise turned out to be roughly circular. As such places went, it was rather smaller than Ballista had imagined, not much more than a couple of miles in diameter from wall to wall. But there, it was an Albanian paradise, not a Persian one. They rode apart from one another. The horses, thin legs skittering, were dark shapes moving at a fast trot through the verticals of the trees. The riders were taking care not to catch their long spears in the branches. Ballista was worried at the time it was all taking. 4 days had passed in the camp on the Caspian shore after the symbolic punishment of him and Maximus. It had taken 2 days to ride up here into the foothills. Another 3 days had elapsed while the paradise was prepared. It was now, he reckoned, just short of a month since Salmeg had welcomed the Alani through the Caspian gates. If they still held out, Caucasus and the others had been besieged in Cumania for 25 days. If they still held out. The little fort was strong, very strong. They should have more than enough provisions, ready access to water. But anything could have happened. Treachery was an ever-present danger. Ballista was far from complacent. The bright coats of the beaters flared through the shadows of the trees. The hounds, leashed now, surged about their legs, snarling. The riders trotted up, swung down, passed the reins to attendants,
and hefted the stout spears with the broad blades and wide crosspieces.
"He is in there."
The chief huntsman pointed to a thick, broad tangle of undergrowth on the banks of a stream. There was clear ground in front, the only obstructions the wide-spaced trunks of a stand of mature beech trees. Prince Narse told the head of the beaters to take his men across the stream, wait for the command, and then slip in the hounds all at once from that side. Narse spoke in Persian. Ballista considered whether the Sassanid prince knew that he and Maximus understood. They had been careful not to speak the language since they arrived at the camp. It was important to keep close anything that might be of advantage.
"We will take our stand here, spread out among the trees, in the shape of the half-moon. We will cut off all ways of escape."
Now Narse spoke in Greek to those around him. He turned to Pythonissa.
"Kyria, it would be best if you were with the guards."
"I have done this before," she said.
"I do not doubt it, Kyria. Did not Xenophon write that all men who have loved hunting have been good, and also those women who have been given this blessing? But think of the consequences for Swania should something happen to you."
Pythonissa acknowledged this gracefully. With an attendant leading her horse, she walked a little way back to where 20 or so Sassanid Clibanarii stood in a body, weapons ready. They moved to hem around her like a wall. The faces of the hunting party were strained. Ballista did not doubt that his was the same. It was no small thing they were undertaking. Ballista thought of the famous hunt in Calydon, not of the hero Meleager or the huntress Atalanta, but of Anchios in the dirt, castrated and disemboweled.
"Among my people, the Macedonians, it used to be that a youth could not recline at table among the men until he had taken a boar," Castricius said.
All murmured their approval of this hard old custom. Ballista wondered if the Macedonians had used nets and caltrops. Certainly the Greek Xenophon did not seem to have imagined doing without them. To face the fury of the beast in the open with just a spear, as they would now, was the sternest of tests, bordering on the foolhardy. Oddly, Ballista had always thought Castricius came from Nemausus in Gaul. He was sure he had heard him say it many times. Perhaps there was some reason behind the little man's shifting patria. Ballista would have to ask him about it one day when they were on their own. Narse arranged the hunters. The prince himself took the middle. To his right went the 2 Albanians, King Caucasus and his uncle, the high priest Zoba, and 2 Romans, Castricius and Maximus. To the left were stationed Ballista and the 3 other Persians, the young commander Gondofar, the Mobad Manzik, and the old general Tir-Mihr. The clear, sweet note of Narse's hunting horn echoed through the paradise. Beyond the thicket and the stream, out of sight, the hounds sang. Ballista gripped the cornel shaft of the spear, left hand in front of right, side on, crouching, left foot following left hand, feet no further apart than in wrestling. He waited, his neck soon aching from looking over his left shoulder. Sun dappled down through the beeches. The leaf mould was soft under his boots. From the covert came furious barking, crashing, animals moving fast, a high yelp of pain, the shouts of the beaters. "Now, hounds, now!" Ballista felt his sweat slick on the spear. Branches breaking, getting closer, the howling of the hounds ever louder, a half-seen movement, and then, straight in front of Ballista, the nearest bush exploded. The boar stood in the sunlight. It was a mighty beast. Its head swung to either side, evil white tusks glinting. "Oho, hounds, oho!" Like Bacchic revellers, the handlers drove on the madness. "Oho, hounds, oho!" The hounds tumbled out. Teeth bared, eyes popping, they darted in, snapping at the legs and flanks of their quarry. The boar lunged. It gored a hound, tossing it high, paws over back. The hound landed in a heap. Its side was laid open, the blood bright on the fallen leaves. The others, hackles up, fell back a moment. The beast's piggy, malevolent little eyes locked on Ballista. Its humpback bristled. Faster than seemed possible, the boar accelerated. Ballista got lower in his stance, braced for the inevitable impact. Hooves drumming, the curved tusks all bloodied, raced at him. At the last second, the boar jinked to Ballista's left. He tried to realign his spear. It took the boar in the shoulder. Not a clean blow. The blade was not embedded. The shaft was torn from Ballista's grip. The spear spun away. Its momentum took the boar past. Ballista heard it scrabbling to turn, get at him. He threw himself full length. He dug in his fingers, the toes of his boots, pressed his face, all of him, down.
down into the soft forest floor. There was damp soil in his nostrils. His eyes were shut, waiting for the pain. There was shouting, as if from a great distance. The earth under him shifted. He smelt the evil, hot breath of the thing on his neck, smelt its hot blood. It drew back, seeking another angle to get its tusks under him, to prise him from the ground, to gore his soft flesh. A shout, sharp, insistent, close at hand. Ballista felt the boar swing away. He risked a glance. He had grit in his eyes. The boar charged full onto the spear of young Gondopar. The steel penetrated its mouth. The shock drove the young Persian back one pace, another. He dug in his heels, stayed big and strong. In its madness, the beast snapped its way up the shaft, driving the broad blade deeper down its own throat, deeper into its own vitals. Still, somehow, the young Persian denied its elemental force, held the frothing, murderous thing at bay. The boar reached the crosspiece, and died. Solicitous hands picked Ballista from the dirt, brushed him down. "Are you all right? Did it get you?" Ballista felt unsteady. He said he was fine. He did not say so, but he needed to piss. Gondopar stood in front of him. Ballista bowed, blew a kiss from the tips of his fingers, thanked him, called him hero in Persian. Gondopar embraced Ballista, the scent of hot boar strong, spoke back to him in that language, called him Framadar. All 9 hunters huddled together, slapping each other on the back. They were laughing, eyes bright with relief, good fellowship overflowing, closer than men after much drinking. The great beast, skewered by Gondofar's spear, lay at their feet, the irrefutable proof of their shared courage, their very manhood. Manzik the Mobad cut some hairs from the creature's back, laid a few on its tusks, watched them shrivel in the heat. He tossed the rest into the air, said a prayer to Mazda. Prince Narse told his chief huntsman to butcher the beast, light a fire. Others should fetch bread, wine, other good things. They would feast here in the paradise. As men scurried to do his bidding, Narse called for their mounts, asked Pythonissa to accompany them. They would ride, water the horses, divert themselves with conversation. Downstream they soon came to a pool. They sat around it in a circle, dropped their reins, let the horses drink. Gondopar and Maximus produced flasks. They passed them from hand to hand with no ceremony. Ballista drank greedily, the need to piss forgotten. "There are many good things to hunting," said Narse. "It conditions the body, toughens the soul. Only a fool or an effeminate would think differently." An almost sly look came over his face. "And it can bring a certain privacy." Indeed, there were just the 10 of them in sight or earshot. "When do we march?" Ballista asked. Narse smiled, as if at the impetuousness of a younger relative, even though Ballista probably was some years the elder. "If one believes, as I myself do, Persia and Rome to be the twin lamps in the darkness of humanity, then it is a duty to act. It is as much against the interests of my father, the Mazda-worshipping divine Shapur, king of kings, of Aryans and non-Aryans, of the race of the gods, son of the Mazda-worshipping Ardashir, as it is against those of Gallienus Augustus, to tolerate the nomads south of the Caspian gates. If they get a base in Suania or anywhere south of the Caucasus, the Alani will spread destruction far and wide. Those in Colchis whom the Romans claim owe them allegiance, and the loyal dependents of the King of Kings in Iberia and here in Albania will be just the first to suffer. In their lust for plunder, the bloodthirsty nomads will look to ride their ponies down through the Roman province of Cappadocia into Syria and west to the Aegean. In their savage ignorance, they might even have the temerity to try to encroach through the lands of the Cadusi and Mardi into the Aryan heartland ruled by my father." The Sassanid prince paused for a drink, but clearly had not finished his speech. The others politely waited. "The Framadar Ballista stresses the need for haste." The Persian word sat oddly amidst the Greek. "It precludes asking the advice of my father. On my own authority, I will lead the Persians to the Caspian gates." Narse turned to Caucasus and Zoba. "I take it that, faithful to your oaths, your Albanian warriors will march with us." Both the king and the high priest assured him that they would support him to the extremity of their powers, if not beyond.
"But—"
King Caucasus cleared his throat. "What of Hamazasp, The Iberian king has always been untrustworthy. Will he ride with us? Will he even let us cross his territories?"
Ballista almost smiled. Of course, the king of Iberia was untrustworthy, and few men alive had more reason than Ballista to hate him. Yet Caucasus was the hereditary enemy of Hamazasp, and the attempt to do him down had been too transparent.
"Hamazasp will do his duty," said Narse. "No king of Iberia, no vassal king of any people, will bring down on himself the anger of the king of kings. Valinus of the Cadusi will see to that."
The rebel Valinus had been dispatched to Shapur. Things did not look good for him. A punishment of exemplary cruelty was expected. No scourging of a cloak, lopping the ears off a hat for him.
"Let us turn to practicalities," Narse said. "Speak your minds freely. Leave nothing unexpressed that we might later regret." "We still have no real report of how many Alani have crossed the mountains, nor the numbers of Suani that have gone over to Saurmag," Tir Mehr said.
"The majority of Suani will remain loyal to the memory of King Polemo and to his chosen heir, Azo," said Pythonissa. "The members of the Synedrion have never trusted Saurmag." Narse dipped his head to Pythonissa, but spoke to Tir Mehr.
"In this case, numbers may matter less than in many operations. No one can fight a battle on a mountain. All engagements will be in the river valleys and passes. In an enclosed space, a multitude of the enemy will count for less than our equipment, training, and courage, Mazda willing." "Then how many we march up country should be determined by two things," said Tir Mehr. "How many we can spare from the occupying army among the Cadusi and Mardi, and how much forage we think available in Suania."
Ballista liked the old Persian general. Tir Mehr had the good sense born of long experience. He said what was needed straightforwardly, without elaboration.
"We will ride with 2,000 Clibanarii and 3,000 light horse," said Narse. "It will leave our cousin Sasan Farak enough to keep the tribes to the southwest of the Caspian from any further rebellion. It is the haymaking season. The Kyria Pythonissa assures me that the high valleys of Suania can feed many more horses than that."
He addressed himself to the Albanians.
"A contribution of another 1,000 allied horse, half with heavy armor, would be welcome."
Caucasus and Zoba made haste to pledge their men.
"It would be an honor if the king himself led his men," suggested Narse.
Caucasus said the honor would be all his. Ballista realized that the Albanians would be as much hostages as a military asset, a position he knew all too well.
"Good," said Narse. "We will gather another 1,000 riders from Hamazasp on the march."
The Sassanids' horse raised its head from the water, tossed it. Narse waved the flies from its eyes, quieted it.
"One thing still concerns me. While I accept the need for speed, urged both by the Framadar Ballista and the Kyria Pythonissa, is it wise to go into the Caucasus with cavalry alone?"
Ballista knew it was time for him to justify the gamble he was asking them to make.
"Kyrios, infantry usually are essential for hill fighting, to hold ground, to guard the heights flanking the column. But as the Kyria says, the tribesmen will not be united against us. The Alani, like the Persians, prefer to fight on horseback. They and Saurmag are pinned to the fort of Kumania. The pretender has to take Azo, and the Alani have to ensure the pass back to the steppes. They will have to meet us in open battle before the Caspian gates."
Ballista tried to sound like Tir Mehr, sagacious and certain. He hoped he was not leading them all to disaster.
Narse laughed, his teeth very white behind the blue-black beard. "I hope you are right, Framadar. I hope your desire to rescue your friends has not clouded your judgment."
He was no fool, this handsome young prince.
"We Persians remember what happened when the Achaemenid Cyrus went against the nomad Massagetai. Their barbarian queen used the King of Kings' skull as a drinking cup."
Chapter 30. It was a tradition among the Persians not to begin a march until after sunrise. It was not, as the Greeks held, a result of sloth, but down to the demands of religion. After the necessary dawn sacrifice, with the day already well advanced, the signal was given by trumpet from the tent of Prince Narse. It was 4 days after the hunt in the paradise that they finally set out. Despite his eagerness to get to his familiar in Suania, Ballista was not unhappy at the delay. Certainly the first day had been a godsend. The problem had been another Persian tradition. Something they had decided on drunk had to be discussed again sober to see if it still seemed a good idea. And vice versa. They had ridden back from the pool and eaten roast boar. Then, with the servants dismissed and a ring of particularly trusted Clibanarii posted, they had started to drink and talked it through again. They had drunk a great deal. Pythonissa had left early, which, given 9 very drunk men, had been a good thing. They had drunk through until the stars paled above the treetops. The next day, Ballista had been unable to get out of bed. He was good for nothing, except perhaps one thing. Pythonissa had visited him. While it lasted, sex gave a hungover man an unfounded sense of well-being. Afterwards, of course, he felt far worse. Even on the subsequent 2 days, Ballista had felt washed out. He was sure he could drink less than when he was younger. Narse had been busy while Ballista moped about. The Sassanid prince had made great efforts to circumvent yet another Persian custom. Eastern armies, and those of the House of Sassan were no exception, liked to take their comforts with them. Huge meteor trails of wagons and carts, slaves and concubines, all manner of camp followers streamed in their wake. The length of the column was much increased, its rate of march and cohesion drastically reduced. The civilians got in the way of the warriors and were very given to panic. To venture into the mountains thus encumbered was to invite disaster. Issued by the authorized general and a son of the Mazda-worshipping divine king of kings, the word of Narse was not to be ignored. But his ukase was unpopular. Each Clibonarius was to be accompanied by just one servant. Every 10 light horsemen could have one servant. The hierarchical nature of Sassanid society was further reflected. Each commander of 100 might have 5 servants, each commander of 1,000, 10. The prince himself, appearances had to be kept up in the sight of foreigners, would travel with 100. All servants were to ride. It did not have to be a horse. A donkey, mule, or camel would do. But there were to be no wheeled vehicles at all. Caucasus was instructed that the same regulations were to apply to his Albanians. Ballista rode off with Maximus and Castricius to a spur of the foothills to watch the army come down into the plains. It was a warm morning, going to be a hot day. The horses stamped, swished their tails as the flies got at them. Ballista wondered whether to question Castricius about his newly claimed Macedonian ethnicity. A sophist he had once heard had claimed that we reinvent ourselves with every action, if not every thought. But publicly changing from a Gaul to a Macedonian seemed somewhat excessive. A swarm of light horse came out from the tree line. The bowmen swooped across the grassland, wheeling this way and that out of sheer high spirits. With their bright tunics and turbans, the colourful saddlecloths of their mounts, they resembled a migration of exotic, fierce birds. Ballista estimated their number, about 500. It was odd watching them in amity. He remembered seeing their like on the march down to Circesium, and the fear they had induced. 2 more distinct bodies of light cavalry emerged, the numbers of each about the same as the previous division. The newcomers cantered off to right and left to flank the march. They may be deep in allied territory, but Ballista approved that Narse was taking all precautions. He suspected the hand of the dependable Tirmihir. Narse led out the main body. Above him floated a great lilac banner with an abstract design picked out in silver. The Mobad Manzik carried the prince's sacred flame, boxed for travel. Ballista was unsure about these Zoroastrian symbols. He thought each Bahram fire was lit from another, forming, as it were, an extended family. Behind Narse, the Clibanarii rode 5 abreast, big men on big horses, splendid in silk and steel, bristling with lances, hung about with bow cases, maces, long swords. The column was 400 deep, a sight both beautiful and terrible. The baggage train was next. Ballista could see Tirmihir and young Gondopar spurring up and down its length, trying to chivvy it into some order. Given Narse's instructions, it should consist of less than 3,500 mounted men. It was impossible to be sure, but there seemed more. Yet many would drop out before the mountains, and at least there were no wheeled carriages. After the camp followers came the remaining 500 Sassanid light cavalry, with Caucasus and his Albanians bringing up the rear. For the first morning of a march, it was none too bad. Ballista had seen a lot worse. He remembered old Valerian's army straggling along by the Euphrates up towards Samosata. "These Zoroastrians, you have to say, have a far better afterlife than your Greeks and Romans," Maximus said.
Lots and lots of virgins. I thought that was Manichaeans, said Castricius. Maybe them too. Either way, it's a fucking sight better than all that fluttering and squeaking in the dark like a bat. It's no wonder your Greeks will hardly fight at all. And the Romans? Ballista asked. Nowadays they prefer to let the likes of us do it. Just proves my point, Maximus said. I am sure it is Manichaeans, said Castricius. But you do not know, said Maximus. Hippothus now, he would know. I doubt it, said Castricius. Like most Greeks, he only knows about Greek things. But he knows a fuck of a lot about
Physiognomy, said Ballista.
Exactly, said Maximus. You can take one look at Castricius here, read that pointy little face, and see straight into his soul. And what a horrible sight it would be.
And then he could tell us why he has started pretending to be Macedonian, said Ballista.
It's a long story, said Castricius.
Are you going to tell us? Ballista asked.
Not now, no, Castricius said. I am not sure I would want an eternity of virgins, said Maximus. Me, I often like a woman with a bit of experience. And all the virgins are ever so willing. What about a bit of reluctance? Rip her clothes off, throw her on the bed.
Stop it, said Ballista.
I am just thinking, with no concubines among the baggage, those servants are going to get very sore arses. You know what these Easterners are like, obsessed with sex.
Let us go down and join them. It was hot down on the plain, very hot and humid. It was still August, 9 days before the calends of September. They rode to the northwest, between the foothills on the right and a seemingly endless marsh on the left. They forded numerous watercourses running down from the high ground. Despite the thatched farmsteads dotted across the country, there was much unworked land. It was good cavalry country. On the second day, they came to a place where the marsh and the hills came close together, leaving a gap of no more than 4 or 5 miles. The following day, the barriers drew back, and the plain spread out in freedom. Ballista thought about Caucasus and Wulfstan and the others. If Cumania had not fallen, they had been imprisoned within its walls for 31 days. The fort would make a very circumscribed prison. 4 identical circular rooms stacked on top of each other, each no more than 15 paces across, dark, damp, and depressing. The strain of continual vigilance, of continual fear, both robbing the goodness from the defender's sleep. And worse, in a way, for Caucasus, the views of freedom from the roof walk. The booted eagles and black vultures soaring above the crags, the Alontus River tumbling down the gorge, past the walls of the fort, and then off to the north, unrestrained by the encircling horde of barbarians through which it ran. Maximus would smile to hear such poetic views ascribed to Caucasus, but the Hibernian might be wrong. He did not know Caucasus as Ballista did. All Ballista's life, the old Caledonian had been there. From the time childhood memories stopped being isolated incidents and pictures, and became something which could, at least with creative hindsight, be ordered into a rough narrative. Beneath the wheezing, cursing, and foul-mouthed muttering, Caucasus was a kind man of surprising sensitivity. Ballista was determined to get the old bastard out. Despite the sunshine, Ballista's thoughts took a dark turn. If he raised the siege, Caucasus would not be free, merely returned to the strange armed exile to which Gallienus had sentenced them. There was no time limit to the sentence. They had no idea where it would be served next. It was unlikely they would be allowed to return home any day soon. It was as if a capricious deity had his eye on them. Who alive was closest to a god, if not the Roman emperor? The eye of Cronus was upon them. Yet, in a way, Ballista could not help a feeling of almost gratitude towards Gallienus. The emperor had not killed them. He had not condemned them to a small island, to pointlessly wandering the beaches of Gyaros or Pandateria. It showed practicality. The Imperium was getting use out of them at the ends of the world, and a certain magnanimity of soul. Something from the treatise on exile by Favorinus came to mind, something about the philosopher wandering vast swathes of territory, Greek and barbarian, seeing and hearing what happened there, and, by memorizing it, making it part of an education in virtue. From what Ballista could remember, there was nothing at all in the work that even hinted at the acquisition of alien wisdom. It was all Greek. A Roman might have been a little different. They always boasted of their willingness to adopt the best of foreign things, but apart from Greek culture, that really boiled down to weapons and military practices, a Spanish sword, a German war cry, the Punic word for tent. Ballista would follow them in that. He actually relished the chance to ride with the Sassanid Clibanarii and see what war was like with them. And he had the dangerous opportunity to fight the nomadic Alani and see how they waged war. But Ballista wanted to go further. He wanted to find out how the other peoples he was thrust among did things, how they regarded the world and the things in it. He was not going to fall into the trap of considering the customs of every people as good as each other. The Sewanee were too murderous, the Persians too god-haunted. But by looking at their attitudes, his own values might come more clearly into focus. The fable told that each man had a wallet on his back containing his failings. Those of others were easy to see, your own very difficult. Maybe exile could provide the chance to sit down, unstrap the wallet, bring it around to the front, and examine its contents with care. Duty, friends, family, in ascending order, Ballista had decided that these were what he was about. Trying not to let any of those three down, trying not to do things of which he would be too much ashamed. Pythonissa slipped into his thoughts. How did she fit into the image he was constructing of a man made better by being refined and tempered by exile? Allfather, what if Julia found out? The warriors of Hamazasp were waiting for them on the far bank of the Alazonios River. It was a serious levy, 20,000 or more, arrayed for war. The Iberian king was in the centre, mounted on a black Nicaean charger, beneath the great black banner embroidered with a red bull. The men with Hamazasp outnumbered those with Narse several times. The Sassanid forces neatly manoeuvred into position, the Clibanarii in the centre with Narse, the light horse on either side, the Albanians out on the right flank. The two armies watched each other across the water. The Iberians looked much like the Persians, but they were less well armed and showed less discipline. The Persians sat quiet in their units, awaiting the words of command. The Iberians surged about, horse and foot intermingled. Their nobles caracoled their horses, sang out things in their native tongue. Ballista spotted the tall, red-headed figure of Rutulus, stationed with the nobility near Hamazasp. Hamazasp and another rider, backed by half a dozen others, walked their horses out to midstream. The Alazonios was the border between Albania and Iberia. It was neutral ground, watched over by the deity of the river. Narse told just the Mobad Manzik, young Gondafar, Ballista, and Pythonissa to accompany him. Obviously, the veteran Tirmihr was to take command should anything happen to the prince. The 5 riders splashed out into the river. Narse halted the length of a horse from Hamazasp. It was for Hamazasp to speak first. The water ran around the horse's legs. The king of Iberia looked over those with the Sassanid prince. When he reached Ballista, he sneered. At length, Hamazasp bowed in the saddle, blew a kiss.
Welcome, the glorious Prince Narse, son of the Mazda-worshipping divine Shapur, king of kings of the race of the gods, grandson of the Mazda-worshipping divine Ardashir, king of kings of the race of the gods, great-grandson of King Papak of the house of Sassan. I, Hamazasp, by the grace of Mazda, king of Iberia, and my brother the Pitiax Oroizes, welcome you. How may we and the warriors of Iberia serve you?
With a slight movement of the head, Narse acknowledged this.
We thank you for the gracious words. In the name of my father Shapur, we wish to cross your land unhindered, to drive the nomad Alani back through the Caspian gates to the Sea of Grass. It shall be as you say. Furthermore, we wish you to provide food for our men, fodder for their horses. It shall be as you say. Furthermore, we wish you or your brother, the Pitiax Oroizes, to join our expedition with 1,000 horsemen, and to take a binding oath to these things. I will be honored to lead my men to war with you.
Hamazasp could not prevent the sly look on his face.
All will be as you wish, noble prince of the house of Sassan, but I have a petition. The late King Polemo of Suania unjustly seized territory from Iberia. If his daughter who rides with you will take an oath to return all the land up to the Dareni Pass, my warriors will fight all the more courageously in a just cause, with friendship restored between the Iberians and the Suani.
Narse turned to Pythonissa. She curtly bowed her head. Hamazasp took his oath first. It was in the Persian fashion. The Mobad Manzik produced the salt, and the king of Iberia swore with his hand on that. Pythonissa nudged her horse nose to tail with that of Hamazasp. The Pityax reached across her and tied her thumb to that of Hamazasp. The king of Iberia produced a knife. He cut his own thumb, then hers. "Neither with steel nor poison," he said. Raising their bound hands, he licked the blood from his own thumb, then from that of the woman who had once been his daughter-in-law. "Sealed and counter-sealed in blood." As Pythonissa repeated the oath, Ballista knew full well that neither of them would keep it. Chapter 31. The Prince Narse of the House of Sassan, with his warriors and his father's Caucasian vassals, marched out of the north gate of the Iberian town of Harmozica 5 days before the Ides of September. Ballista's odyssey to rescue Caucasus was going to be decided soon, one way or the other. Yet he feared it may all have taken too long. After they had met Hamazasp down at the Alazonios, etiquette had demanded that they remain camped on the riverbanks for 2 days. First, the king of Iberia had feasted the son of the Sassanid king. Then Narse had returned the compliment. These had been uncomfortable occasions for Ballista. Beyond a formal greeting, he had managed to keep from having to talk to Hamazasp. There were many present, but he could not avoid the Iberian's glances. The monarch did not attempt to disguise his hatred. Ballista knew the man would like to eat his liver raw. Another 6 days had passed as the combined forces wended their way up to Harmozica. There, 2 more precious days had been consumed by yet larger, yet more extravagant dinners. Wedging himself among Rutulus, Castricius, and Maximus, and using Pythonissa as a screen, Ballista again had avoided any conversation with Hamazasp. But in his own residence, the king had become bolder, especially when fortified with wine. Several times Ballista had looked up the hall to realize that Hamazasp was talking about him, laughing with his nobles. Ballista was certain of it. He could not hear the words, but they had glanced over. Had Hamazasp been telling them what he had nearly done to Ballista in the cell in Edessa? Was he claiming more than the truth, claiming that he had gained some revenge for the death of his son by raping his killer? Ballista was furious. If the Iberian said something in Ballista's hearing, the northerner would have to try to kill him, even though the chances of success were minimal, and the likelihood of himself being killed almost certain. But unless that happened, there was nothing he could do. Pythonissa had said that there was much more than sexual innuendo to be concerned about. Ballista had argued that as he was doubly protected as an envoy of Rome and a companion of Narse, the king of Iberia would not dare harm him. Pythonissa's withering reply had surprised Ballista in the crudity of its language. Did he not understand that they were lodged in the palace? Hamazasp hated him, the northerner had killed his son, and now was fucking his daughter-in-law under his own roof. Pythonissa's father had not countenanced her remarriage to the old king. But Hamazasp himself had given every indication of wanting to fuck her. Hecate knew he had tried often enough, in this very building, when she was married to his son. Of course, Hamazasp would not make an overt move against Ballista, just as he would say nothing that Ballista could hear. The Iberian may be a filthy, perverted goat who had tried to fuck his son's wife, but he was not a fool. Yet had Ballista failed to notice that in the Caucasus, poison was a way of life? Anyway, she was as concerned for herself as for Ballista. Her relationship with the northerner had made her an enemy in Hamazasp. That, and not going to the king's bed. She had insisted neither Ballista nor she ate or drank anything that had not been tasted by her poor eunuch. She advised Ballista not to even touch anything that others had not already handled. Such procedures were hard to carry out unobtrusively. She did not even seem to try. It had not helped the general atmosphere at court. Nor had Pythonissa's open nocturnal visits to Ballista's chamber. At least the eunuch had not died yet. It was a fine morning as they rode out of Harmozica. The early autumn had taken the intense heat out of the weather. Ballista felt better. He was fully armed and mounted on a good horse, a Nicaean stallion lent by young Gondopar. Ballista's 3 Roman friends were around him. They rode at the head of the army, just behind Narse, well away from the Iberians. The order of march remained as before, with 2,000 of Hamazasp's Iberians added to the rear. At a last-moment command of Tir Mihr, the rearmost group of Sassanid light horse were divided into 2, and one half was placed between the Albanians and the Iberians. Old ethnic animosities might flare at any time. Ballista was confirmed in his admiration for the elderly Persian general. They rode past the confluence of the Cyrus and Aragos rivers, and followed the valley of the latter to the north. The Aragos was broad. It ran in several shallow streams, separated by low shingle banks. The green hills descended some distance away. Every so often they were cut by tributaries that came down in reed-fringed wooded gorges of their own making. At the end of the second day they made camp just beyond where Ballista and Pythonissa had left the Aragos and taken to the hills in their flight to the east. From there it took the army 2 days to reach the Durrani Pass. Now the hills were closer. Small figures could be seen on the higher slopes, watching them. It was impossible to say if they were Alani, or followers of Sauamag, or Suani loyal to Azo, although in dribs and drabs small numbers of the latter began to appear in the camp to perform proskinesis to Pythonissa. Some stayed to fall in behind her with their weapons. As they progressed upriver, they were riding back over the ground where Ballista and Pythonissa had been pursued. They went by the ruined barn where the Suanian Cobrius had died so that they could escape. Ballista would have said a prayer to the Allfather for him, but that deity of the distant north had no interest in men from Suania. Ballista was unsure how much interest Woden even had in his own descendants. At the Durrani Pass, Hamazasp invoked the oath sworn by Pythonissa. In that desolate place he installed a garrison of 1,000 of his Iberians, under the command of his younger brother, the Pitiax Oroises. High on one of the bare shoulders of rock, they got busy pitching tents, setting out horse lines, building fires. The smell of the dung they used as fuel wafted down to where the army camped along the path in marching order. Ballista sought out Tirmihir. He spoke quietly in Persian. Since his involuntary use of that language in the paradise after the charge of the boar, there was no further point in reticence. "This is the main pass down from the Caspian gates out of the Caucasus. Now the Pitiax holds it. Have we not put ourselves in Hamazasp's hands?" Tirmihir inclined his head, a gesture acknowledging the force of the argument, but not accepting it. "If we lose, very few of us will escape these mountains. The Alani will hunt us down, and the Caucasian tribes will turn on us. Iberians, Albanians, Suani, all of them. It will be a disaster like that suffered by the Achaemenid Cyrus at the hands of the Massagetai. If we win, Hamazas will not dare oppose us, nor would he have the power. But I imagine the king of Iberia thinks, as you did, that he has got the better of us. Mazda willing, he will be proved wrong." The army turned right out of the Durrani Pass and followed the Alontus River to the northeast. Ballista had ridden this route twice before, arriving in Suania and in his flight. It looked familiar, if far from welcoming. High above the slopes, eagles soared, riding the updrafts on wide, feathery wings. Many among the Caucasians made the sign of the evil eye, or openly cursed them. The army was moving with no great haste. It was settling in for the night when a Suanian galloped in from the north. The Alani were breaking their camp before Cumania, ready to move south. Already their scouts had been seen before Dicaeosyne. Narse ordered Tirmihir to take 1,000 Sassanid horse ahead in a night march to the village. The main body would set out before dawn the next day to join them. Breaking their camp before Cumania. The words reverberated in Ballista's thoughts. Their camp before Cumania. The fort had not fallen. Do not tempt the gods, but most likely Caucasus was alive. Most likely Wulfstan and the others were too. Allfather, Grey Hood, Deep Thinker, let it be so. Let the miserable old Caledonian bastard be alive. It was raining as they rode into Dicaeosyne. The place looked no more prepossessing than before. Tall, gloomy stone towers, narrow lanes, and mud. There were hairy pigs and yapping dogs everywhere, under the horses' hooves, unsettling them. As they crossed the village square, Ballista eyed the mouth of the Impius. From Germania or Rome, this really was the far end of the world. They did things differently here, cursing eagles and protecting rams, sacrificing madmen and throwing adulterers into underground rivers, eating millet. No end to their strangeness. Narse quartered the troops, then held a brief council of war. They stood on the flat roof of a tower, looking north. The Alontus was braided in several shallow streams. Its broad valley was rain-swept, its flanks bare, except for the 2 tangled ravines about half a mile away, where mountain streams came down, one on either side. A straightforward battle plan was outlined. Clibanarii and allied heavy horse in front. Narse himself, Tirmihir and the kings Caucasus and Hamazasp would command. The light horse were to form up behind, under the orders of Gondopha. In both lines the Persians would hold the centre, with the Albanians on the right, the Iberians the left. The topography dictated a frontal clash. The baggage was to stay in Dicaeosyne. With no danger of outflanking, just 100 Sassanids would be sufficient to guard it from local banditry. It would be best if the Mobad Manzik, the Romans, the Kyria Pythonissa, and her Suani remained in the village to oversee it. Tomorrow would bring the battle. Let everyone get what rest they could. Pythonissa led Ballista and the other 3 Romans to her house. After they had eaten, she took Ballista to her room. Beds were made for the others elsewhere. When they were alone, Pythonissa was eager, wanton. She tugged at Ballista's clothes, pushed him on the bed, mounted him. Leaning forward, her breasts just above his face, she rode him, all the time saying the things that excite men. Ballista woke in the middle of the night, some time around the 6th hour of darkness. There was an odd smell, oily with a note of burnt almonds. Without moving, he opened his eyes. Pythonissa was not beside him. He sensed a presence in the far corner. Silently, he raised his head. A single lamp was burning. Pythonissa was naked. She held his drawn sword. She was rubbing a liquid from a phial into the steel. Ballista watched her for a time. What is that? Poison? No. Is it poison? No, it gives strength. It is what Medea gave Jason. Ballista grunted his disbelief. You still wear the ice-white gem I gave you? Have your nights been disturbed? Coincidence. She laughed, walked towards him. The unguent works on flesh, too. You should have been a hetaira. You are not the first man to call me a whore. In the morning there was a thick mist. It haloed the many torches in the village square. Prince Narse approached one of the huge panniers by the mouth of the Impius. He drew an arrow from the goritas on his hip. He dropped it in. One by one, the nobles and officers did the same. The Clibanarii and light horsemen would throw in their arrows with less ceremony. Ballista knew from Herodotus that long ago the Persians had marked out an area of ground, marched in their men in their thousands. After the battle they had repeated the procedure. From the empty space they had estimated casualties. The new Sassanid system gave far greater accuracy. At the end of the day, every man took back an arrow. Those shafts remaining in the panniers indicated the number fallen. An Iberian nobleman approached Narse and performed lesser proskinesis, understandable given the mud. I bring bad news, Prince. The noble King Hamazasp sends his apologies. He has been struck down by illness. He is unable to ride with you to battle and share your glory. My name is Stathios, son of Gobazes. I have been given the honor of leading the warriors of Iberia. Hamazasp will keep back only 100 of his men as guards. The words of Stathios were received in silence. Young Gondopha looked openly sceptical. Tirmihir scowled behind his beard, but there was little that could be done. So be it, said Narse at last. Mazda watches you and your king. With Pythonissa and the other Romans, Ballista climbed to the top of the tower, where the council of war had been held. It must have been dawn, for there was light behind the mist, but the vapour was still thick, limiting vision to no further than a boy could throw a stick. A trumpet sounded, muffled in the fog. A detachment of Sassanid horsebowmen trotted out below the tower. They disappeared north into the gloom, fanning out to screen the deployment of the main force. A drum began to beat. Below the tower, Narse led out the Clibanarii. At a stately pace, they manoeuvred into line. The Iberian heavy horse followed, taking their station to the left. Then the armoured Albanians moved out to hold the right. The 3,000 cavalry, 8 deep, filled the valley like a phalanx of iron statues. Where they stood in the streams of the Alontas, the water swirled around the hocks of the horses. At a trumpet call, the screen of bowmen trotted back through the narrow gaps between the divisions. The rest of the light horse rode out of Dicaeosyne to join them. Until the army moved forward, there was not room for all the 4,000 unarmoured to take their places. Many were left still jostling in the lanes of the village. The fog was thinning. Ballista could see 100 yards or more. Below the great lilac standard of Narse, he could make out the Mobad Manzik. The priest was on foot, praying, arms raised. A white ram was being led up. With no warning, arrows arced out of the vapour. Most fell short. Some clattered off the armour of the Clibanarii. A few landed near the sacrifice. The Mobad took no notice. He pulled up the ram's head, slit its throat. The beast collapsed. The priest again raised his arms and invoked his god. The arrows were falling thicker. Nomad horns howled in the mist. Manzik prostrated himself before Narse, unhurriedly got up, and, as if strolling in a peaceful garden, made his way through the ranks back to the village. A Sassanid war drum thundered. The Clibanarii drew their composite bows. A flight of 3,000 arrows shot blind into the gloom. Like rain blown in from the sea, a dark squall of shafts came back. Here and there, among the Clibanarii, a horse plunged as an arrow tip found its way through mail, plate, and hardened leather. The Persian light horse joined the exchange, aiming a high trajectory over the heads of the armoured men. The arrow storm intensified. Above the thrum of numberless arrows came the screams of men and horses. Men were dying in the Persian ranks. Out of sight, men would be falling among the Alani. There was something uncanny about this fight with an unseen enemy.
"This cannot last," Rutulus said. "Their quivers will soon be empty." "It is impossible to tell, but the Persians should be getting the better of it," Castricius said. "Their armour will be heavier than the nomads. The Alani will have to do something." As if in response to their words, the incoming arrows slackened. Dark shapes emerged at the front of the wall of fog. A frenzy of horns, drums, and yells sounded from the enemy. "Here they come," Maximus said. 3 close-packed wedges of horsemen burst from the curtain of moisture. Strange standards flew above. Animal skulls, pelts, horsetails, the outstretched wings of birds of prey. Tatters of mist swirled about them. The standard of Narse inclined forward. Trumpets blared. The war drums beat faster. The mighty Nicaean chargers stepped out. Like a great wave building, ponderous but terrible, the Persian force surged towards the foe. The nomads covered the ground fast. The Sassanids were still at a slow walk when the forces collided. The noise of the clash rolled back down the valley to the Romans watching on the roof. The Alani were outnumbered, but momentum drove the tips of their wedges into the Persian formation. The hideous cacophony of combat stunned the senses. The lilac standard of Narse dipped, seemed like to fall, then straightened. The fighting was fiercest around the Sassanid prince. The Alani advance here slowed as Persian numbers told. The other 2 wedges were already stationary. A great roar went up. Narse and his retainers had stifled the central thrust of the nomads. Across the valley, the combatants were pressed close. Often with no room to wield spears or swords, men wrestled on horseback, clawing with their fingers at each other's throats, gouging their eyes, seeking to fling them down among the stamping hooves. "More like an infantry battle," Castricius said. "Unless they cut Narse down, the nomads will lose," Rutulus said. The nomads fought with ferocity, but it could not last. The collapse started at the rear, among those still uncommitted. In ones and twos, then in small clumps, finally in whole groups, nomads pulled their horses' heads around and bolted back up the valley into the obscurity of the fog. "Peros! Peros!" Screaming victory, the Sassanids and their allies, heavy cavalry and light horse, poured after them. As if swept by the hand of a deity, the battlefield was empty. There was the inevitable detritus of war, broken and discarded weapons, dead and injured men and beasts, unscrupulous and avaricious men from the victors, men of no honour, already dismounted and scavenging the field. But the combatants were gone. The watchers on the tower were silent. There seemed nothing to say. The fog had receded further. It still hung on the hilltops, made a ceiling to the valley, yet now Ballista could see almost a mile or so up the valley. It was not far enough to see the route. Everything was eerily quiet. They could hear the river. It ran on as before. From there, or somewhere, came the sound of frogs. Brekkekekex. The first vultures were dropping down onto the stricken field. Some Suani were slinking out from Dikaiosyne to join those robbing the dead, and sending the wounded to join them,
so they could take what they had also. Persians were said to carry all their wealth on them. Their allies, the Suani, would go to them first. "Is it all over?" Pythonissa asked.
"Yes," said Castricius. "It is hard to believe thousands of men are being slaughtered just up there."
A movement caught Ballista's eye.
"Fuck," Maximus said.
Half a mile away in the gully to the right, where a tributary came down to the Olontus, the trees and bushes were moving. There was no wind.
"Fuck," Maximus said.
The dark, hunched shapes of the steppe ponies and their riders moved out onto the floor of the valley. They milled for a time. 500, 1,000, the exact number was hard to tell. With a whoop, the majority rode away to the north and vanished into the mist. They were behind the advancing Persians. Their arrival would be a complete surprise, most likely change the entire course of events. It was a perfect ambush. The Alani charge and withdrawal had been planned from the start. All the time, the ambushes in the gully had been waiting their moment. About 200 Alani remained in sight. In no particular order, they trotted south towards Decaesyne. They halted in a rough line about 100 yards from the village. Ballista turned to Pythonissa. "How many armed Suani do you have here?"
"Around 300. She was admirably calm.
"How many of them have horses?"
1 in 10.
"Have the mounted gather in the village square. Those on foot must block the entrances to the alleyways that face north." She told an attendant to see to it.
"What are you going to do?"
she asked Ballista. "Talk to Hamazasp, then the Mobad Manzik."
"Hamazasp will kill you."
"I will have the others with me." He pointed to Maximus, Castricius, and Rutulus.
"It is not enough. 10 of my mounted Suani are below. Take them with you."
The king of Iberia was quartered in another tower facing north. It was surrounded by his warriors. They did not seem unduly concerned by what had happened. They eyed the men who rode up with some hostility. Ballista addressed a man in elaborate armor, obviously a leader. "I need to speak to Hamazasp."
"He is ill."
The man spoke Greek with a heavy accent. His tone was dismissive. "I need to speak to him."
"No."
"If you do not tell him, Nase will have you impaled."
"Nase might not return. You are in no position to issue threats, Roman."
He touched the hilt of his sword. His men shifted. A figure appeared on the roof of the tower, looking down. It was the Iberian king. He did not speak. "Hamazasp," Ballista called up. "You must lead the warriors with you. We can brush aside the nomads before the village. If we are quick, we can save the day." Hamazasp stared down at Ballista with loathing. Still, he did not speak. Then he turned away and was gone.
"Not long for you now, Kinaidos,"
the Iberian laughed. Ballista swallowed a retort to the insult. That bastard Hamazasp would suffer for saying he took it up the arse. Ballista backed his horse. The others did the same. When they were out of weapon reach, they wheeled and rode away. Appropriately enough, Manzik the Mobad was praying when they arrived at the house he had taken. He finished as Ballista burst into the courtyard and said what he wanted.
"I am afraid I cannot lead the Sassanids," Manzik said. "We Mobads with our own hands can kill everything. Ants, snakes, anything that walks, crawls, or flies. We take pride in it. But we are forbidden to kill dogs or men."
"Tell your men to take orders from me." Ballista knew time was fast running out.
"What about the baggage? Prince Narse ordered us to guard it."
"If the army is defeated, the baggage will be the least of our concerns."
"Of course you are right. Take the men. I will remain and attempt to protect the property of the prince and the warriors."
Ballista had just over 130 mounted men. Persians, some Suani, just 4 Romans. All well mounted with good armor. Enough for the first task. The second was another matter. He divided the cavalry into 2 columns, each waiting out of sight in an alley. Ballista was at the head of one, Rutulus the other. Castricius was to bring up the Suani foot. Pythonissa had been told to barricade herself in her house. Allfather knew if she would. The Alani out in the valley before the village were not expecting trouble. Their line had disintegrated. Apart from 40 or so gathered around a ragged standard in the centre, most had dismounted and were looting the dead.
Even those still on horse had dropped their reins, were sitting all unconcerned, drinking, eating, chatting.
"Now!"
Ballista said, and kicked his heels into the flanks of his horse. Behind him, a Sassanid trumpet relayed the order. The Sewanee infantry, who had been blocking the mouth of the lane, leapt aside at the last moment. Ballista's mount accelerated out into the open. There was a reassuring thunder of hooves behind. To his left, he saw the tall figure of Rutulus leading the other charge. The nomads dropped their pickings, ran for their ponies, swung up into the saddle. All too late. Ballista saw the closest of the looters go down under Rutulus's blade. The Alani around the standard were not caught so unprepared. A few managed to loose off arrows. They shrieked through the air, but none came close to Ballista. The nomads dragged swords clear of scabbards, made to stand up to the charge. Ballista splashed through a strand of the Alontus and put the big Nicaean charger straight at the pony of the Alan chief. The collision sent the shaggy small beast, still snapping, back on its haunches. The chief fought to retain his seat. Surging past, Ballista swung his blade overhand. The chief instinctively flung up an arm to protect his head. Ballista's blade severed it below the elbow. An Alan cut down at Ballista from the left. The northerner took the blow on his shield. Without looking, thrust his sword around the side of it, felt the steel tip catch, kicked on. A nomad in front was yanking his horse around to flee. Ballista smashed the edge of his blade backhanded down into the man's left shoulder. The pony took off. The nomad toppled into the stony bed of the river. The stones ran red. Ballista reined in, checked all around for threats. There were none. Probably half the Alani were down, loose ponies bolting everywhere. The rest were scattered in all directions, hunched low over the necks of their mounts, pushing hard for their individual safety.
"Rally on me!"
Ballista bawled, first in Persian, then in Greek. His voice had been trained over the years to carry across a battlefield.
"Form one wedge!"
The Sassanid Clibanarii were good warriors. None spurred off in mindless pursuit. Within moments, they were jingling into formation. The 30 or so Sewanee were slower. Some had to canter back from the beginnings of a chase, but soon they began to fall in behind. Ballista looked back towards the village. A ragged column of Sewanee warriors on foot was jogging out. Castricius had them in hand.
"At the trot! Advance!"
Almost at once they rode into the wall of fog. The world was reduced to a few yards of shifting greyness. Sounds, the snort of a horse, the clink of metal touching metal, were muted. The air smelt of mist, water, wet stone, and damp horse. It was like riding into the demesne of some bleak underworld. Ballista glanced over each shoulder. Rutulus on one side, Maximus the other, serried ranks of Sassanids behind. The fog purled on beards and cloaks. The damned croaking of frogs started up. Bekekekek, coax, coax. From further away came an indistinct roaring, like surf on a rocky shore. Ballista flinched. With a whir of wings, a flock of white doves dived out of the mist. They wheeled just over the column and were gone. Shouts, curses from the rear. Ballista turned to the Persian officer tucked in behind him. "Pass the word for silence." "Those birds are unclean. Like lepers, they must be driven out," the Persian said. "Surprise is our only hope. We must not let them know we are coming." The order to be quiet hissed back through the ranks. The roaring was getting louder, sharp sounds within it becoming distinct. "Not far now," Ballista muttered. Rutulus leant forward, whispered near Ballista's ear. "Hammersasp can take us in the rear." Ballista actually laughed. "All-Father, I hope not." He stopped laughing. "It depends how active is his treachery, how brave he feels. I think he will wait and see who wins." A black, moving mass appeared ahead through the vapour, not above 50 yards. The clash of weapons, yells and screams of men and horses. Ballista flung up his hand. They halted, automatically dressed their ranks. Ballista turned in the saddle. "We are there," he said softly. "They are still fighting. We are in time. Now, on my word, ride hard but keep closed up. Stop for nothing. Our infantry will be here to add their weight soon. Now!" They moved off at a walk and went straight up to a close-in-hand canter. The noise of fighting swelled.
Even the Alani at the very rear did not see or hear them coming. The nomads were too noisily intent on the trapped Sassanid warriors in a tight wedged knot beneath the lilac standard. The Alani were circling, pouring arrows in from all sides, from every trajectory. The first of the Alani Ballista killed literally never knew what hit him. He had just released an arrow, was reaching for another, when Ballista's sword caved in the back of his skull. Ballista neatly retrieved his weapon. The next man looked around, an arrow notched in his bowstring. Ballista's heavy blade smashed bow, arrow, hands to ruin. The Nicaean stallion barreled a pony aside. Ballista forged on. Behind him welled up a chant of "Perros! Perros!" In front rose cries of fright. A warrior with a shaggy sheepskin cap sliced at Ballista. Long training let the northerner watch the blade, take it on his own, roll his wrist to force it wide, and riposte, all one fluid movement. The nomad jerked back, not far enough. The steel sliced across his face. The blood sprayed into Ballista's eyes, hot, stinging. Half-blinded, Ballista finished the man with 2 chopping blows. Ballista kicked on. He wiped his eyes, and his Nicaean went down. He used a horn of the saddle to push himself off, throwing himself away from his falling horse. The ground rushed up. He landed awkwardly. His helmet rang on a stone. The great weight of the stallion crashed beside him. Ballista tried to get up. Stay on the ground and he would die. Sharp hooves were stamping all around. A wave of nausea engulfed him. His legs gave way. Curling up tight, his arms covering his head, the blackness overtook him. Ballista did not know how long he had been unconscious. He was still in the same position, probably but moments. Legs straddled him. He groped for his sword. It was gone. The wrist loop must have snapped. He looked up. His eyes were gummed with blood. He did not know if it was his own. Maximus and Rutulus, back to back, stood over him. Suani warriors on foot ran past. They were cheering, laughing with the courage that comes from spearing fleeing enemies in the back. "This time it is over," Rutulus said. "They are broken." Ballista was helped to his feet by Maximus. As if from a great distance he heard, "Perros! Perros!" He drew a deep breath, made to give orders to keep some men together in case Hamazasp tried anything. The nausea rushed up to his throat, his mouth, a cloying, oily taste of burnt almonds. He got back on his hands and knees, and painfully started to throw up. "Perros! Perros!" Chapter 32. Prince Narse and Azo, the man who would be king of Suania, were regarding the Caspian gates. It was a desolate sight. Ballista's reconstruction had not been completed before the Alani arrived. During their siege of Cumania, the nomads had removed and burnt all the woodwork from the gates. They had even begun to demolish the stone gate across the track at the eastern end. Yet despite their ruinous state, the Caspian gates had been a choke point in the rout of the nomads. The path down which Ballista rode towards the royal entourage had been mainly cleared of the dead, but they were everywhere else. Sassanid work parties were busy. They were gathering their own dead, treating them with respect, getting them ready for exposure to the birds of the air, as was the Zoroastrian way. Things were different with the corpses of the Alani and those Suani who had fallen supporting Sarmag. Stripped naked, sometimes mutilated, they were unceremoniously being thrown into piles out in the valley. It was the natural order, Ballista thought, for some things to be stacked: sheaves of wheat, amphorae, barrels. Corpses were not in that category. The pallid blue-white tangles of limbs were grotesque. They said something deeply troubling about the inhumanity of mankind. Ballista climbed down from the saddle, passed Maximus the reins. Narse and Azo turned to him. Ballista bowed to each, blew them a kiss. If he had performed full proskinesis, he was not sure he could have got up again unaided. He was still dizzy. The taste of bile and burnt almonds remained strong in his gorge. "Ballista, Framadar." Narse stepped forward. He was smiling, but his dark eyes were melancholy. "Nasu, the very demon of death." He embraced the northerner, kissed him on each cheek, the eyes, the lips. His blue-black beard rasped across Ballista's face. "I am in your debt.
Your intervention turned the battle. It broke the Alani. Maybe in the mist they thought the numbers with you larger. We will never know.
The prince stepped back, studied Ballista.
I was told you took a bad fall. Are you hurt?
I will live, Ballista smiled. But I am afraid I cannot return the charger Gondofar lent to me.
Gondofar is dead.
I am sorry.
Tirmihr is badly wounded. Our losses are heavy.
How badly wounded?
He has been carried to the village. It will be as Mazda decrees. The Mobad will send word.
Hamazas betrayed us. Narse rubbed his eyes, the gesture of a tired man.
His Iberians fought well. His man Stathius was killed.
He sacrificed him. He was not ill. He was waiting to see who won.
There is no proof.
When the Alani sprung the ambush, the Iberians in the village were not surprised. Hamazas must have been forewarned.
He has sent his congratulations. We must leave things as they are.
Narse lapsed into silence. Azo took Ballista into his arms, kissed him. The Suwani prince was laughing. Unlike Narse, the death of his men did not seem heavy on him.
I am doubly in your debt, both for today and for when my snake of a brother and his barbaric allies rode up the pass. Saurmag would have taken me if your men had not welcomed me into Cumania. Although welcome might not be quite the right word. 51 days is a long time confined with your man Caucasus. Does he ever stop moaning? And the Greek called Hippothus, he has a most disconcerting habit of staring at one.
They are the companions the gods have given me.
If I were you, I would worship at new shrines.
What happened to Saurmag? A cloud of anger passed over Azo's face.
He escaped north to the steppe. I saw him pass. From the battlements, my arrow killed one of the traitors who rode at his side.
The Suwanian brightened.
A temporary reprieve. I will close the passes next spring. With his subjects unable to cross south for the summer pasture and unable to trade for iron and salt, a suitable gift should induce the chief of the Alani to hand Saurmag over.
And then things will not go well for him.
As you say, things will go badly for Saurmag at my hands.
Azo's eyes were dancing.
There was another I had intended to suffer, but a man who helped put the diadem on the king's head should perhaps be allowed certain intimacies with the royal family.
Ballista said nothing.
Your whole family is rotten to the core, Ballista thought. Your own household is waiting for you in the fort, Narse said. You took your fucking time, Caucasus said.
How was it? Ballista asked. They were alone on the steps of Cumania.
I've had better times. At first Azo hardly spoke, but since a Suanian sneaked into the fort a few days ago with the news that you and Narse were coming, the little shite has never drawn breath. He has an inventive mind when it comes to torture. Good job he's got used to the idea of you fucking his sister.
How are the others?
Waiting inside. Young Wulfstan is strong. Hippothus is off his head, does nothing but stare at people and mutter about physiognomy, telling him the future. Fuck me, another few days and I would have had to kill him.
The eunuch Masturbates came down the steps. He had a gold-trimmed ivory codicil in his hands.
Ave Marcus Claudius Ballista, vir ementissimus. He spoke formally in Latin.
What is that?
Masturbates handed it to Ballista. Your new mandata.
What?
Your new mandata, signed by the hand of the pious, invincible Augustus Publius Licinius Ignatius Gallienus himself.
How did you get this?
The eunuch said nothing.
You have had it all the time.
Masturbates acknowledged this with a dip of the head. My instructions were to give you this when your mission in Suania was complete.
And it is?
Without doubt. The first task was to ensure that the nomads were contained beyond the Caspian gates. That you accomplished today, but the other half was to win back the peoples of the Caucasus to Rome. There is a Persian army at the gates. The kings of Albania, Iberia, and Suania have never been more under the influence of the Sassanids. You, Rutilius, and Castricius can hardly be said to have succeeded. Still, you have not failed as spectacularly as the noble senator sent to Abascia.
What happened to Felix?
He has been expelled from Abasgia for being an accomplice to attempted murder. He is lucky to be alive. My colleague Eusebius was apprehended trying to kill King Spadagas.
Why? Mastabates gave a thin smile.
What would you do to the man who castrated you for money?
He did not succeed.
No, but he died well.
Did Felix help him?
I very much doubt it.
Ballista opened and read the codicil. The Heruli.
Yes.
I have to go to the northeast of the Black Sea, beyond Mayotes.
Up the Tanais River.
Out onto the Sea of Grass.
A not altogether pleasing destination, Mastabates agreed. But you will have Castricius and Rutilius as companions, and I fear I am ordered to accompany you.
Why?
His Imperial Majesty did not divulge his thinking to me, but I assume that you, like an Abasgian eunuch such as myself, are supremely expendable.
Pythonissa came to the chamber at the top of the fort of Cumania, where Ballista was going to spend the night. This time there were no carpets, no flirtatious subterfuge. She dismissed her men outside, walked in and told Wulfstan to leave. The boy had been bandaging Ballista's various grazes from his fall. She did not offer to take over.
When did you intend to tell me?
Tomorrow, Ballista said.
When are you leaving?
Tomorrow.
Take me with you.
Ballista had been dreading this since he had been given the mandata. If he were honest with himself, he had been dreading this since the start. No, I have a wife.
Take another wife.
It is not permitted among my people. It came out easily. It was close to the truth. He had rehearsed it.
I have read Tacitus. Leading men among the German tribes can have more than one wife.
I am not a German any longer. I am Marcus Clodius Ballista, a Roman equestrian. I live in Sicily with my wife. Romans have one wife.
Gallienus has taken a second wife.
Ballista smiled, rueful, placating. He was not sure which. Emperors do not encourage their subjects to follow all their practices. Anyway, Pippa is not a wife, but a concubine.
Take me with you as a concubine.
It would not answer. You would not be content. Anyway, I am ordered to travel to the nomads. Pythonissa came close.
Take me with you.
You will be better here. Without your help, your brother would not have reached the throne. He will be grateful, find you the sort of match you seek. Pythonissa waved the idea away angrily.
Gratitude does not run in my family. Take me with you.
No. There, it was said.
I saved your life.
Her blue-grey eyes looked into his.
I love you.
There is nothing to be done. She stepped away, tall, straight-backed, angry.
They told me you were sick on the battlefield. Did you think I had poisoned you?
It crossed my mind. I thought my usefulness might have ended.
I wish I had.
She turned and left the room. Under a lowering sky, Ballista led the small column south up the pass, towards Dicaesyne. It was an oddly assorted company. 6 fighting men in Roman armour, 3 eunuchs, 8 slaves, and a Suanian called Tarchon, who would not be left behind. 18 horsemen, with 5 baggage animals. It was raining. Groups of Sassanids paused from the grisly work of sorting cadavers and watched them pass. Nothing was said. The path ran through the village. The horses stepped carefully in the mud of the alleys. The blank, forbidding walls of the towers were black in the rain. They came out into the village square. She was there, dressed in black, standing in the rain, hair unbound, standing by the mouth of the impious. Ballista reined in. Pythonissa did not look at Ballista. She stretched her hands down to the earth.
Hecate, triple-formed, who walks the night, hear my curse. Vengeful furies, punishers of sinners, black torches in your bloody hands, hear my curse.
Now she turned her blue-grey eyes on him.
Kill his wife, kill his sons, kill all his family, all those he loves. But do not kill him. Let him live in poverty, in impotence, loneliness and fear. Let him wander the face of the earth, through strange towns, among strange peoples, always in exile, homeless and hated.
The End. You've been listening to Warrior of Rome 4, The Caspian Gates, by Harry Sidebottom, narrated by Nick Bolton.